Okay. So, with any luck, everything should be about working now. Gonna go ahead and get started here. First things first, if you're watching this after the fact, thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you for not joining the mass exodus from my channel after the Scattered Nexus thing. Which, to be fair, okay, in my defense, I've never uploaded unlisted videos before, and it was my understanding that if I set them to public after they had already been uploaded as unlisted, they would just become visible. I didn't know that YouTube was going to treat them like brand new videos that I just uploaded, so that's my bad on that one. That's alright, though. So, to explain a little bit about what we're going to be doing today, the Naruto videos should be coming along just fine, and we're going to start setting up some of the other card games that I'm going to be doing for the channel as a part of the Meta-Morphosis series. In case you weren't aware, the reason that I called the series Meta-Morphosis is because we're going to be covering games that aren't Naruto. In fact, we've already covered Digimon once, but after I finish Naruto, gonna need some other ones to do, and I'm thinking that the new format for the series is probably going to alternate between doing just the whatever I do is like the main one, and then whatever ones I do on the side. I'll probably have like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different Meta-Morphosis series running congruently. So, this website that I use here, first of all, if you've ever asked me where I get the images for my videos, this is the main place that I go to for Naruto, because right here, I'll go ahead and show you guys. If you check this place out here, you can actually see all of the different cards. They're sorted just like this. They're fairly high quality images, so, you know, when you click them, you just open them up here, and this is a really convenient place to get my images. So if that's ever something that you've been curious about, that's just giving you that one for free, ccgtrader.net. I think there was also a ccgtrader.co.uk that I used to use, but I digress. Okay, that's not really what we're here for. Naruto, that's something we'll be covering a little bit later. For right now, though, what we're essentially going to be doing is going through each and every one of the card games that is on this website here. To be fair, it's not every single card game that exists. There are definitely some noticeable absences. Like, there's no Weiss Schwartz, there's no Vanguard. Honestly, there's no Bushiroad games at all. I don't think I... Oh, wait, never mind. There's Buddyfight right there. I'm dumb. But for the most part, some of the bigger games actually aren't here on the website, but there are about 300 of them, meaning that if I dedicate 1 minute to each of these here, the stream's going to take about 5 hours. And with how long-winded I am, it's probably going to be a little bit longer than that. I'm probably going to be talking for a little while on these. Go ahead and do a quick double check of my audio here. I want to make sure I'm coming through. According to this, I'm coming through okay. Alright. Kudo-kun streams are pretty famous for not actually having any any audio sometimes, so I digress. This is already gonna be enough trouble as it is, so let's go ahead and just get started here. We're gonna do these in batches. I'm gonna open up every single card game on a row, and then we are going to just look through them one at a time. I'm going to give my initial thoughts on them. And the cool thing is, if you happen to be one of the people who is in the stream right now, then you yourself can actually give some input here. If there's a lot of interest towards one of these card games, then I have no problem at all adding it to my little list. Speaking of which, my list is right here. Games under Absolutely are games that I already have made plans to start covering. And I'll go ahead and add those as we go on. Games under Maybe are games that, you know, if there's a bit of interest from the people in the audience, or if people, you know, seem to have some kind of interest in it, there's some potential to make an interesting video out of it. And if it's in memes, then it's a really awful looking card game that I'm probably going to cover just because it looks like fun. So that's going to be things like the American Idol card game, for example. we'll put those there. But all right, been talking for about 5 minutes here. My coffee's all ready to go. This coffee's definitely not gonna last me 5 hours, so if I have to stop at any point, I will switch over to my other screen and I will grab that. But let's go ahead and get into it. All right, so starting with Dot Hack Enemy. I like this game a lot. This is actually a big part of my childhood because there was a time where when I went to GameStop, GameStop would be selling starter decks for this game for $4 to $5 a pop, and I would buy one every single time I got the chance to go to GameStop. If you happen to not know, I grew up in a very small town that didn't actually even have a GameStop. GameStop was in a town like 45 minutes away, so it wasn't very rare. It was very rare that I actually got a chance to visit a GameStop, so it was a magical place for me when I was a kid. And when I did get to go, I would buy up this game here. Go ahead and take a look at it. It's been a while since I've actually looked through Dot Hack cards, though. Oh my god. Some of these cards, man. I can't believe they literally just went with in-game screenshots for some of these. Although it is kind of cool that they have some of the NPCs from the game in here. Something that's always kind of bothered me about things relating to the Dot Hack universe is people within the Dot Hack universe only seem to know about the main characters, even though they really have no reason to know about some of the stuff going on in the main characters' lives. I always thought that was weird. Like, it's an MMORPG, and you've got all these NPCs walking around, but all of them seem to be, like, aware of the fact that they don't matter, and it's all about the main characters. It's kind of strange, but I digress. This game's pretty interesting. From what I remember, it's basically a game where you play a party of characters, but you also have to summon monsters to your opponent's side of the field to try and sort of overcome them. And the balance was, if you gave them strong monsters to fight and they were able to beat them, then they got better rewards. But if you gave them weaker monsters to fight, they would get less good rewards, but be more likely to actually kill them. A lot more sets for this game than I thought there were, though. I thought this stopped after, like, 2 sets. Got a gift set? That's cool. This was like a... this was a parody version of Dot Hack that existed for a while. Nice. I mean, there's not very many. Another distinction I'm going to make is I'm going to put, like, a small mention as to whether or not a series would take me a long time to cover. I think I'm going to put the kibosh on, like, 5. I could probably cover this in 5 episodes. That probably wouldn't be a big deal. Did the cards get a lot better in the later sets? I mean, not really. Wait a second. Some of these guys are 2.0. Does that mean... Okay, 2.0. I wonder if that means that we could find the 1.0s if we really looked. Okay, we spent a little too long here. I already know for a fact I'm going to cover this at some point. We're going to go ahead and put this under absolutely. Dot Hack Enemy. Since I think I can cover it in 5 episodes or less, we're not going to give it the long tag. We're just going to put it up there. All right, next one. Going to be the other Dot Hack card game. I actually didn't even know that this was a thing. I do love Dot Hack GU. And it only made it 1 set. That's probably why I didn't hear about it. So, Dot Hack GU actually does have a card game in it called Crimson Versus. This is probably going to be Crimson Versus. Okay, these are definitely the images for Crimson Versus, but they look a little different. Okay, so I'm guessing the game doesn't function exactly like it does in the video game. But these images are exactly the same. So it's probably pretty similar. Which makes sense. If you don't know anything about Dot Hack GU or Crimson Versus, this is supposed to be like an automatic card game that plays in the background as you're playing the main game. God dang. Some of this artwork, though. Beautiful. I love it. But anyways, I'm getting distracted here. This is supposed to be like an automatic card game that plays itself while you're playing the main game. So it's not something that would work that well in real life. So they probably had to make a ton of changes to it. Is it interesting enough to cover, though? Okay, I guess if I'm going to cover the other Dot Hack game, I could put this one down as a maybe. Maybe, like, if the Dot Hack enemy videos do really well, this is something that I could consider doing. Yeah. Dot Hack GU is down as a maybe. Okay, what else we got? 007. I gotta be honest with you guys, I have never a single time sat through a James Bond movie. I don't know anything about James Bonds. Let's take a look here. In before movie screenshots? Yeah, it totally is. That looks awful. Holy cow. What is this? Okay, if I had been seeing stuff like this, I actually think I probably would have been a little more interested in the James Bond movies. What is this? If somebody has seen the James Bond movie that this comes from, tell me all about it in the chat there. I want to know about it. Okay, let's see if we can figure this game out a little bit. So, this fighting and stats thing is something that I've seen in a couple of other card games. Let me think. The Inuyasha card game has it, Bleach has it, and Neopets has it. So it probably works roughly the same if I had to guess, where you play cards that let you activate fights within certain areas, and then you want to sort of prioritize starting fights in areas that your characters are good in. And I don't know about this one. It's only one set, so I might be able to... I'm going to put it down under memes. I think this one could be a pretty fun one to cover, since it's only one set, right? I'm totally okay just giving 007 one set, so we're just going to put that down under memes. I don't think it's going to be a good video, but I might do it for fun. 24. I've also never seen 24. Which is Doctor Who Battles in Time? Oh, is there a Doctor Who card game? I bet you anything we're going to see that one too. Alright, 24. Also screenshots? Yeah. The absolute laziest way that you could possibly do these cards. Of course, all of these are going to be screenshots. But these ones, I'll give it to them. These ones look pretty good. I actually don't mind the way that these cards look. This is pretty nice. Alright, let's see if we can figure this one out. We've got blue and red, but it looks like both of these are characters. Agents and terrorist. So I'm guessing in this game, one person plays the agents and one person plays the terrorists, a little bit like Counter-Strike. So let me think. It's kind of like Counter-Strike, Netrunner, that kind of thing, where one side's red, one side's blue. It would actually make a little bit of sense for this to be like Netrunner, I think, maybe. Where, like, it's an asymmetrical thing where you just always know that one person's going to be the terrorist and one person's going to be the agent. I suppose it's possible that it could also work like the Dot Hack card game, where you play both in your deck, and then maybe you play as an agent, and then you put terrorists on your opponent's side of the board. But I don't think so. I think they would have made them different card types if that were the thing. I don't know. This one looks kind of boring. I don't even know if this would even be fun to cover as a meme. Plus, there are a lot of sets for this game. I'm actually pretty shocked. Oh, actually, maybe not. Okay, so if Day 0 is like pre-release, and then first edition is basic training like starter decks, do you think? Let me see. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, so this is another one of those that probably 1 or 2 videos. That makes it a little bit more palatable, but it still looks kind of boring. I don't know if I have a whole lot to say about it. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and just leave this one off the list for right now. If anybody's interested in it, let me know. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but for right now, I just don't think it looks that interesting. Doesn't seem to be drumming up a whole lot of interest either, so we'll ignore that one. 7th Sea. Holy crap. This game's big. I wonder if this has anything to do with 7th Continent. No, this is hella old. This is a 5-year card game, though. That's pretty impressive for some of these games. Didn't Dragoborne make it like 3? Alright, let's take a look at it. No quarter. First set, I'm assuming. Oh, it's so retro. Ooh, I kind of love it. Yeah, this is definitely 90s art right here. Really cool. Let's see. Not seeing any characters. Are these? Let's see here. Another way that we can tell what some of these games actually play like is by actually looking at some of the rare cards. So, all right, let's take a look at this guy here, see if he can help us out. Okay, so I'm guessing the way it works is what they call crews. Probably going to be the characters that you hire, and then it's you versus your pirate crew versus your opponent's pirate crew. I don't hate it. I think this is kind of interesting. I especially like the artwork. Like this, I'm all about this. This looks really good. Well, not that particular image because it was super pixelated, but all in all, I think this looks really cool. Okay. Yep, I'm convinced. We're going to put this under maybe. Game of Thrones. I know that there was a living card game for this, but I think the living card game was a lot later than 2002. The show wasn't even out in 2002. Interesting. So this version of the card game has to be based on the books. Oh my god, there's so many. Oh, if I cover this, it's gonna be so long. Alright, let's take a look at it though. It can't possibly have anything from the TV show because it's too old. So let's see. Yep, this is all drawn stuff. Nice. That's how I prefer it. Let's see what old book Arya looked like. Oh. Ah, she looks like a glam rock 80s person. That's so weird. Alright. Pretty sure Maisie beat this one. I'm definitely not a fan of this Arya. Ned Stark looks pretty similar, though. Like, not exactly the same as Sean Bean, but pretty close, honestly. Pretty good casting on that one. Who else? Actually, can't I just search characters? Let's see who Jon Snow is supposed to be. Nope. Okay, so you can search for these characters, but Jon doesn't come up, so there's no Jon Snow in this first set. Very strange to think about. Like, honestly, I'm not going to front with you guys. I've never read the books. I can't say anything about the world of Song of Ice and Fire here stuff here. Please do the old One Piece card game. I actually don't know anything about the One Piece card game, but we'll see it, probably. We'll see it. When again in this, but it seems so overwhelming. This does look like a pretty heavy card game, I'm not going to lie. It's got so many sets. I'm a little upset we didn't find a Jon Snow. Let's cheat really quick. I want to see if Jon Snow exists. Chances are he's not going to be showing up in other card games. So, no. Interesting. How can there be a Game of Thrones thing? Like, maybe I'm just really dumb. Maybe it's dumb of me to think that there would be Jon Snow in the card game based on the books and not the TV show. Okay. So, I'm not super into this. Like, I don't super love this, but I think Game of Thrones could probably breathe a little bit of life into the channel. Do you guys think? I could probably cover Game of Thrones. Let me think. When House of the Dragons comes back on, that'd probably be a pretty good time to cover Game of Thrones, right? Not too bad. Jon Snow with no H. Am I that dumb? Let's see. All right. Jon Snow. I'm just dumb. All right. That's good. I had a feeling it was going to be something like that, but... all right. So let's take a look at him here. He looks really cool. I want to see some of these cards. That's a really, really cool picture. It probably looks even nicer in real life where it's not super pixelated. A little bit more hot topic-y. Okay. All right. So yeah, again, looks like a pretty basic card game. Don't know if I'm super in love with it. You know, nothing Jon Snow. Well, apparently, I don't know anything about Jon Snow either because I can't even spell his name. So I can't really say much about Jon Snow being ignorant if I can't even spell his first name. So I'm going to put this one under maybe. Because again, I'm not interested in it, really, from what I've seen. But, I mean, it could be an interesting thing to cover if Game of Thrones gets really big again. But this one's going to be one of the longer series, so we're going to put that one under long. All right. Age of Empires 2 expandable card game. That's exciting. So, does this mean that this is basically like living card game, but it was before living card game was a thing? It's pretty small. It's one set. I don't know anything about Age of Empires, but wasn't Age of Empires like a really big deal? That's really weird that this would only be one set big. The rest of these are promos and foils. So, limited edition, nautical expansion. Okay, so one base set then, and then one expansion came out for it. Is this going to be grid-based? That's the only way I can imagine of like an Age of Empires game working. Okay. So make buildings. That makes perfect sense for Age of Empires. Even somebody like me who knows nothing about this series. It also has that sort of retro-y art, but I'm not loving the way these cards look, the way that I did before. Okay. So if I had to guess based on how this looks, I'm guessing that... Wait a second, this might change everything. Okay, interesting. So I'm guessing that the cards that you actually build or as like part of your army are going to be these climax card looking things. And then maybe the buildings are like your Magic the Gathering lands, do you think? I'm trying to think. There was a card game that worked a little bit like this that I cannot remember. Five Rings. The Five Rings card game worked a little bit like that, where you could play buildings, and the buildings sort of gave you the resources you needed to summon things. Maybe it works a little bit like that. Age of Empires is another really, really big property. Might be a pretty decent thing to cover. Huh. Okay, so again, since I could probably knock this card game out in like 1 or 2 videos, I'm gonna go ahead and put this one under maybe as well. I mean, I think this is going to be a little more interesting than some of the other card games that I end up looking at today. Just not something that I know a whole lot about is the problem. What passed for promos? I love it. Okay, if a unit in combat with your archer retreats, your archer deals an additional round of range damage without taking any damage. Ooh. See, this is where my love of card games starts to pop in. I don't know anything about this game, but I'm already thinking to myself here, interesting. So I wonder if without this promo card, archers just didn't work as well. Do you think? Maybe archers needed this card to be viable. But anyways, all right. So it's already on the list. We can stop talking about it. Let's move on to the last one in this row. Adrenaline. Does that say FIFA? Is this a... Oh my gosh, is this a soccer thing? Let's see. 2002. Wait, this isn't still going on, is it? Oh, no, this is... I don't really like to cover games that are still going on. That's the problem. I think of Meta-Morphosis as more of like a history museum of things that are long since past, sort of immortalizing some of the older games that people don't normally talk about. Though, to be fair, I don't think a whole lot of people are going to be talking about a soccer card game. This could be an interesting one. Let's take a look. Let's give it a chance. Give it a chance. There are no images. Okay, well, I have been saved. Even if I did want to cover this card game, which I really don't, there are no images. Without images, I can't make the videos. Thus, we're going to have to ignore any of these card games that just don't have any. This one doesn't have images either. Wait a second. Does the most recent set have images? Well, they don't even have placeholder. Why is this here? If this game doesn't have any images that they can pull from, then why even give it a spot on the website? That's so strange. Does one of the more recent sets also not have placeholders? No, the placeholders are here. Let's click one, see what happens. This is very strange. Okay, yeah, this game would be impossible to cover even if I did want to cover it, which I don't. So let's go and ignore that for right now. Okay, so we're 30 minutes into the stream and we've covered one row. How many rows are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Okay, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die is basically what I'm getting from this. We need to get a little bit snappier here. Okay, next row. Alien attacks Doctor Who. I think I've heard of this before. I don't think Doctor Who's the only one here, because I think back when my girlfriend and I started dating, I think I looked into Star Trek card games, and I think Star Trek is in an Alien Attack set too. Doctor Who's not really my thing. I don't know if I could really add very much to this, but let's see. From what I can tell, there aren't very many sets, so let's go ahead and look at a couple of these here. Okay, holy crap. Oh, that does not look good. This looks like the devil from Tenacious D. And a lot of these cards are missing too. That is a shame. I mean, I'm sure if I were a fan of Doctor Who, some of these would be like really, really nostalgic because they look pretty old. but I don't really have that nostalgia, and I don't know enough about Doctor Who to really add much to this. I do love this picture, though. This guy, Biff. Any Biff stands in the audience that can tell me more about this character? He's a human with 45 defense and 53 attack. That's such a random number. 43, 571, 68. Card games are always so weird when they do this. When they go with numbers above 10, but also they have to be like these awkward numbers here instead of just being multiples of 5 or multiples of 10. Trying to think. Okay, let's be logical about this for a second. Alien attacks means that there's probably more than just Doctor Who in this. So if the other alien attacks looks pretty interesting, then this might be a fun thing to cover. But from what I'm seeing, again, unless people in the comments or people here in the chat just know something that I don't, or just really, really into this idea, then I think I'm going to go ahead and pass on this one. We'll see, though. If the other alien attacks looks interesting, then we'll circle her back around to this. Okay. What are these? So the promos have these giant holes in them? Oh, no way! You know what this is? Okay, so they don't have holes in them. They have a piece of fabric in them. Oh, that's cool. That's a really cool idea for a promo. I really like that. God dang, am I going to have to cover this game just to talk about that cool little detail? I don't know. So, I'm not going to add it to my list, but I am going to leave myself a little note here, reminding myself to circle back to it. Circle back to Doctor Who Alien. That's hella cool, though. This. They were like collector's cards than an actual game. Yeah, I could definitely see these being more collector's cards. For sure. Although, wait a second. Was Matt Smith Doctor like the best Doctor ever? Because he has 100 defense and 100 attack, which I'm just going to go ahead and guess here are like the maximum stats you could have. But 10th Doctor guy only has 93 defense and 94 attack. Was somebody playing favorites? Kind of feels like it. Okay. Yeah, these cards don't even have stats on them. This is definitely more of a collector's thing. Okay. So yeah, again, we're not adding it to the list, but we'll circle back around to it if the other stuff looks interesting. Alien versus Predator, 2 sets. Let's take a look. So the question here is going to be, I wonder if it's actually like from the Alien movies and the Predator movies, or if it's going to be just specifically from Alien versus Predator. Ugh. Bleh. These are some of the ugliest card designs I think I've ever seen. What is this? Oh, okay. With you so far. I don't think I need to put that much time into this. This game looks awful. Yeah, this game looks real bad. Okay, let's take a look at the promo. See if the promos are cool looking at least. These are kind of cool. This game looks horrible. Okay. I'm not interested in this. I'm going to just... Virtual expansions? What are you talking about, virtual expansions? Fuck. Since ceasing printing, a player committee based here have been supporting the game through dream cards. Images of the cards themselves can be downloaded here. These sets are displayed here with permission. Oh, that's so sad. So after this game died, the fan base of this game came in and made more sets than the actual game itself. That's downright touching. That's so heartwarming. Oh, I might have to cover this game just to talk about that little detail. That's so cool. Is the website still up? Oh, that's so sick. Oh, I'm torn. I really don't have an interest in this game, but I mean, if the fan base loved it enough to come and make even more sets than the actual creators of the game, this might be kind of an interesting thing to talk about just for that story, huh? Okay, I'm gonna add this to maybe. I'm gonna add it to maybe. Okay, allegiance. One set, so this should be fairly quick. Another very classic looking game. I'm into it. I wonder what these symbols are here for. Interesting. I don't know why, but these like little symbols right here are eye-catching. I wonder how those play into the game. Okay, let's actually click one of these and see what's going on. Clothing shop. Ooh, collect 2 resources. Da, da, da. Seems a little bit magic-y. So maybe these here are characters. Oh, I see. Okay. So these are characters. And there are little numbers in here that represent stats in different areas. Can't read the cards. That's a problem. Allegiance come from something? Is this like a book series or something? How good can you tell a game's flow, at least when looking at them? Yeah, well, that's the thing. See, I'm not going to be able to see exactly how these games play just from this, but you know, if it looks like there's something interesting to talk about within it, I should be able to tell that from a glance. Like if a game just has like a really unique mechanic or something, it should be fairly easy to tell just from looking at the cards for a few minutes. And then, you know, of course, if anybody does hop in and tell me, hey, actually, this game that you skipped past is really cool. Maybe you should go back and look at it. Or, hey, these cards actually looked really interesting. You should go back and give that game a shot. I want to know more about it. Then I'll know. But for right now, I think this is the best I can do with 300 games available to me. Anyways, this looks kind of interesting. I was a little more interested in these symbols here before I recognized that they were numbers. It looks like a pretty basic game now that I know that. So I think I'll skip past this one for right now. But again, if it looks pretty interesting, maybe we'll come back around to it. American Idol, the CCG. One set. I actually looked through this a little bit before because I was just so curious about it in a different live stream. Like anything can be a card game. There's something so uncomfortable about these just not even being characters, but just all being like real people. And they got these different stats. Why even have these different stats colored like this? Like if you're gonna have like a singing game, like I guess that's fine, but why not have like, I don't know, country, instead of blue, maybe have that be blues, rock. You could probably do something a little more interesting than just have the colors here. Okay, now the question is, do they fight each other? Or no, okay, so these are song names. And these also have colors. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I'm a little bit more excited about this game than I was the first time I looked at it, I think. Okay, what else have we got? Okay. Judge Nasty. Okay. Judge Nasty sounds like the best stripper name that I've never thought of before. It reminded me of Millennium Blades. Millennium Blades. Actually, now that you mention it, I have Millennium Blades on Tabletop Simulator. I've played Millennium Blades. It's kind of a small world thing here, but yeah, I remember Millennium Blades. I actually like that game. Let's demand Bandai to bring back Naruto. That'd be cool. But it's never gonna happen. They can make it a Boruto card game if they really wanted to. Yeah. But here's the thing. If they did go back and make Boruto the card game, they would have to strip a lot of stuff back. Because the problem with the Naruto card game, and something that, of course, like, because I haven't gotten very far into the videos yet, but it's going to happen soon, you'll see, is the game does get very, very power crept by some of the newer sets. Like, it's no longer enough for a card to deal, like, 2 damage. It's got to deal 2 damage on top of killing another character, on top of letting you draw cards, on top of being, like, a straight-up, like, win the game condition, you know? But anyways, let's stick here for right now. Alright. But these... Wait a second. Okay. So Randy and Paula, they get cards. Oh no! I think I just got it. Let's see. Oh, that's so sick. That is the juiciest thing. Okay, so do you guys notice anything about this picture right here? Take a few seconds to look at it. Okay, now I'm gonna go back. Let's take a look at this one here. Notice anything? The image has been cropped to take Simon Cowell out of the game. That is the funniest thing. That so Judge Nasty is just Simon Cowell, but I'm guessing they didn't give their permission to put themselves in the game. It's so good. Okay, alright, so that's nice. I'm much more interested in this game than I was before. I'm gonna actually look at these for a second. Cool. You're so ultra cool. Okay, so I have decided this is going to be my new, like, favorite sarcastic image drop on people's on people's Facebook posts. People go on bragging about something really weird that doesn't matter. I'm gonna drop this card. I'm gonna play this card on them. That's gonna be my new sarcastic play. I love it. That's so good. What are some of these other ones? Am I missing out on a bunch of other meme potential here? Not your best? This one could be kind of good, right? Not your best, this was not your best. Okay, this one too. Honestly, I think this entire American Idol card game might just exist to give me, like, images to drop on people's Facebook posts. Gonna have to go back and save some of these cards later. Wrong choice? That could be good. Oh, it says wrong choice of song. Nope. It's useless if it actually talks about music. At least they went through the effort to crop out the background. Yeah. I guess so. Wait a second. Are all three of these the same card? Why? Why are they all three here then? Oh, they have different vote counts. Interesting. I wonder what this is all about. Okay, I am infatuated with this game. This is going under memes. We're covering this. At some point, we're coming in. We're coming in. We're covering this card game. It's been decided. Nobody's gonna change my mind on this. I have to know more about this game. I'm gonna break the American Idol card game, and I'm gonna be so happy when I do it. I just wish there weren't so many missing cards. Is the problem. Okay, yep. Been decided. Don't need to talk about it anymore. Anachronism. The History Channel card game. Well, why is it so long? Oh man, I thought this was like a joke. But no, in order to have lasted from 2005 to 2008, that has to be a fairly decent... Oh, virtual expansions. Interesting. So did fans get together to do this too? There's nothing here about it. But virtual expansion, that's what the other one had when fans came in and made sets for it, right? Maybe this is a really cool game. Let's take a look. Okay. Very first set of the History Channel card game. Let's see. Prophasia. I think the one problem with covering a game like this is I can't pronounce any of the cards. I don't know how to say this word. Prophasia? Prophetia? I have no idea, dude. I'm not even going to guess anymore. Like, what am I supposed to do if it turns out that Bucephalus is actually, like, the most important card in the entire set? Strategic Thesis. Once per round, after you make an attack, you may move one space. Oh! Yeah, move one space. You have my attention. Ooh, it plays on a grid. I'm a pretty big nerd for grid-based games. Okay. Interesting. Okay, we got Japanese. I think earlier we had the Greeks. Here's the Norse. Okay. You have my attention, Anachronism. Maybe Anachronism? Can't tell what these are supposed to be. Obviously, this one's China, but I can't tell what this one's supposed to be. Is this just English? Lionheart. So, yeah, it's got to be either English or Scottish, I guess. I guess those are the only two options. Egyptian? Nice. Oh no, guys. Did I accidentally fall in love with this game? Am I unironically really interested in this right now? Anachronism. Okay. I'm going to take your word for that one, Giga. We're going to call it Anachronism. I think I like this game, guys. I think I'm going to put this one down as a maybe. I hope other people are interested in this too, because I think I unironically really like this game. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at some of the older stuff and see what we got going on here. I want to see how this game progressed. So it looks like every single set is a completely different race of characters. So here it looks like we've got Pilgrims versus Indians. We've got, what is this? I keep wanting to say Celtic. It's not Celtic. Roman. Okay. And then Persia. Okay. I'm kind of really into this, guys. Okay, we're covering this probably at some point. I'm into it. Go ahead and look at the next one. Angry Birds. 2 sets. Interesting. You would think that with an IP as big as Angry Birds, they'd actually have more stuff. Oh, but most of the cards are missing too. That's interesting as well. I remember when Angry Birds first came out, I kind of got into it. Like, I didn't stay into it. Like, I don't think you're supposed to stay into Angry Birds, but I was into it for a little while there. It was a pretty fun little game. Not really sure how this is intended to work, though. If I had to guess without knowing anything about the game, I'm guessing that you play these pig things here and your opponent tries to knock them down. Or maybe you set these up and then you try to knock them down with your own characters. Probably that. It's probably your deck consists of both birds and pigs, though. Because I don't think they would do the whole, oh no, forgetting the name. Asynchrotic. Asymmetrical, there we go. I don't think they would do the asymmetrical kind of card game thing with something as simple as Angry Birds. So I'm guessing it's something where either you play against your opponent's pigs while they give you, you play pigs for your opponent to fight, and then you fight your opponent's pigs, or you play pigs and then you play other cards to knock those down to get points. Even as a meme, I don't think this looks that interesting. Take a look at the space set, see what we've got going on here. I'm kind of okay. I'm gonna lose a little bit of street cred here. I think this artwork is pretty charming. I'm not gonna go out and say that it's good per se. I think good is a very strong word for what's going on here, but it's charming. There's something that I enjoy about it. Say more duo deck? Is it a pig deck and a bird deck? Maybe. A little bit of Wii Cross. Wii Cross-ish. Wii Cross-like. I could see it. Okay. I'm not that interested. Again, if anybody's interested, let me know, but I'm gonna keep it off the list for right now. Ani-mayhem. Dragon Ball Z. Ani-mayhem. Okay, so as in like an anime crossover game. But an anime crossover game that made it one anime in? That's interesting. So, let me get this straight. They paid the rights to get one anime in this game, and then the game flopped. That's rough, dude. I bet you anything that this IP right here cost them greatly. But let's take a look. Let's see what's going on here. Set 0. Oh, that's not Dragon Ball Z. Oh, this has... Ooh. So we've got some... I think that's Ranma half, right? If I'm not mistaken. And Tenchi? Oh, no. I'm becoming interested. What else do we have here? I can't say for sure, but is this Gundam? No, that's not Gundam. I think that's also Tenchi. Okay. Okay, I see you. What else have we got? If you guys notice any of these anime here and I'm not saying anything about them, feel free to tell me which anime they are. Because right now, I think Tenchi and Ranma Half are the only ones that I recognize. Okay, alright. So this actually just became so much sadder. Because I'm thinking then that this game probably paid for all of these licenses here to start the ball rolling. And then they paid, excuse me, and then they paid for Dragon Ball Z to add that in too, which probably cost them a fortune, and they probably just didn't see enough of a return. Dang. Let's check out the other sets and see what other anime they have. Hmm. Looks familiar, but I can't think of the name. There's definitely some different stuff in this one, though. Oh, these cards don't look anywhere near as interesting as the other ones. Maybe it's just because I don't recognize where they come from. Like, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I feel like I've seen this in, like, AMV Hell or something. I've seen this somewhere, but I just don't know enough about it. Alright, let's see. Oh, we got a full list here. Thanks, Giga. So, set 0 was Bubblegum Crisis, Ranma Half, El Hazard, and Tenchi Muyo. That one, Armitage, Dominion, Tank Police. Oh my Goddess is in here. Oh, I should recognize that for sure. I've seen All My Goddess. Phantom Quest Core and Project Akko. Yeah, I literally Oh My Goddess is the only one that I recognize from that entire list. Okay, yep. I recognize it. Feels good, man. And then the DBZ set. Let's see. So we've got some Majin Buu stuff and Saiyan stuff. So this probably came out sometime in the midst of the Buu saga, but probably not the end of it, because I don't see anything from the end of the Buu saga. Yeah, dang. Basically, that one Gohan card's like it when it comes to Buu saga. The rest of this is Saiyan and Frieza. They don't look horrible. Like, I don't mind these screenshots here, and I think this little pattern that they have on the outside is pretty unique. But at the same time, I think the pictures are too small. I think the smallness of the pictures is really awkward. Take a look at some characters here. Let's try and get an actual feel for the game. So I'm guessing attack, defense. Don't know what that is. Is that a kiss mark? I don't know what that's going to be used for. I give my opponent 2 kisses. Mwah, mwah. Some stats up here. If Goku is bonked, but not killed 3 times, he can be replaced by this card every 3rd turn for a turn at a time. Note, all characters at the same location as a Super Saiyan automatically take 1 point of damage per round during combat. If Goku... Oh, no. Wait. I suddenly became interested again. What is bonking? Do any of these other cards mention it? Kill 1 character to destroy 1 combat disaster. All your characters with the... No, I'm not seeing it. So these double cards are kind of interesting. So I'm guessing when you play them, it's a little bit like MLP, where this side is what you see, and this side is what your opponent sees. So for me, this card adds 1 to my defense. But for my opponent, it adds 3 to their charm. That could be interesting. Okay, I'm kind of into it. It's a really, really small game. I could probably get this out maybe 3 videos in, so I'm going to go ahead and add this one. I think some people would be interested in it. Ani-mayhem. And let's check out the promo. What have we got here? So, more Ranma, more Dragon Ball. Got this here. Get some YouTube clicks. Don't touch. Another character may not initiate any combat on this character. See, the thing that I love about this is I don't know anything about how this game works, but I kind of love the idea that I can drop this on, like, my Goku. My Goku flashes his butt. He's like, don't touch. Stay away from it. Don't touch the goods, big guy. All right. Yeah, I'm still into it. We'll put it under maybe. If the audience likes it, then I shall provide. I'm not even gonna try that. Oh, I'm not even gonna try that. What is this name? If somebody else wants to give this one a shot and let me know it, man, feel free. But I'm just gonna click it and see what it looks like. Okay, there's one. Beelzebub. Is this a Bible game? Oh, I can't even read that. The problem is the cards look kind of cool. No, this has to be in a different language. I'll never be able to. Yeah, it's in Czech, I think. I think that's what it said. Go back and Polish. It's in Polish. Okay, I can't cover it. Okay, well that's a simple one. I can't cover it because it's in Polish and I don't know Polish. How long that would take us? That one took us 34 minutes. Oh no, that was even longer than before. Okay. All right. Focus, Kudo. Focus. Did I get all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 18. I think I did. Okay. Arcadia. 3 sets? 2 sets. 1996. This is another classic. I've been discovering a lot of dead Polish TCG lately. Interesting. Ah, so this one played with standees. Interesting. I like that. You asked me about myself and my people? Get away. We are the keepers of secrets, not the givers of them. Ooh. Loft just completely told whoever he was talking to right there. I'm into it. I'm kind of into the artwork. Some call you Wisley Walsley, but you're really a grade A wuss. Okay. Your opponent may exhaust this flaw at the beginning of your day and move you to one adjacent league of her choice, ignoring enter and leave trials. Okay, so grid-based game. Guessing you use these cards here to actually build the map. Maybe you use these as like tiles, and then your character, since it's a standee, can move across the cards. That's interesting. Was Arcadia popular? I don't know. I've never heard of it either, my friend. So this is tough. I'm like right there on the cusp of interesting. Like I want to add it under maybe, Like, I'm right on the brink of doing it, but I don't know if it's interesting enough for me to get that much mileage out of. Let's take a look at the promos. Maybe the promos will bring me over the edge. There's literally one. Okay. Wandering Imp. It's all on you. Oh my god, these things are freaking novels. A wandering imp has taken a liking to you. If you're defeated in the resolve test, he follows you around, talking incessantly and constantly harassing you with pranks. While the imp travels with you, you must subtract 1 from your score in all resolve tests and trials. To get rid of the imp, you must spend a day in any league and win a combat test against him. While the wandering imp may lay card travels, may play something card travels with your character league to league until you get rid of the obnoxious bugger. Discard this waylay when it's defeated. I'm still right there. I'm on the fence. I think it looks kind of interesting. I'm gonna put it down, but I'm definitely more on the not cover it side than on the cover it side. Okay. Argent Saga. Intro decks. 4 boosters. Expansion packs. Wow. Not bad. And this is a pretty recent game, too. It's not in print anymore, but it just came out 4 years ago, and there looks like maybe 7 different sets for it. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look. We'll go into light and dark to be edgy. Dang, if you told me this game was from 4 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. This is very, very classic. This looks older than some of the 1999 games that we were looking at. Quorum Lancer. That attacks a unit. Give this card plus 500 to the end of the turn. Okay. So, looks like here this might be cost. So is this game like Magic? Magic system-y, kind of? A little bit. Uncertain Experiment. I loving the artwork. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. Feeling Golem unit. And again, I'm feeling like this is a cost of some kind. Let's take a look at some of the actual sets. We'll go set 1 and the promos. Okay. A little basic. But I'm kind of into it. Like this sort of like old-timey artwork is really doing a lot of heavy lifting here for me. Because outside of that, it looks like a pretty basic sort of Force of Will / Magic the Gathering / Duel Masters kind of thing. Just from what I'm seeing so far. So some of the demo decks lying around somewhere, nice. Was it fun? Tell me all about it. Let me know if this is something I should be covering, because right now I'm kind of on the nose. Excuse me. Right now I'm kind of on the nose side. Though it does fascinate me that this game came out in 2019 and is already dead, but was able to come out with so many sets during those 4 years. Like, that's the only thing that I can see that would be interesting enough to actually talk about. Take a look at these promos. Ooh. Full arts. This is cool. Not enough games do this. Never opened them. Oh, well, they weren't even interesting enough to play test with. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, this looks really cool, but I'm not seeing anything that's drawing me to talk about it. Again, it's really interesting that this game came out, and over its short lifespan, it had so many different sets, but still ended up dying. So I wouldn't mind talking about that, but it doesn't look interesting enough. If anybody knows anything about this game, feel free to tell me all about it, but for right now, I'm going to leave it off the list. Arkna. Spanish. Okay. So what you're saying is, I'm wasting my time. Let's take a look at the cards. Oh no! Oh no, these cards look really cool! Why is this game in Spanish? Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, I really like this. Oh, I really like this. Should I try and cover it anyway? Trying to cover a game in Spanish sounds like such a pain. See, I can cover cards in Japanese because, one, they're going to be on IPs that are really, really popular, and two, I speak Japanese, so it's really easy to talk about those. But when it comes to other languages, I'm not sure. You can ask Speed Robo about that. Are you talking about our good old friends over there at ChatGPT? I might... it sounds like there's so many missing cards. Okay. For right now, I'm going to say no, but just barely no. I'm going to not add it to the list, but for the record, this is some of the nicest artwork of any of the games we've seen so far, so I really wish that didn't have to be the case. Like, god dang, dude. Looks really nice. But anyways, I digress. We can't cover it. Not right now. If anybody knows anything cool about it, just let me know, but we're going to skip it. Austin Powers is in English. Surprise, surprise. Man, it's a whole one set long. Shocking. Who could have possibly guessed that the Austin Powers card game made it one set? Yep. It's exactly what I thought it would be. Jerry Springer is one of the cards. I don't even remember Jerry Springer being in Austin Powers. If you speak and read Japanese, would be cool if you covered a defunct Japanese TCG. Yeah, for sure. I definitely have some on my radar that I'm interested in looking at. Is there an English translation in there? No, there's not. There's someone named Speed Robo who has his own game. Look it up, Speed Robo Games. Okay. We'll check it out later. The only thing I know about the Austin Power card game is that you have to play good guys versus bad guys. Okay. Asymmetrical. Gotcha. So Jerry Springer's vibes are one groovy and one creepy. Interesting. Okay. Alright. I don't need to see too much about this. Let me see what some rare cards do. The rare cards will tell me everything I need to know about this game, I'm sure. It's an interesting one though. Okay. This guy's fairly normal looking. Let's take a look at him. His vibes are one Shagadelic and one Randy. Hey guys, welcome to today's deck tech video. We are going to be looking at a Shagadelic Randy deck featuring the illustrious number 2. Okay. Is it worth putting in meme? That's the question. Could I get enough content out of this to justify making one meme video about it? I think I could, maybe. I'm gonna go ahead and add it to the list under memes. We might be able to get one good video out of this. Avatar, Quickstrike. Okay, guys, so we got to talk about this for a second. Quickstrike is so cool, and regardless of what happens here, it's going under absolutely. We're definitely going to cover it. So if you guys don't know anything about this, I actually covered this in my top 10 card games video. Basically, it's this game where you play a card, and it has a certain amount of power, and your opponent has 3 chances to draw something to stop it. And if they don't stop it, you score a point. But if they do stop it, then the new card that they play sort of ricochets back some of the power, and then you have to stop the new card. And it goes back and forth like this. It's a little bit like a tennis match almost between you and your opponent, but it's really interesting, and it's actually got a mix of Avatar: The Last Airbender and Shaman King. Very, very unique mixture of sets. Let's take a look at this. This is going to be... There were Burger King promos? I don't remember that. Oh my god, this is such a nostalgia. This is such a nostalgia thing for me. Aw, dude. Yeah, we're talking about this one for sure, man. I loved this game growing up. I still have one of the starter sets for this game. It was Aang versus another airbender. I can't remember his name. It was Aang versus the other airbender guy. His master, I think it was. I don't remember, but yeah. Good times, man. Oh, those ones don't have pictures. These ones have pictures. Let's take a look. Feels good, man. This is a little weird. What's going on with this card? Anyway, regardless, I'm gonna cover this for sure. There's no way I can't not cover this. Let me see if I can find that guy, or if I'm crazy. Let's see. My starter set had this guy. Hey, Afiko. I don't know how to say your name, but it had this guy. This guy was in it. All right. Well, it's already been decided. We're already covering this. Don't need to spend too much time on it. Chamber cards are such a cool idea. Yes, absolutely. Chamber cards was a really cool idea because for anybody who doesn't know and just thinks that I'm crazy right now, basically here's how it worked. When you got one of these chamber cards here, these little cards in the middle were different depending on which version of the card you got. So, for example, like the common Aang, you could end up getting these two, or you could get these two, or these two are exactly the same. I don't know what's going on here, but you could get different cards in them. And then if you got like the rare, it came with Ong's like, I said Ong like the, oh no, I said Ong like the stupid M. Night Shyamalan movie. And if you got these, like the rare, it came with these two here, which were like Aang's like special abilities. It's really cool, and you don't know what your opponent has in their chamber until you actually meet the conditions to open it up and use its special ability, and then flip the card. It's really cool. Anyways, we're covering this for sure. Again, we don't need to spend too much more time talking about it because it's on the list. Babylon 5. Oh, god dang, there's so many sets. Virtual card game. A number of fan sets have been created, and there's an active Facebook group led by Bruce Mason, one of the senior rangers, that is reimagining the game under the name the B5 Virtual Card Game. Into it. I'm always so into when these fans get together and continue a card game like this. I think that's really cool. All right, let's take a look at the premiere set. We'll take a look at one of the later sets. We'll look at one of the fan sets and the promos. Ooh, and the signed cards, too. Oh, pretty ugly, but that's what I expected. Ah. So agendas are like their event or mission cards. Characters of different factions. So I'm guessing you picked a faction of characters and played a deck around them. Like you could have a human deck or like a Centauri deck. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sold. And I really don't think Babylon 5 is going to be bringing in that new viewership. I really don't know if this is interesting enough for me to make much content out of. This set is huge too. Holy crap. There's so many cards for this to be a premiere set. God dang, man. I think the Star Wars customizable card game still sees fan sets to this day. Yeah, Naruto actually saw quite a few fan sets too. That game still gets played online a lot. If you guys don't know, and you're fans of the Naruto card game, the online community for Naruto is still very much alive. There's a Discord where they still get people together to play in games and tournaments to this day. They use Untap to play, although Tabletop Simulator's a little bit better, but that's all right. I know not everybody has Tabletop Simulator. Take a look at the other sets. I'm not sold so far, though. Nothing's grabbing me. Not getting anything. I'm not getting anything out of this game. Let's take a look at some of the fan sets, I think. Is this one of the fan sets? Yeah. The fan sets look really good. They look exactly like the official set. Promos. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. The fans are gonna have to fight for this one. I'm gonna have to let this one go for right now. If you guys really want it, let me know about it. But right now, I think it's over. I think we're gonna skip this one. The signed cards are cool though. This is cool. I like this. I always like when they have signed cards by the actual actors. That's always neat. But we're gonna skip it for right now. Bakugan the TCG. This fascinates me. I mean, Bakugan is already like a tabletop game. Were there really people who wanted to play Bakugan but didn't want to play with the little marble guys? The marble guys were like the coolest thing about the entire game. Oh, but I mean, let's see it. Oh no, this is really recent. Okay. Okay, this completely just changed my entire outlook. So, I'm guessing after Bakugan died and they failed to bring it back, they tried to bring it back as a card game instead to get a little bit of interest, or sorry, to get a little bit of money out of the IP before they lost it again, I guess. That's just really interesting to me. Did you play with the cards? Yeah, they just rebooted the game without the cards recently. Interesting. Okay. So these action cards here, I'm guessing these actions work like attacks, essentially. For a hero. So there are heroes in this game. Is this a character from the show? I'll be real with you guys. I didn't watch the show. I don't know anything about the show. It's not even that I hate that kind of show, because I watched Duel Masters, I watched Beyblade, I watched all those corny shonen shows, but I never saw Bakugan. I think I was too far gone at that point. The artwork's really nice. I'm really liking the artwork. The management of the cards behind the scenes were awful. You couldn't find them in the rest of the card stores like Walmart and Target. Yeah, that's rough. That's the only place you can really get sales nowadays. I don't hate it. Oh yeah, these are definitely show characters. What is this friggin' Pokemon? This, am I crazy? This looks like a Pokemon character. Wait up, that also used the marbles. Okay, so from what I'm getting from you guys, this card game here used both the marbles but also played like a TCG. Is that what I'm getting? Because that's fascinating. I'll give it to you. That also sounds like a giant mess. I don't know if I'm super into that idea. I'm trying to think. If I did cover a game like this, though, how hard would it be to actually talk about the actual, like, marble characters? That sounds hard. Maybe if I used Tabletop Simulator, maybe there are some models that I could use to talk about the characters when I actually talk about them here. Okay. I think I'm comfortable with Bakugan being a maybe. Because again, this is another game that came out and lasted like a year and then died. I'd be very interested in sort of discovering the reasons why it died, or sort of doing more research on it. I'm gonna put this one down as a maybe. Okay. Bane Master. The Adventure CCG. Made it 1 set. Let's take a look. This game has no images. Well, that makes it easy. Okay, well, we're going to ignore Bane Master CCG unless somebody can tell me some stuff about it. All right, next set. We're still in the B's. We're still in the B's. Only 24 letters of the alphabet to go after this. All right, Battle Cards TCG. Very generic name, but I kind of love it for that. Oh, these look cool. These look very tarot cardy. If anybody knows what I'm thinking about here. Oh, this looks unique as heck. These circles, though. Are these part of the actual card? Like, I'm not crazy, right? These don't look like they're part of the artwork. I'm very, very confused, but I'm also intrigued. What's this all about? Oh, is this a collector's thing? Never mind. My bad. Is this Bill and Ted? Are they playing the card game? Pretty sure that's tarot cards, but it is funny. Card games. Yard games. My bad, everybody. It doesn't say card games. It says yard games. Yes, numbers are under the card. Number under the circles. I know what you mean. So wait a second. The stickers come on the card, so you can't see the card's stats? That's fascinating. So do they have randomized stats then? And you don't know what stats the card you got have until you don't know your stats going into the game. Okay. That doesn't sound very replayable. I mean, I'm fascinated by that idea, but I'm not sure if that lends itself very well to being talked about in a video. Because the circles are to be scratch off, and you are using the cards. Dang. I mean, that sounds like such a fun thing to get into, but I also don't think that sounds like an interesting game to talk about. Because you can't... I don't know how you would discuss the metagame for a game like this where you don't know the stats of the cards. It's unique, hard to talk about the meta, though. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going with. Interesting. So yeah, I'm in a really difficult spot here. I wouldn't mind talking about this game, but I don't know how I would like make a Meta-Morphosis video on it. That's the problem. Yeah, we're gonna have to ignore it for right now, but if anybody knows anything interesting about it, feel free to let me know about it later. Maybe I'll circle back around to it. Reminds me of the Pokemon scratch-off game. I don't know what that is. Interesting. Battle Lords. What is this? I try really hard not to make fun of a game's artwork. But I don't know about that one, guys. This one's... I don't know, dude. Bunch of the cards are missing. Don't look that unique. Some of this artwork's kind of questionable. This character is legit. Energy. Thanks. Increase your fame hand maximum by 1. Okay. So they have combat stats. Guessing the cards are different, like moves in battle you can do, as well as buffs. Why are there so many cards missing? Actually, I don't even know if it matters in this case. Battle Lords of the 23rd century sounds so generic. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. This looks... If this were like a game for the Sega CDI, I think I'd be pretty interested in it, but as a card game, yeah, this one's staying off the list. Yeah, you guys are going to have to convince me on that one. It's staying off the list for right now. Battlestar Galactica, the TCG. The board game actually has a pretty funny story in the Kudo-kun sphere. A friend of mine bought this board game because at the time, the idea of like a trader type game was really novel. And so a friend of ours bought it, and we played it one time. It was a 5.5-hour game, and never again did any of my friends want to touch it again, man. I was kind of into it, but my friends hated it, dude. It was basically the Monopoly of our group. We played it once, and everybody hated it. But let's see if the card game's better. We'll take a look at that and the promo. Okay, not bad. Even though they're using screenshots, I'm okay with it because the actual card layout's pretty nice. Starbuck. Is power coffee related? While challenging an opponent who controls no ships, this personnel gains 2 power. Nice. Sounds busted, my guy. Yeah, this is another one that I don't mind it. I don't hate this at all. I think this looks pretty nice. It's probably a pretty fun game. I don't know if there's enough content to make a full video out of. The problem. Does anybody really want to see me break the Battlestar Galactica card game? Yeah, just the one. A single Starbuck. But see, that's the thing. It's cheaper because Starbucks implies that you have to pay a lot of bucks for it, but Starbuck implies it's like dollar store Starbucks. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not into it. I'm going to go ahead and leave this one off the list too, I think. Let me take a look at the promos first. No promos. Okay. Yeah, no Battlestar Galactica. That one's going away. Battletech. Okay. This one comes with a Kudo-kun story too. So, back when I was a wee lad going to 6th grade, I knew these people who had Battletech cards. And keep in mind, even as a kid, I loved mechs. Mech video games, mech anime, anything mech related, I was in love with. And I still, to this day, really like mech stuff. So when my friends, I say friends, they're not my friends, and you'll see as the story goes on. When these people told me they had these cards and showed them to me, I was in love with them. I was so into them. So what they did is they offered to sell me sets of these cards every day with my lunch money. So every day, my mums would give me $3 to buy lunch, and that was enough to get like a snack and a drink, and it was okay. I know that $3 doesn't sound like a whole lot right now, but keep in mind, first of all, this was 20 years ago, and second of all, school lunches were not that expensive. So my mom gave me $3 every day to get lunch, and I didn't buy lunch a single day after finding out about these cards. Every day I gave these other kids my lunch money to get a handful of these cards. And it wasn't very much. I think for those $3, they gave me like 5 or 6 cards at a time. They screwed me real bad when it came to that. And the kicker, the cherry on the sundae of this story is after I'd successfully bought all of the cards from these kids, they ended up stealing my jacket and then stealing the cards back from me anyway. It was so sad. They ended up getting like $80 or $90 from me for these crappy cards here. They ended up getting so much money from me, and then they ended up stealing the cards back anyway. Jesus, man. Yeah, I got robbed. I got robbed twice. I got double robbed. They not only took my money for the cards, which was robbery on its own, but then they took the cards anyway. I digress, though. When I was a kid, I didn't know enough about the game to really understand it, but I think if I went back and looked at it now, I think it'd be pretty interesting to go back and look at a mech anime like this. I'm sorry, a mech card game like this. Sorry to hear about that, man. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah. But that's okay. I was young at the time. I wouldn't fall for something like that nowadays, or at least I hope not. I don't have very many mech things to talk about. I think I think just for the sake of me, like just for my own personal sake, I'm gonna put this under maybe. I kind of talked my way through actually talking about the cards themselves, but I don't care. I like the brand enough that I think I'm okay with just adding this to the list, even if I don't know much about it. Who knows? Maybe I can even throw that little story in there. Have a similar story, I feel. Oh no. That's so sad. I feel for your friendo. Maybe section? Yeah, it's going in maybe, for sure. It's definitely not one of those things that I have to cover, but it's going under maybe. Behind. Pretty short game. Is this going to be horror themed, do you think? Oh no, I think this is sci-fi too. Oh, it's a little bit horror themed. Never mind, maybe it is horror themed. Oh no, but it's in another language. What language is it? German. Ah. This is another game that actually looks really nice from the artwork, but it would just be too much of a hassle to actually cover. Ah, ah. Why do the cards have to look so cool on games I'll never get to cover? That's so sad. I really like this, but I can't cover it. Just, it's too much effort. Time to learn German? Yeah, that's the next one. That's, yep. Japanese and German. I'm just gonna learn languages that start with J sounds. Okay, I can't look at it anymore. It's too sad. I actually probably would have put this in the maybe section if I could read it. Belisara TCG. Oh man. Do you guys remember the Belisara memes? Do I have anybody in my audience that's old enough to remember the Belisara stuff from my channel? Just in case anybody's watching this in the future and they don't know about it, I'll explain really quickly. When we were looking at stuff on Trade Cards Online, which was an old place that you could play card games online, we saw the Belisara TCG on the list of cards, and we were like, oh, no way, that's so weird. So we looked into it, and we found out that the Belisara TCG was tied into the an online app. So we ended up going to the website and playing. We ended up playing on the actual Belisara website for a couple of my streams. I remember it was I was Princess Kudo, and I had Jolly Jellybean the horse, which is still a name that I use for horses to this day. And a fan of mine made me like a care contract that you got from playing the game. So Belisara is actually tied into the history of Kudo-kun. It's very interesting stuff. If you ever have time, I don't know why you would necessarily, but if you ever go back and watch my older stuff, look up the Belisara stuff. That's some of the most fun that I had on the streams. I thought they were just collectible card games. There's an entire game. That's the sad thing. So Belisara used to be an online website like Neopets, where you could go and you could raise horses and play mini games to get points and stuff. But I was going to go back and do another Belisara stream last year as a joke, and the website has been taken down. It no longer exists. You can't do it. It got taken down last spring, I want to say. So I was going to do another stream of this before it closed, and then I found out that it closed before I got a chance, which is very sad. So I'm going to have to cover this game. Like, there's too much history for me to not cover this game. I'm definitely putting it on the list. It's going under memes, though. It's definitely not an absolute thing that I want to cover, but I am going to cover it as a meme at some point. Go back to being Princess Kudo for those ones. Maybe I'll do like a princess version of my my Vroid avatar. That'll be fun. Speaking of Neopets, I always wanted to try out the card game, but never got around to it. Shame. Yeah, the Neopets card game is actually pretty good. I had it when I was a kid because my friend's girlfriend at the time was really into Neopets and forced us to play in the summer games so that we could get points for her team. So I ended up getting into Neopets for a while, and the card game was pretty good. Let me take a look at some of these cards here. Some of the cheesiest mishmash of artworks I've ever seen. You've got the absolute beautiful, majestic horse here. Then you've got the, like, sort of My Little Pony, like, Saturday morning cartoon look over here. And then you've got this thing, which looks like it was drawn by a fan and not a professional artist. Oh, man. It doesn't matter. We're covering this game for sure, just for the history of it. I am in the Neopet system some. I was into Neopets for a really long time, and then I think when my friend and his girlfriend broke up, that sort of like snapped me back out of Neopets. So I'm not opposed to Neopets. I don't hate it or anything. I definitely have some Neopets memories, but I was more of a Gaia Online person anyway. Okay, Belisari, you're in. Ben 10. Oh, no way. Okay, this has to be fake. Ben 10 was huge. How on earth are there only 2 sets for the Ben 10 card game? That's fascinating. Let's take a look. We'll just look at both of the sets, I guess. Does it look awful? Oh, there are no cards. Okay, well, I guess I don't get to know if it's awful. Because there's no cards here. No! I'm really interested, though. I'm really interested in why the Ben 10 card game only made it 2 sets. Okay, man, darn it. That sucks. I guess I'm gonna have to ignore it for right now, but maybe I'm gonna do a little bit of research on this in my free time, because I'm interested to know how a game on Ben 10 in 2007 only made it 1 set. That's not even a full year. Ben 10 was made by Bandai. I have both starter decks and a few packs laying around somewhere. Yeah, everybody loved Ben 10 back then. I mean, I wasn't really that into it, but other people I know. That's fascinating. Okay. Ben 10 CCG. Oh, this is a different game. And it also only made it 2 sets. That's weird. Okay, let's see if we got pictures here, though. I want to see it. The cards look pretty good. Not bad. Yeah, this doesn't look bad. I wonder why it didn't last. Oh, and of course the second set doesn't have any. Gosh darn it. So even if I were interested in talking about this game, I would have to do a bit of work to actually get the assets for it. That's a problem. Okay, well, personally, I'm pretty interested in this, but maybe we'll ignore it for right now. I don't have all the assets I need to do the videos properly, and really, I'm not even so much as interested in the game as I am, like, what happens. So I guess we'll leave this on the back burner, but if I find out anything interesting about it, I might circle back around to it. Okay. Ugh. It's another list down. Alright, we're hitting the C's in this one. We're getting into the C's. Beyblade the CCG. So this is another one that is fascinating to me, of course, because if you were going... So here's the thing. Alright. For the cost of 2 booster packs, you could just get a Beyblade. That's what fascinates me about things like this, is I understand with, like, video games, maybe, you know, $60 video game, you don't want to get into it, but, you know, you spend, like, $4 on a booster pack, and it's, like, experiencing a little bit of the video game. But with Beyblades, Beyblades and Bakugan, you could spend pretty much the price of a booster pack or 2 and get some of the actual game, and that's why it fascinates me so much. History of the Ben 10 CCG would watch. Yeah, we'll see. So what's immediately depressing to me is this is based on the reboots. I remember being somewhat into the original game, but I didn't get into the reboots. Doesn't this character look like somebody from another anime? Is it Orphan? She looks like a character from Orphan, right? Am I crazy? From what I remember, you had to put actual stickers on your cards. Ew, gross. Bakugan was supplemental. Beyblade CCG. Just tried to replace it. Eh. I could probably get a little bit of material out of the fact that it's fascinating that you would play the card game instead of just buying actual Beyblades. This might be meme material. Let me open that up again. I want to see more of it. Let me look at the promos. Yeah, it's only one set long. I could make a video out of this. I could do it. We're going to put this under memes. Okay, Bible Battles TCG. I don't want to step on anybody's religion, but that already sounds like I could make a pretty interesting video out of it. Let me check out the website real quick. That's interesting. Privacy error? Well, I mean, I think at this point I have to. Okay, nope. It's dead. Bible Battles TCG. Actually, wait, what year did this come out before we do it? It doesn't even have the year? Fascinating. And there's no images either. That's a shame. I think Bible Battles TCG would have bought in the would have brought in the subscribers. This probably would have made a really good video. I suppose I could add it to the list anyway and see if I can find these images somewhere else. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll add it to meme, but with an asterisk. Because that's too good to pass up. What else we got? Bleach. So, my history with the Bleach card game is I bought a Bleach video game that came with a booster pack, I think. It was either a booster pack or it was some promo cards. So I was really interested in the idea of the Bleach card game, and I did a bunch of research on it, but then my stores never actually carried it, so I never actually got into the game itself. But if I remember correctly, this is a pretty decent game. Let me take a look. Yep, it's just like I remember. So the basic idea behind this game, if I remember correctly, is your characters have these stats here, and it's like mind, body, and smarts or something. And then when you played, you could basically force battles between your character and your opponent's characters, and you were trying to make the battles happen in the particular stat that your character's good at. If I remember correctly, honestly, I could be completely making up everything that I'm talking about right now. Yeah, this was a really interesting game. Although, one thing I gotta say is I don't remember the art for them being so bad. Like, again, I don't have a problem with using screenshots if that's what you really have to do, but this, like, little teeny tiny box where you can barely see any of the actual artwork just doesn't do it for me. No one played Bleach, had a few sets, but meh, yeah. Like, I'm not saying this game, like, sounds amazing, but I think because the IP is doing so well right now with Thousand Year War going on, and with the fact that regardless of whether you think it's necessarily like a great game or not, it's pretty unique. It doesn't play like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon, and that's really what you want in like an older card game, is just games that don't play like Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, so you actually have something interesting to say about them. Yeah, I do think I want to talk about this game, though. I like the recognition. I like that it's unique. I want to talk about this for sure. I'm going to add this to my list under... Do I put it under absolutely or maybe? I think I put it under maybe. I think I want to save absolutely for the ones that I'm actually, like, more familiar with. It has its own energy deck. Okay. Again, very force of will. I like it. Yeah, we're gonna put this under maybe, even though I'm probably gonna cover it. But that's all right. Take a look at. Did I open the promos? I want to see the promos. I need to go back and finish Bleach at some point. I only got, let's see, I think when I watched Bleach, I finished the Rescue Rukia arc, and then I stopped. Because I think the next few episodes after that were like filler, and I was kind of bored with it, and I was like, maybe I'll come back to it at some other time, and then I never did. Also, for the record, from what I remember, this chick here, Yoruichi, the cat chick, is the best waifu on the show. Anybody who says Orihime is a better waifu than Yoruichi it just doesn't know what they're talking about. And anybody who picks this chick here, Rongiku, is only doing so for one reason. 2 reasons, I should say. She's not even as cute as my Yoruichi here, but I digress. Let's go ahead and get off of this. We're already going to cover it. We don't need to look too much at it. So about where the TCG stopped? Ah, nice. Yeah, looks like it. I don't see it going very much farther than that. Blood Wars. That is a very catchy name. A very Korn Warhammer-esque name. Let's take a look. Oh. This looks unique. Let's see. Oh, I wonder what this is all about. Interesting. I don't hate this. I want to learn what this stuff here in the corner is all about. I like the artwork. Not bad. Let's take a look at the promos. Just one promo. Guardian. Molideus? Molideus, maybe? I think Molideus is closer, because I think this is supposed to be Deus, like Deus Ex. Screams I'm edgy. Pictures are surprisingly soft. Yeah, that's true. It looks a little bit like art sketches. That's true. Not a whole lot of blood going on in Blood Wars, but that's okay. We forgive it. It is a very old game. 1995. Okay, I'm into this. I think I'm going to add this to the list under maybe. Okay, I like it. Blue Dragon. The role-playing card game. That's cool. Never heard of a game calling itself a role-playing card game before. Didn't last very long, though. So I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to play Blue Dragon so bad, but I never ended up getting a copy. And then my 360 I don't know if I've told this story before. I'm pretty sure I have. It's been a long time since then, but I ended up going through 4 360s when I was a kid. I had one originally that I bought used, and that one eventually broke. And then I sent it in because the one that I bought had a warranty, so I sent it in, and the one they sent back to me also broke. So I ended up just selling it to the local game store, and then later I got another one, and it broke. So I decided to just get rid of it and never look at it again. But then a friend of mine was moving and they were trying to make money for the move. So they sold me theirs that was Xbox number 4 for me. And it lasted a year and a half, and then that one broke as well. And then after that, I just never got into Xbox stuff. Now, like these days, I do have a Series X, but I mean, I completely skipped over the Xbox One. I didn't buy that one at all. I remember they really tried pushing it to be the next big thing. Yeah, they have an anime too, if I remember correctly. There's an anime, there's a card game, there's a video game, there's probably a comic online too, but I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Light Shadow and Dark Shadow. I kind of like it. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. I think I got really excited when I saw this card here. Because I was like, oh, that's cool. Is this what all of the artwork looks like? But it kind of does and it kind of doesn't. This is definitely like the most impressive artwork that they have up here, but... And some of it looks... Maybe I'm just crazy. Some of it looks like it was taken from somewhere. Where have I seen it before? Like, I know this naturally looks like Dragon Quest because the art's by the same person, but... Okay, let's take a look at the other deck. Oh, see, these look cool, too. So, good guys, bad guys, and some of the cards are recycled. Endure. I wonder what Endure does, if it's good enough that it made it in both decks. Send all cards from your hand to the EXP pool to reduce the damage a player receives to 0. Then draw the same number of cards you sent. That sounds powerful. From the offset, that sounds really powerful. Wait a second, a lot of these cards are recycled. That's kind of lame that they would put so many similar cards between these two decks. I've got a bad taste in my mouth. Let's take a look at the actual game cards, though. Maybe I'll change my mind. Oh, God, these look really cool. I'm getting a little bit too swept up with how cool these cards look. I need to focus on the actual game. Okay, so I'm seeing stats. Displays. This is supposed to be like an RPG style card game. So if we have RPG and I'm seeing the words EXP thrown around a little bit here and life points, I'm guessing it works a little bit like dot hack, where you summon bad guys for your opponent to fight, and then as you and your opponent kill these bad guy cards, your level's raised and you get higher stats. I don't want to hate it. I think there's a little bit of potential here, but I don't know if there's enough. If I do cover this game, I don't think I can just talk about the card game. I think I have to go into the history of all of Blue Dragon is the problem. I think I've got to cover the anime, I've got to cover the video game, and then I've got to cover any of the supplementary materials. So, is that enough for me to put it down as a maybe? because that's a lot of work. And I don't think Blue Dragon's going to be bringing anybody in either. Maybe there are some people interested in Blue Dragon that will come watch it, but that's so much work for so little payoff, I think, is the problem. Yeah, I'll put it in maybe for right now, but it's also one of those things that I don't know if I can make that happen. We'll see. You're covering everything, Blue Dragon. It sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It'll be a ton of work, and I don't think the payoff will be enough, because I don't think many people from my actual fan base is gonna enjoy a video about Blue Dragon. Okay, it's under maybe. Boy Crazy. Boy Crazy, the card game. 2000, the year of our Lord. The game Boy Crazy comes out. And I am very excited to see it. I have seen this name over and over again when I do research for Naruto. And I've never actually opened it before. I have to see it. Oh, it's got actual guys! I thought it was gonna be like an anime thing. I thought it was gonna be like cartoon guys. Oh, and some of them look so young. Okay. Okay, you've got my attention. I need to know more about the game that includes both this guy and this guy, and it's called Boy Crazy. Let's see it. Okay, so we got some statistics here. Guessing this doesn't have anything to do with the actual game. Favorites, that can't have anything to do with the actual game. Ideal traits in a girl. You need to have good looks, great personality, and a sense of humor. Aw, you vanilla Tony. Tony is funny, crazy, and outgoing. In 10 years, he hopes to become an architect. The person he admires most is his mom, because she trusts him with his freedom. Ironically, Tony's most embarrassing moment occurred when he was caught sneaking out of the house. Oh, tee. Published by Konami, though. That's interesting. Yeah, what is going on with this game? Okay, now let's read about Danny Florida. Danny Florida also sounds like a stripper name, but since this looks like a little kid, forget I said that. Ideal traits in a girl. Nice physique. Yeah, this teenager said that he needs a girlfriend with a nice physique. They definitely didn't just throw that on here for him. Kindness and beauty. Okay. This sports fanatic hopes to someday play football with the Florida State Seminoles. I don't know anything about sports, guys. But don't let his enthusiasm for sports get in the way. Danny also scored big in the Florida Odyssey of the Mind competition. Danny's got brains and brawn. That's a winning competition. Okay, so as funny as that is, they don't have, like, battle stats. You don't have battle stats. Are there other cards? Are these all just guys? Like, I know it's called Boy Crazy, but... Are there... How... What? Guys, why is this called Boy Crazy? Wait a second. Why is this here? This website doesn't usually have... That's so weird. So this is actually just a... Aw, I'm so disappointed. So I can't make a video out of this. I suppose I could make like a joke video out of it, but I mean, I couldn't make an actual video out of it. Let's take a quick break though. I kind of want to see some of these guys. Okay, let's get a little bit boy crazy for like 5 minutes. All right, let's see if we can find anybody like really interesting to talk about. Some of these guys are so freaking vanilla. Of course they're not going to say what they're actually thinking here. Like, every single person here has intelligence down. as the thing they're looking for in a girl. Oh, intelligence, 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 kindness, kindness, intelligence. Yeah, of course they're gonna say that. Okay, what else have we got here? Gotta be. I'm curious to see how real some of these guys are. Okay, here we are. Here's a little bit of realism. Sunil, Virginia. Ideal traits in a girl. 1, you gotta have looks. 2, you gotta have looks. I thought I already said that one. Did you not hear me? I said you have to have looks. Okay, fine. You also have to have a fun personality. Loves pizza. Loves the color blue. Favorite TV show is 90210. That's cringe. And his favorite music is rap. Of course it is. Date of birth, October 2nd, 79. Let's see, how old is this guy then, nowadays? 21 plus 23. This guy is 44 years old. So this guy is still out there somewhere. This guy is still just living his life somewhere. It wasn't that long ago. This guy doesn't even look like he realizes what's going on. You know who this guy is? This is the guy that they were explaining this entire concept to. So they came to him and they were like, yeah, we're gonna make like cards for this game called Boy Crazy. So we need to know what your favorite food and drinks are, and we need to get a little bit of interest we need to get your interests, because they're going to be these like teenagers, right, who are collecting cards of your face with all of your stats on it. And that's how we're going to get girls into collecting cards, okay? Pokemon, that's a boys club, okay? Magic the Gathering, just more nerdy boys, but we need to get girls to be buying these bits of cardboard as well. So we really need you to just tell us everything about your life so that these girls buy it. And this guy's like, what the heck are you talking about right now? Wait a second. Is this going to be like a game, or like what's going on? And then they took the picture as he was explaining all of this. All right, so let's... Now that we have that out of our system, let's learn a little bit about our boy Ted here. He's 6'2", which is pretty tall. He's pretty much the exact same age, though this guy, again, he's still just out there somewhere. He's just like a completely normal guy, probably living his life up in Hollywood somewhere. Ted is a true outdoorsman. He likes to hike and camp in the mountains. On dates, he likes to make the girl happy by inviting her to pick the activity. The best advice he ever received tells him not to be afraid to make a mistake. It would not be a mistake to go out with this blue-eyed cutie. I'm also gonna say, alright, I try not to get too preachy, okay? This is the world of entertainment, and my personal philosophy is, in the world of entertainment, you get to be whoever you want to be. So the stuff that you're into, the stuff that you like, doesn't reflect who you are as a person. So no matter what weird, degenerate stuff you're into within the realm of fantasy, I'm normally pretty okay with. But this is like a real guy, and I think it's so weird that at one point in American entertainment, it was just acceptable to push just totally normal guys like as like dateable partners for girls who were going through their like curiosity phase, right? Because they didn't do that for like chicks, right? Like, if you had girls in entertainment, like, of course, like, girls were pushed as sex symbols. That's a thing that happened, okay? I acknowledge it. I get it. But normally that was for, like, other guys to get them to buy, like, tapes and get them to buy magazines and that kind of stuff. You didn't really have things aimed at, like, 13, 14-year-old boys that had, like, just actual real-life girls. That wasn't like a thing. Of course, like cartoons had sexy girls in them, but that's a completely different thing altogether. He sure looks like a true outdoorsman, especially in that polo. It's also kind of weird that this is like a who's the cutest guy to date card collecting thing, but you have characters. I say characters. You have, let's be real, you have people. You have boys and men who are of very wildly different ages. Like this Danny from Virginia, born in 84. That one's not too bad, okay? 5-year difference. I feel like some of these guys are a little bit... Let's play a little game here, okay? One more thing with this before we leave it. I want to find out who, like, the youngest and oldest people are. So, he was born in 80. He was born in 77. That's better. 85, 81. Do we have anybody born in, like, the 90s? 85. Getting closer. 86. Okay, 87. I hear 87. Do I hear 88? 87. Going once. Going twice. Nope, I'm not seeing it. Oh, come on. Just give me one more, man. Just give me an 88. That's all I'm looking for. Or was this the cutoff date? Was 88? Was 87 the cutoff date? Was that the youngest that they were taking? What is this? Oh, man. I don't... It's so tough, because I don't know what's okay to, like... What's okay to comment on anymore. But I have to look at Josh's picture. Because Josh is that interesting mix of looks really young, but also kind of looks like a girl. I'm interested to see what's going on with him. Okay, so I'm seeing more 80s. Ooh, eyebrows. I'm going to check you out too. Seeing more 87s. It looks like 87 was the youngest that they were taking. Yeah, more 87s. Okay. Looks like 87 is it. Let's go ahead and take a look. Alright, so... Octavian. Favorite drink is Plunge. Favorite drink is Punch. Atlanta. Favorite movie is Star Wars. That's kind of interesting that they were able to put Star Wars on here with the trademark. I wonder if they had to pay to get this. Telling me we're collecting boys from 13 to 21? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is a card game aimed at 13-year-old girls. So, I mean, which is more acceptable? Is it more acceptable for them to be collecting cards of other 13-year-olds, or is it more acceptable of them to be collecting cards of, like, guys? You know? It's kind of this weird, like, loop where you gotta figure out where your standards lie. This thing is boring. I don't want to read this thing. All right, let's see. Justin Washington. Actually, you're boring too because we already have somebody younger. Jimmy California. Wow. Okay. I understand why the lipstick is there. It's there because it lets you show up easier on camera. I remember I had to wear some makeup when I was taking dance pictures. I remember this. But that shade with those teeth should not have happened. What are you watching? Well, you see, this is a collectible game called Boy Crazy, where you basically collected pictures of cute boys and then compared who the cutest boys were with your friends. This is back when they were trying to get girls into card games, and this is what they thought girls wanted to do. Okay, so let's take a look. How can a boy this young have a favorite card? Fascinating. Ideal traits in a girl. Oh, I'm sure. I am sure this is what a 13-year-old boy thinks about when he thinks about what he wants in a girl. This is definitely something that he thought. He wants kindness and beauty and style. That's what he's looking for in a girl. Okay, because if we know anything about teenagers, we know that they want beauty and style, and they're just known for their kindness. If you want to go on a date with Jimmy, you better bring neat oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. That caught me up guard. That's such a weird thing to say. Okay. I promise you, my mind is not in the gutter. I promise you. But that sounds like a fighting thing almost, right? That's such a weird thing to say. Boy, if you wanna go out with me, man, you better bring protection. You're gonna need a helmet. You're gonna need some knee pads. Jimmy thinks that it would be fun to take a girl skateboarding on a date. Why don't you just replace those two? Just say, Jimmy thinks that it would be fun to take a girl skateboarding on a date. You better bring knee pads and a helmet. Also, for the record, I love that it says thinks that it would be fun, because keep in mind, he's too young to have actually ever gone on a date with a girl. He's never gone on a date. He doesn't know what dating is. He's probably hung out with people, that's it. But he thinks that if he did go on a date, it would be fun to go skateboarding. That could be hard to live up to, because Jimmy placed second in a California state skateboarding competition. Okay. Okay, Jimmy, I see you. I see you, Jimmy. We lost like 3 viewers during this segment. That's okay. That's totally fine. That's whatever. Speaking of which, though, we've got to be done with Boy Crazy pretty soon. Josh is the last thing we're going to look at, and then we're going to take a look at the next one. Okay. So, Josh enjoys outdoor activities like surfing, skating, and camping. It's no wonder that his ideal date would include a walk on the beach. Oh my gosh. 15-year-old kids are not thinking about how much they like walks on the beach. Somebody just assigned this to him. They just assigned it to him. They don't care what he actually is interested in. He just... Gosh darn it, man. His future shows him doing something to help people, like being a teacher. He enjoys talking to girls and wouldn't change a thing about his life even if he could. Dude, you are 15. Of course you don't have any regrets yet. Gosh darn it. Okay. Regardless, I digress. This guy's in his late 30s. This guy is only 6 years younger than I am. So he's just out there. He's not even 40 years old now. He's just out there somewhere. He's just a guy. It's so fascinating to me, man. Regardless, I'm really sad that this didn't end up being an actual game, because I think it'd be hilarious if there were some kind of metagame that you could play around Boy Crazy, where, like, certain guys had, like, really good stats and other characters just weren't that good, but I digress. Let's move on. It's time. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. See, this is more what I expect. Oh, wait, never mind. I was gonna say, I thought this lasted a lot longer, but it has virtual expansions, too. So Buffy the Vampire Slayer only made it a few sets, too, huh? That's interesting. Let's take a look. Okay. Got things that look like the these look like the locations in My Little Pony. Interesting. This card, this card is called Feast on Virgins. I like the idea. I might have to take this as one of my reaction memes too. Just play this card whenever I play League of Legends with somebody. It has to be a feast on virgins. Two-gun woo. That almost sounds like a racial slur. Look at this two-gun woo over here. Okay, so I gotta be honest with you guys. I gotta just put all my chips on the table here. I don't know anything about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I knew about it tangentially just because of course, I grew up in the 90s. Like, I know about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, obviously, but I don't think I ever actually sat down and watched the show. I think when I found out about Buffy, I was just far more into what was I into? I would have been more into like anime and then I guess sitcoms. This might have been during my sitcom phase because I was into like Boy Meets World, Even Stevens, that kind of stuff, like really hardcore for a long time. So I don't think I ever actually watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but this is one of those things that if I ever got the chance, I think I would go back and actually get into Buffy. It sounds like a really fun thing to get into. As for the card game, though, it's interesting that it has so many virtual expansions. Let's take a look at the last set of Buffy and one of the virtuals. Ew. Okay, the virtual cards don't look that good. Is this what the last set of Buffy looks like? Oh, that's not even a card. One sec. The Class of 99. Oh, kind of. But not really. Maybe... Why do these look so much worse to me? Is it... There's something about these symbols right here. The symbols don't look as good, I think. Am I crazy? Are they the same symbols? Am I just being overly harsh for no reason? I don't know. For some reason, I'm not that into the virtual set. Let me take a look at one of the later sets, see if they iron that out. Only got one card in it. Season 4 is one card? How long is Season 6? 5 cards. Oh, and they have a card called The End. I wonder if this is what they put up because they were done with the game. Place all supporting characters in the discard pile in all locations in the crypt for the remainder of the game once during the resource step. Okay. That's kind of sad, but also it's kind of cute. I like that. Sometimes I just made some custom cards and self-proclaimed it a virtual set. Yeah, probably, but still, usually when you do that, it's usually more than one card. I can't really call a card a season. It would have been better if all 3 of these had just been combined to make a season 4. But I digress. As far as the actual cards go, it looks like another stat-based game. I don't hate it, but I don't know enough about Buffy to bring anything to this. I think I'm going to leave this one off. I don't think there's very much for me to talk about here. Alright. What have we got here? Finally into the seas. It's going to be a long day. I am not shutting off this stream until we're done with all of these games. No matter how many breaks I have to take, even if this has to be a 12-hour stream, I'm going to make it through this. C23. This is a Wizards of the Coast game. 1998. And it only made it one set? Have you guys ever heard of a Wizards of the Coast game only making it one set? This I have to see. The artwork looks nice. Let's see. It does look a little bit basic. That doesn't necessarily have to be something wrong with basic all the time. Let me see some of these rares. What do we got? Corbin needs help badly. Search your deck for any green character card, show it to your opponent, and put it into your hand. Shuffle your deck afterward. That's pretty basic. That's about as basic as it gets. Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested in this game because I want to know the history behind it. I want to know why this is a Wizards of the Coast game that died after its very first set. Wizards normally doesn't drop a game like that. As tragic as the WoW game going digital after quite a run, yeah. I'm fascinated, but I also don't know if there's enough material for me to make a full video out of. I'm gonna leave this off for right now, but this is another one that if more information surfaces about it, I would be very fascinated in going and continuing doing some research on this. But for right now, I think I'm okay passing by it. Oh no, this is gonna be... This row is gonna depress me. Okay, so let's start Call of Cthulhu. This game's a lot longer than I thought it was, actually. Fantasy Flight Games. I mean, this is basically the dry run for Arkham Horror, right? I mean, let's take a look and see if some of the artwork was recycled. I know the artwork horror stuff pretty much in and out. If you care to find the vanilla that can tell the card game can be, look for draw power. That's a good point. That's true. You've got games like Pokemon, where you're playing on 2 to 3 hands per game. Per turn, sorry. Yep. I'm seeing some repeats. So, I'm a fan of a game called Mansions of Madness. And this art right here, this picture, what else have we got? I know there's got to be at least one more. This picture, all 3 are in Mansions of Madness. Man, I love the Cthulhu stuff. And I like Fantasy Flight games, and I like their, like, Arkham Horror and Mansions of Madness stuff, but it is wild how they get away with recycling so much stuff. I bet the characters are exactly the same, too. This character's in Mansions of Madness for sure. I don't recognize anybody else here. Definitely her. The other ones are probably spread out through here. Let's see, what other repeats do we have? Nothing here. The shotgun's a repeat. Not as many as I thought there'd be. This card's a repeat. Okay. So, this might be interesting. I think, though, so here's my only problem. If I were going to cover something Call of Cthulhu related, I think I would rather just cover something a little bit more recent, like the Arkham Horror game. I think they eventually made into an expandable card game. Yeah, it's called Arkham Horror, I think, the living card game. They called it a living card game. And yeah, I wouldn't mind covering this world, but I don't think I would do it through the Call of Cthulhu game. It would be interesting, I guess, if I were going to do like an entire series on like these sort of Arkham-style games, but I think if I were just going to cover one of them, it'd be better to cover the living card game. And then maybe after I do the living card game, if that gets a ton of traction, we can come back and cover Call of Cthulhu. Right now, I don't think it's worth it. Cardcaptors. I was a pretty big Cardcaptors fan back in the day. I didn't like it as much as Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon was my jam, but I liked Cardcaptors. Let's take a look. Oh. Gonna be real with you, Chief. These cards don't look that good, but let's keep looking. The Clow themselves look kind of good, I guess. I really hope that this digitizing, this digital effect, this digitization is only because of the website, and this isn't how the cards actually looked. Okay, so let's get away from the starter. Let's see what the actual series looked like. Yeah, again, some of these cards look okay, and then some of these cards look like awful. So like this looks okay. That's acceptable. And then you got like this. It looks horrible. So this has to be something with the website. Took you forever to get a box of Cardcaptors and it's super basic. Yeah, card games kind of like that. I'm guessing this is fairly similar to like just like Duel Masters or something. But I remember I was really excited to get into the Sailor Moon card game, and then I got my hands on some of the cards, and it was Pokemon. It was just really, really bad Pokemon. So I'm kind of into this a little bit. It wouldn't take me very long to finish a series on this. Maybe just 2 videos, maybe one on like the base set, and then one covering series 2 and 3 if there's not that much content. And I do like Cardcaptors. It would be a nice trip down memory lane for me. It's an IP that I'm familiar with, is probably a better way to say it. I'm going to add this to maybe. I think this could be an interesting one to look at. Might also bring some people into. There's a surprising amount of people who are nostalgic for Cardcaptors. So this might be a really healthy thing for the channel. Oh, no. No. Well, here we are. You gotta talk about it. Okay. I need you guys to listen to me when I say this, okay? I am a huge Detective Conan fan. Okay, case closed. This is my jam. Let me look at my backgrounds. I love this IP. It's one of my favorite IPs that exists. So when I tell you this is possibly the worst designed card game that I've ever seen, and that's including all of the indie card games that I've been asked to look at, take that seriously. This game feels horrible to play. I'm going to give the biggest grain of salt that exists. I'm going to take like the biggest pinch of salt that I can possibly get without making it just a straight up handful of salt here. I played this game and I tried to get really into it back when I was much younger. I think I was maybe... I was definitely a teenager. I was pretty young, okay? I was pretty young, but old enough to get stuff, like, ordered online, let's say. And I was so disappointed with how this game turned out. It was a mess. It didn't make any sense. And when you did figure it out, it was just not fun to play. You saying it's one of the worst designed card games actually gets me X Yu-Gi-Oh! More. Yeah, I get you. So, this game, let me explain it, because this is a game that I can actually give a little bit of insight on. Here's how this game works. This game works a bit like the My Little Pony card game, where you have these missions here, basically these murders that you're trying to solve. And here, it's a little awkward to see like this. Let me go ahead and just open this bad boy up. You're solving these murders, and you and your opponent both have like a different set of like goals that you have for trying to complete these murders. So you're trying to play murders that you specifically are good at solving. Now, when it comes to solving these cases, there's a set of clues that are specific to the actual encounters themselves that you're trying to get a hold of. And those clues are up here. So like these magnifying glasses, these here, the reason that they're just like commons with no text is because the missions that you're trying to solve, or sorry, the murders that you're trying to solve, each have like a set of clues that if you can get them, you automatically win the case. Like if you found the exact right clues, then you automatically win these cases here. Now, if you don't have the exact right ones that you need, you can put any number of these in play to make up for the ones that you don't have. So it's like if you happen to just need the dent and the mysterious letter, then you can play these two and win the case. But if you don't have those, then you can play any 5 of these random other ones here, and you just magically solve the case with those 5 clues. Now, the one interesting thing about this game that I actually really enjoyed about it is players take turns simultaneously. So here's how it works. Everybody does their draw phase, and then everybody does their investigate phase, and then everybody moves on to their like solve phase, right? This is something that I wish more card games would take advantage of, because I actually think it's a really cool idea. Instead of each player getting a separate turn, I actually think there's a lot of potential. I think there's a lot of potential in a game where both players take their draw phase, and then both players take a turn at like their main phase. And then once both players' main phases are done, then you go into the battle phase and take turns attacking each other, and then both players do their end phase, and then maybe you flip to like who gets to do their stuff during the main phase or attack phase first. I think that's a really cool idea, and this is one of those games that tried to do that. But there's this really unnecessary mechanic in it where like one player is like the lead investigator, and then they get a bunch of bonuses that the other players don't get, and then like there's a bunch of different rules about like how the game works differently if you're the lead investigator or if you're not the lead investigator. And there's like a lot of this weird stuff around how like actually playing cards and manipulating cards in other players' hands works. It's a really awkward game, man. I really don't like this game. And they wanted everything. So it's not just about solving the cases. There are actual like character cards that you play to represent your character, and then there's like these action cards that you can do that like let your character do other stuff. I don't know, man. It's really hard to get into the nitty-gritty of this game without just straight up doing like a review of it right here and right now. But this is not a good game. However, I am putting it under the absolutely talk about because this game hurt me on an emotional level, and I'm going to channel that into a decent video about it. So we're talking about this one for sure, but do know that as one of the biggest case closed fans you're going to find in the US, I hate this game with a passion. It was not a good experience. Now watch me go back and do a bunch of research for it, and then once I figure out how the game actually works, find out that I actually love this game. And then the video is just going to be about how much I love it. We'll see. All right. Let me just take a quick drink of my coffee here, catch up with the chat a little bit. Wait until he finds the Evangelion card game. Oh no. See, that's gonna extra suck for me, because I don't even like Evangelion. Which is weird, because when I tell people I'm really into, like, mecha anime, the first thing they tell me is, like, oh, like, yeah, like, Evan classic card game where players are playing at the same time. Is something going on with my connection here? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Is my internet slowing down? One sec. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, well that was ominous. We should be fixed now. Let's go ahead and continue. So yeah, I don't need to talk about the case closed card game anymore. We're good. We're set. We're adding this to the list no matter what. Caster Chronicles. Gotta admit, this is probably the coolest card back that I've ever seen. You've got my attention, and apparently it's got a website up, and it's still in print. Interesting. You lied to me. This isn't a website. But it says that it's still in print. Yeah, this looks like a pretty long game. Okay. Caster Chronicles is a Japanese trading card game created by the Force of Will game company. Why? Why? But why though? I thought they were just the Force of Will people. Why did they make another card game? Okay. Let's actually take a look at it. Instead of just talking about it. Okay. This looks like if somebody turns a mobile game into a card game. It's like a gacha game, but it's a card game. Actually, card games are gacha games. Dang. I really played myself on that one. Well played, me. I really got me with that one. Yep. I'm, Jesus. Now, you want to talk about thighs that could crush Batman's head? That's them right there. Okay, you've got my attention. Let's find out more about this game. So, it's made by the Force of Will company. So, since Force of Will already plays a lot like Magic the Gathering, I'm going to assume that this doesn't play like Magic the Gathering. Oh, it's no longer in print? That's sad. Took me forever to find demo decks for it. First booster pack. Good luck. Yeah. This kind of looks like one of those games that would have made a lot of money, though. It's really shocking that it wouldn't be in print anymore. Did people just not like it because it's made by the Force of Will company? And Force of Will already has a ton of waifus in it, so I can imagine that you're kind of double dipping on your audience there a little bit when you make something that's so close to your other IP. Can't really tell how it plays though. Let me open one of these cards up again. Yeah, this looks exactly like Force of Will. Servant corrupts. It corrupts 2 orbs instead of 1. Reverse target non-reversed enemy servant, or... Okay, so rest a character. Yeah. Okay. Well, once again, you have my attention. Let's take a look at some of the other stuff. Take a look at some promos. See if there's a difference between the English and the Japanese promos, and take a look at their last set. Okay, English promos. Okay. Yep. 100% wife. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Is that an anime screenshot I see? So, okay. Alright. It's starting to come together. So, what I'm getting from this is Force of Will wanted to make an anime. So, they made an anime along with a card game to promote that anime. And then what probably happened is the anime died, which caused the card game to die too. I'm probably not 100% right on that. There's probably a little bit more nuance, but I'm sure that I'm pretty close. If we were playing a game of horseshoes, I'd probably be scoring some points. That's basically what I'm trying to say. But that makes a lot more sense. It's a little bit like Wii Cross or Wish Cross or whatever you want to call it. I still think Wixis is a better name for that, by the way. If we end up coming across it, I'm going to call it Wixis and just make everybody super upset, because I think that's a way cooler sounding name anyway. Waifus. And that's pretty much it. Dang, man, this is rough, because I don't think this is interesting enough for me to cover in a video. Oh yeah, and Japan got it way better with their promos than English did, which is to be expected. Although I will say I respect that, from what I can see at least. I haven't gone through these with a fine-tipped comb yet, but from what I am seeing, it doesn't look like there was much censorship between some of the cards that were on the riskier side between English and Japanese, which normally happens a lot. Like, this card here looks exactly the same as the one from the English. My chicks here on the bottom, from what I saw, like, this card here looked exactly the same. I don't think any of the clothing was the difference. This chick here, exact same amount of side boob. So I respect them for that. I really like when they just have the cojones to just give the English audience the same thing that the Japanese audience is getting. But yeah, I don't think this is that interesting. The last update for Cast Chronicles was a collab with Force of Will. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So here's the thing. I don't think I would ever make a video on this game, but if I ever went back and made videos on Force of Will, and those did really well, I actually think this would be a fun thing to do in tandem with that, or after that series is done. So, not right now. Wait a second. No way. Oh, man. I have to get this card. I will never touch this game in my life, but I absolutely need a copy of that card in my collection. Oh, no. Now I have to see if there's anybody else that I'm missing. Okay. Let me see if there's anybody else I recognize. Okay, I recognize her. She's from Queen's Blade. It's not one of the characters I like, though. Wait a second. This is the chick from Tatsunoko. Oh, man, this is fun. Okay, we gotta go through a little bit more here. I don't recognize them, but this says that they're from some kind of anime. I don't know who that is. Oh, man, who else do we got? These cards are adorable, but I don't know who any of these people are. Is this somebody that I know? No, that's not a character, I don't think. Are we gonna find Panty, is the question. Is Panty also... Yeah! Okay. I'm sure these cards are going for like $1 million, but I would love to get the Panty and Stocking promo cards for this game, just to have in my collection, just to say that I own them. God dang, there are signed cards too? They put a lot into this. Oh, god dang, man. Okay, anybody else? That's also a Queen's Blade character. I remember her. I don't know what this anime is. Wait, is this a video game? Wait a second. Maybe I lied. Maybe I do know. One sec. No, I don't know who that is. Thought I had it. I didn't have it. Okay, I think that's about all the time I want to dedicate to this. These promos are freaking adorable too. Yeah, that's all the time I'm going to give to this one. So again, I don't think this is interesting enough for me to actually cover in its own video, but I think if I did Force of Will for the series, I think this would be a fun thing to do alongside it. Oh, this looks cool though. Oh no. Am I selling myself on this game? That's so cool. Okay, I can't do it. I can't do it. We gotta close out. I'm getting too caught up in it. Okay, Chaotic TCG. This is an interesting one. I remember Walmart, or at least the Walmart I had, they went nuts with this game. I remember there was like half of an aisle dedicated to the Chaotic TCG. And it did not sell well at all. I remember when these finally hit the bargain bin, man, it took forever for that bargain bin to close out. And I remember buying a 2-player starter set, I think. I could be wrong on that. I think I bought a 2-player starter set, though. And I tried this game out, and I don't think I was impressed by it. Like, back in the day, here's how it worked. I was the one who bought all of the card games that my friends and I played. Usually I would spend all of my money on the card games, and then my friends and I would sit around, build decks with them, and then if I could get them into it, we would play together. I think after buying into Chaotic, though, I don't think I liked it that much, and I don't think my friends liked it either. Let me take a look at it again, though. It's been a while. Are any of these virtual sets? No, but dang, there's... See, this is what I wanted from the Naruto CCG. Look how nice it is that the promos are organized into like where they came from. That's so good. Yeah, it's all coming back to me, man. I remember these cards. But oddly enough, I don't remember how this game actually played. I think I remember there being like rows of characters. I remember it was a little weird because I think you had to like stack characters and like make rows with them or something. Somebody else who's more familiar with it can fill me in, but I think I remember vaguely how to play, and I think it had to do with like making different sets of characters and then fighting against them. Just look it up. There's a single Panty card on Bai for like $12. Oh no, don't tempt me. I will put this stream on hiatus and I will go buy it if you tell me that it exists. I need to just believe that it doesn't exist for right now, or else I'll never get through this. Yeah, Chaotic is one of those things that I think there's enough of a story behind it that I could actually get a lot of content out of it. I think there was a big enough fan base for it that I could probably get a lot of interest out of it. But the thing is, I wasn't that interested in it, and even looking back at it now, I just don't find it that interesting. Which is really weird. It's a weird disconnect, right? Because this is bound to happen at some point, where this is a thing that I think the fan base themselves would love. I think that if I made this, And like the chaotic TCG old school players would find it and they would have a really good time with it, and they would probably get a kick out of me going back and covering this game. So I do think there's a lot of value in doing it. But personally, like myself, I'm just not that interested in it. So it's one of those things that I could definitely do to drum up a little bit of interest. But I have to go into it accepting that, like, I don't know anything about this, and I'm not that interested in finding out more about it. So that's a hard one. I'm gonna have to put it at least under maybe, because again, I think it would be really good for the channel if I covered it. I just don't know that much about it. There's a history of the game on YouTube? Might not be worth it then. If somebody's already been covering it, it might not be that valuable. But then again, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't discount my stuff like that. That's a pretty toxic mindset, I think, to go in saying that if somebody else has already covered it, that it's not worth me talking about. Because I think the thing that I bring is like I'm fairly decent at going in and finding like these little like tricks and these little like intricacies within card games that other people tends to miss. But that's enough of that, I guess. I'm putting this under maybe for right now. I'm not that interested, but I think it could be a really healthy thing for the channel. So I might go back and cover this at some point. City of Heroes CCG. And it's short. I was a pretty big fan of MMOs throughout my entire life. Like, I remember throughout my my middle school and high school years, every single summer, I would go to, I wonder if it's even still around. I'm going to check it out real quick. Hold on. Game Ogre. It is. I remember my summers were spent coming here to GameOgre.com and looking up free MMORPGs and then just playing them all. What I would do is every day, essentially, I would find a brand new MMO to get really into, and then if I liked it, I would play it for a week. And then after the week was over, I would try out a different game and get into that one too. So most of the games... Wait a second, did that say Silk Road? Is that can't be still around. No way did they bring Silk Road back. One sec. Okay, I thought so. I knew that they... Wait a second, no, it's right here. No, I'm dumb. It's right... No way! Is it still alive? Rating 0. Rating 0. Oh no. Rating 1. Okay, even if it is still alive, it's I have to ignore it. Okay. I shouldn't be here anyway. Let's just get out of it. So, what I'm trying to say is I never actually got around to playing City of Heroes. I love MMOs, and I know that I probably would have enjoyed City of Heroes, but I didn't get into it. Now, I did eventually get into DC Universe Online, but I didn't get into City of Heroes. So I don't know anything about it. Let's check it out. I'll check out Arena, promo. Actually, there's like nothing here. I'll just look at all of them. Cards look very comic booky. I dig it. I remember there's a couple of Marvel games that look almost exactly like this, so kind of into it, but let me see if there's anything interesting going on with the cards. I mean, the game looks pretty basic. Not that impressed. Okay, here are the actual character cards. Let's see if there's anything going on with these characters here. Flower Knight activates an attack power. Discard one of her powers in play. The attack gains +2 damage of each damage type. Okay. Damage types. So, guessing this is like attack, defense, and then HP. Maybe you played with like one character and then built a deck around that one character, I'm thinking. It's probably the way this works. Hero 1? What's this? Is this an actual character? Gotta get going. Thanks for the fun stream. Okay, great. Thank you again for stopping by. Suggestions for Meta-Morphosis, Bakugan, Kingdom Hearts, Monster Farm, JP, and Quickstrike. All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind, and hopefully you enjoy the vid later, my dude. Thank you so much for the engagement. Okay, so City of Heroes. It's not catching me so far. Like, I get it. Oh, and Boy Crazy. Yeah, obviously, Boy Crazy. We gotta figure out who the best boys were. So, yeah, I'm not crazy about this. This isn't catching me. This is another one of those ones that if any videos are going to be made on this, you guys are going to have to fight for this one because I'm just not interested. Let me check out these demo decks. Nope. If you guys want this, you'll have to tell me. Because right now I'm not feeling it. Clone Wars Adventures. Take a look. Wow. Okay, I know I complained a little bit earlier about how the pictures weren't big enough, but this might not be much of an improvement. I may have to take that criticism back. I don't think enlarging the pictures on these cards make them look that much better. I mean, I appreciate the effort, I suppose, at the very least. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Got characters. Dang, there is a huge power differential between these two characters. Got Yoda sitting up here at like 12. When I went to Duel, discard your hand. See, it would have been kind of fun if, since this is Yoda, they had mixed up the words a little bit. In a duel, discard your hand, you will, right? That would have been fun. But regardless, I get it. And then C3PO's over here with his 1. During the next duel, lower power wins instead of higher power. Okay, never mind. He's actually secretly the best character because lower power wins instead of higher power. I take back everything that I said. Bland, is it? It's bland enough. It's bland enough, and I think that's what matters. Wait a second. Virtual items? Oh, no way. Clone Wars Adventures? Is that still a thing? I wonder. One sec. I'm going to check this out. Because that might have a lot to do with whether or not I talk about this. Clone Wars Adventure. Oh. It's taking a long time to load. That's not a good sign. That usually means it's dead. Okay, yeah, it's dead. All right. Well, the cards don't look that good, and the website's down, so we're going to say no to that one. Speaking of games that aren't out anymore, Klub Penguin TCG. Whoa, this... Dang. Made it a lot farther than I thought it would. Okay, let's check it out. Okay. Well, look at these two, because this one says Klub Penguin, and this one says Cardjitsu, and I feel like that was the name of the game, so I'm interested to see what's going on here. Oh, gotta check out Puffle Deck, obviously, and then we'll check out the last one. Oh, Klub Penguin. This is another one of those ones that I never actually played personally, but I know a lot of people are very passionate about, and I think this would be pretty healthy for the channel if I covered it. It's kind of charming. I'm kind of into it. Really hard to tell how this one plays, though. And a ton of cards are missing. Holy crap. I hate that. I hate that when I find games like this. There's so many things missing that if I were to actually have an interest in it and go back and cover it, I would have to do a ton of extra work getting all the extra images I need. And again, I really wish a little bit more that I could see about how the game actually plays. I'm not seeing any character cards, so I'm guessing it's not a character-based game. Probably, I'm guessing it's going to be a hand-based game where, like, these are, like, the power of the cards themselves. So I'm not seeing any way that you would pay a cost. Okay. This one... This one's gonna go under maybe, or the name recognition, and that's about it. I'm not that interested in the game, but I think other people will be. Okay, that is another row done. Let's go. We've got... This one's going to get us to the Ds. Oh, and we're going to get to talk about cosplay deviants, too. That's fun. Okay, Kids Next Door. This makes sense. I can imagine a Kids Next Door game not doing that well. Let's take a look at why. Oh, no images. No, this is another one that would really do well on the channel. Oh, man. That blows. I feel like... And it's made by Wizards of the Coast? Okay, I'm putting this one under memes. There's no way a video about a codename Kids Next Door video wouldn't do well on my channel. I need it too badly. I'm putting this in. Even if I have to go find the mechanics and the cards myself, I think that one's worth the work. It isn't really a cost game, but a rock paper scissors game. Okay. All right, Conan CCG. Let's see. Despite how prominent the name is, I don't think a Conan TCG video would do very well on my channel. Let's see. The artwork is nice, as to be expected. I feel like the old-timey sort of like watercolor ink sort of painting looks really cool. Almost like comic booky, but in like a darker way. I think that's really nice. Yeah, it's a really nice looking game. But again, I don't know how well something like this would do in a Meta-Morphosis video. Take a look at some actual cards here. Okay. So we've got damage, prowess, health, renown, and scars. So these animals and these people up here have the same stats. So it's kind of fun that you can make like an animal deck, I'm guessing. That's kind of cool. I'm kind of into it a little bit. Dang, man, I don't know. I'm really on the fence about this one too. I guess if I'm on the fence, that might mean that it's worth putting in maybe. Yeah, it looks pretty unique. I'll put it in maybe. You never know. Okay. Corunia. It is English. base set in 2008. Let's see what we got. Ooh, what is this? This is so trippy. Herald of Chaos. I'm kind of into it. Got my attention. Impressed me. What else do we have here? Anything interesting about card mechanics, maybe? These symbols here on the top look like a pretty interesting mechanic. It looks like a programming game. So basically, when you activate a card, you do what this says all the way down the list here. So discard, move, contact, and then something special around move. Not horrible. Like this little like mechanic right here might be saving this. I think I might put this one in maybe to Karunia. I might regret this one. I don't think this one's going to be that interesting, but it's just barely interesting in cosplay deviant. Oh, at least it's not in print anymore. Thank God for that. Who here, I'm curious, I've got 4 people watching right now. Who here actually remembers the cosplay deviance drama? I'm kind of curious. If you do remember, mention something about it in the chat while I drink my drink. So, for anybody watching the video later, to go back over it very quickly, Cosplay Deviants, the TCG, they took the card game from Final Fantasy VIII, and they skinned their own cosplayers over it. And that was it. That was the whole game. They literally stole the card game from a video game. They made their own version of the cards, and then, when I called them out on it in a video, they went and they left a strike on that video saying that I wasn't allowed to go and talk about their card game. And then, of course, I fought against it. I ended up winning, so my video got reinstated. But I was worried that they were going to continue coming after me, so I ended up taking that video down and then putting it up on my Facebook, and then it did pretty well on my Facebook. They ended up coming and leaving a bunch of really snarky comments on that video, though. They were very upset about it. They said that that it didn't matter what I thought of the game. All that mattered was that like it was making good sales. They were tight. Like I ended up talking about how like a lot of the cosplay, quote unquote cosplays that they did, were basically just girls in bikinis wearing wigs, and I thought that was really lazy. And that if they were going to do the cosplay thing, it would have been nice if they had characters like actually cosplayed. But anyways, let's see some cosplay deviant stuff. It's been a while. When I went after this company, that was when this game was almost brand new. I think that was 9 years ago. So let's see it. Oh, there are no images. Oh, that's priceless. I wonder if Cosplay Deviants went after these people too. No images. So just no images on any of these then? Is that what you're telling me? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to cover this game anyway. There's nothing to cover. It literally is just Triple Triad from Final Fantasy VIII, and I mean, there's not a whole lot of meta gaming that you can do with a game like that anyway. So I wasn't going to cover it anyway, but it is a shame that I couldn't relive a few more memories from the cosplay deviance drama. Crown of the Emperor. Take a look. Ew. We're missing a lot of cards. What is this? Resorting priorities. Spend 1 prestige and steal target players MF. Steal players MF production on all colonies to be used on your next turn. Spend 1 prestige and steal target players MF in production. Okay. We're stretching a little bit far for the joke, but honestly, there's just not a whole lot for me to talk about here. This game looks horrible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely not. Not even as a meme do I think I could get much content out of this. This looks terrible. Is this? Are these two getting married? Is this supposed to be like a peace treaty thing? I don't know, dude. Crown of the Emperor. That one's not going on the list. Not even under meme. That's not interesting. There's not even enough cards for me to talk about it if I did want to talk about it as a meme. If you missed that Deviant, I at least can offer something. Yeah, I'm kidding. Alright. Crystallicum. This looks like Deviant art. But unfortunately, this one's going to be in Polish, so I'm not going to be able to talk about it. Please don't be absolutely gorgeous. Okay, phew. It doesn't look that good. So I don't have to be that upset about not being able to cover it, but we won't be able to cover it. I really think these non-English and non-Japanese games are just going to be too difficult. Cyberpunk. So there's a 2013 edition and a 2020 edition. I wonder if this has a little something to do with 2077. Let's take a look at them both. Oh no, there's no images? Oh, come on, give me something. Oh, I just want to know what it looks like. Okay, 2020. Save me. Oh no. They probably revived this specifically to come out with Cyberpunk 2077, and I can't even see the cards. Oh, never mind. Okay, Kudo's a big old dummy. I apologize. So, this came out in 2003 and 2004, and the cards themselves were probably based on that time period. So based on 2013 and based on 2020. Gotcha. That's a little bit less interesting. Well, it doesn't have any cards, so I can't cover it. That's a shame. Dark Age. Let's see it. 1 set and a couple of promo cards. Ew. Can't tell if I love this or hate it. So I look at a card like this, right? I look at a card like this, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. That looks a lot like the flayers, or the flayed ones from Warhammer. That's nice. I like it. And then I look at this, and I'm like, oh. Not too sure about that one, Chief. And this is another really small thing, but I kind of hate that they're using, like, the most default possible font here. Like, I don't know, dude. That's a really small nitpick. I don't want to hold that against it. We'll keep looking through it, but from what I can see, I don't think this is going to be a very interesting game to cover. Although, what is kind of neat about it is it does look a little bit Warhammer-y, in that it looks like they've got sort of old-timey medieval stuff, but then they've also got some more sci-fi stuff. Yeah, some of this stuff looks like straight out of Mad Max, and some of it looks like it's Star Trek. I'm a little bit interested, but I don't think a little bit interested is enough to justify making an entire video series. Oh, some of these card names are pretty good. Nice try, French fry. I'm gonna have to hold on to that one. That's pretty good. Nice try, French fry. I'm gonna be quoting this card for a very long time. What other ones can you give me? Bloodless Leader, can't touch this. Get the goodies, it's kinda good, but it's a little bit too generic. No Way Jose, I've already used that one. Okay, the rest of them kind of suck, but Nice Try, French Fry is getting added to my repertoire immediately. Okay, nope, that game sucks. We're gonna leave that one on the floor. Okay, on with the Ds. Looks like we got some pretty interesting ones going on. This line here. Dark Eden. Looks like a horror game, maybe? No, it's another one that looks a little bit like Warhammer, actually. Looks very much like Warhammer. Is this... Wait a second, is Dark Eden like a... Is this like a strategy game? Because it's got strategy game stuff in it. Interesting. Unfortunately, though, I know quite a lot of strategy games, and I've never heard of this one before. That makes me kind of worried. Makes me feel like a lot of people don't know about this, and it would be kind of a waste of time to try and cover it. But also, there aren't too many strategy games that were turned into card games, so it could be interesting to talk about a game like this. I don't know, I'm right on the edge. I do like some of this artwork. I am a fan. But is it enough? That's the question. I don't want to just do a bunch of videos on things that I like a little bit. I feel like there's got to be quite a lot of inspiration for me to actually dedicate all the time that it takes into doing research and building decks and testing decks and that kind of thing for these. So I don't want to just throw every single thing that I have a little bit of interest on. No, I'm gonna say no on this one for right now. Any Dark Eden fans out there who want to persuade me otherwise, feel free. But for right now, we're gonna leave it. Dark Force. Okay. You're not in English. You're in German. Take a look at the cards at least. No cards, of course. All right. Any cards here? Any cards here? Nope. Okay. Whatever. So, no Dark Force. Deadlands. The Shadowrun CCG. I feel like Shadowrun is one of those things that I've always meant to get into, and then I've just kind of never have. I got really into the Xbox game back when I had a working 360 to play it with. Maybe this will be cool. Very comic booky. I don't hate it. I'm kind of into this, but it doesn't really look like the Shadowrun stuff that I see around, because from what I know, Shadowrun's a little bit darker than this. Like, this looks like... this looks silly, right? It's dark, but it's also really silly. I feel like the Shadowrun stuff that I've seen doesn't look this silly. I'm right on the edge of putting this in, maybe. But I don't think it's enough. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to put it on the list. You guys can fight for that one if you want it, but I'm not going to cover it. Death Note TCG. That sounds insanely dumb. How on earth would a Death Note TCG even work? I have no idea, but let's take a look. We'll take a look at this one, the EX booster, and then the promos, I guess. And I guess we'll look at the starter decks too. I'm a pretty big Death Note fan, so I don't mind looking at a ton of this stuff. Ooh. Okay. So, right off the bat, pretty big fan of them using the manga artwork instead of the anime artwork. Oh, no, dang, these cards look really nice. Oh, dang, that's cool. Okay. I may have to pay a little bit more attention to this game than I thought I would. Okay. When you finish your turn, discard a card from your hand, and you score a point of some kind. Okay, so that makes sense. That's basically what this would have to be, some kind of point-based system, because there's not a whole lot of action and combat in Death Note unless you're watching like the live action stuff. Okay, I'm fascinated. I think this could be a really interesting thing to cover. I'm going to put it down. Man, and it looks like they've got stuff from pretty much the entire lifespan of Death Note 2. Yeah. Everything right up to pretty much the end of the show. Or the manga, I guess I should say here, huh? Oh, but nothing on the starter decks. That sucks. Would have liked to have seen that. Okay, Death Note's going on the list. I want to cover that. That sounds cool. Deus TCG. Is this more... Okay, this game's in French. Might mean we can't cover it. It looks a little bit goofy. Which isn't a bad thing. I like goofy. When I call something goofy, don't think that I'm immediately putting it down, because I do like goofy stuff, but... it doesn't look interesting enough for me to do the work it would take, though. Doesn't have very much text from what I'm seeing, so hypothetically, if I did want to cover it... Nah, it's got a little bit too more text than I was expecting. No Deus. We're keeping that off. Dice Masters. This would be a fun one to talk about for me, because I did get into Dice Masters for a little while, but it's still going, and I try to avoid games that are still going. They're not as much fun to talk about as games that have completely died, because I can't really talk about the things that may have led to them dying if they're still going on. Which is like one of the most interesting things for me to cover is like, well, what was the situation like? Like, why was the game explored to its fullest potential before it died? If the game did continue, what would it have looked like? If the game is still going on, then there's really no reason for me to talk about it, because it's not dead yet. It's still going on. Although it looks like there hasn't been a new set in a little while. It looks like 2020 is the last time that they released new sets. Is this game dead? Does anybody know? Because if this game is dead, I wouldn't mind covering it, but I just don't think it's totally dead yet. I think they're still doing stuff with it, right? I'm going to leave it off the list for right now, but I'm going to come back to it at some point if I get more information on whether or not it's actually dead. Digimon. We're going to start getting into Digimon stuff. So, the Digimon video that I did on my channel, I think did pretty well. Let me actually go check that, make sure I'm not perjuring myself. I'm curious. Let's see here. Kudo-kun Digimon TCG. How did this video do? 1.1k views. That's not bad. I plan on going back and covering the Digimon card game stuff in much more detail, but this is going to be another one of those really long series that I have to do. But okay, let's see it. This is the CCG. This one's a lot different than the one that I was covering. It's not the Digibattle card game, so let's see what we're working with here. I don't remember this one as well. Okay, we'll look at these ones and the promos. Okay. Ugh. Well, not a big fan of the way they look, I'm going to say right off the bat. Let's see what we got going on here. One's move phase. Draw one card for every Digimon your opponent has in his attack row. So it plays very differently from Digibattle, is what I'm getting from this. Okay, let's load up one of these cards and try and get a feel for the game. 500. Pyrosphere. During your attack phase, offline Gimon. Offline an opponent's rookie Digimon in either row. Begin Digivolve, and then Digivolve into these ones. Okay, so from what I'm getting is when you play a Digimon, you can either have them in the front row as one of your attackers, or in the back row to prepare. So either getting power boosts or getting ready to Digivolve. Let's look at more cards. Okay, anime cards. I'm into it. I did like the Digimon anime quite a lot. Looks fine, I guess. The series has several of them, yeah. I mean, there are lots of card games for the Digimon card game. Like, I know that. I know that Digimon has a ton of card games, but the thing is, if I'm going to cover Digimon, I'm going to cover just all of them. It's sort of my curse. I can't just get into something a little bit. If I am going to get into something, I've got to do everything within it to really feel good about myself. So this was an interesting thing to look at. But again, if I do cover Digimon, I'm just going to cover all of it. So I'm going to put all of Digimon down in the same category. But it is still fun to look at some of the cards. So let's take a look at Detector 2. I remember these cards a little bit because I had a Digivice, and the Digivice came with some of these cards. I don't remember what the codes were for, though. Was this for the digital version of the game, I wonder? Huh. Yeah, I had one of these gold cards. Which one did I have? I don't see it here. I think I actually had this card, though. I think this is one of the ones that came with the, No, it came with the game. I remember. Yeah, this came with the game. Yep, I remember having this card. I had this game, too. Because when I was younger, I used to really love the game Digimon Rumble Arena. So when I saw Battle Spirits, I got it because I thought it'd be like Rumble Arena. And I ended up getting these cards, too. Yeah, I remember this. Good times, man. Disney home video exclusive. I didn't have this. Oh, this probably came with the DVD. That makes sense. Okay, this game looks a little bit more basic. From one card from your Digilife deck to Digivolve into... Man, everything had to be Digi, man. Discard one card from your Digi Life deck to Digivolve to Ultimate. Whoa. Crazy, man. This game looks kind of boring, actually. I don't know if I'm that interested in covering the Detector game. I think this was mainly for people who did the Digivice thing like I did. But regardless, when I get around to covering more Digimon-based stuff, I will probably cover more of this game too. Because like I said before, I'm just going to do all of the Digimon stuff. I'm going to do all of it. Ooh, this is a really cool looking card, though. I'm into it. Imperial Dramon. Add 5 Digimon powers when digivolving from Imperial Dramon. Crazy. Alright. Next row, and even more Digimon. And a little bit of Disney Princess, too. Nice. Okay, Digimon Fusion. I've never heard of this game before. Is this the new one? No, it's not. It's too old. So let's see it. Shoutmon and Greymon. Oh no, Shoutmon, he's an exclusive Digimon. What did he come out with? He was a video game only character, right? Am I making that up? Oh no, what did Shoutmon come from? That's gonna bug me. Okay, I mean, I guess I'll ignore it for right now. But I feel like I should know that though. See the cheese and ouch, yeah. This little robot guy. Modenabon. This looks like the robot from Fooly Cooly, just as like a person. I'm kind of into that idea, actually. Okay, so I'm not getting a whole lot of information on how the game actually played is the thing, though. Also, you're not slick. What is this? What is this? Red Meramon, blue Meramon. It's flipped. It's flipped and the colors are changed slightly. Oh my gosh. Man, what company made this one? Bandai? You're killing me, Bandai. You're killing me with this. Anyways. We're gonna cover it, obviously, but put it down for a little while. The Digibattle CCG, but this is the one that came out in the early 2000s. Wow, that is a lot of promos. So, if I remember correctly, this is going to be the same as the original Digimon game, so... I've already actually covered a little bit of this. The back looks a little different, though. This is the way it looked in the later times. Let's actually take a look at some of these promos here. Here, just all of them. Just give me all of them. Give me all the promos. I want to see them all. Give me the Swedish promos, the Taco Bell promos, the World promos. Oh no, you don't even have them, do you? Oh, that's so sad. You have any of them? Okay, action figure promos. So for anybody who wants to know more about this particular Digimon game, I have already made a video on it. This is the one that I've made a video on. It's Meta-Morphosis Digimon, the Digibattle card game, I think. That was before the newest Digimon, and no, he was from the anime that nearly killed the animation series of Digital Monsters. I could see it. I could see it happening. But anyways, yeah, I've already covered a little bit of this game. If you're interested in it, check it out. I am going to go back and do more on it, and eventually these cards will be in it. So, don't need to spend too much time looking at these. I'm more doing this for my sake than I am for your guys' sake. Super cool. Let me see these movies, these movie cards. Oh, man, I remember. The movie was so hype when I was a kid, man. I don't know if it holds up today. I'm a little afraid to go back and try and watch it, because I'm really afraid that I'm going to find out that it actually sucks now, but when I was a kid, man, I loved the Digimon movie. Fox Kids promos. These are cool. I wouldn't mind having a set of these. This is awesome. Having Digivolve cards with the actual Digidestin on them. That'd be cool. Shreddies promos. I don't know what Shreddies is. Wait a second. These also have the Digidestin in them. Okay, so I guess they're the same ones? Swedish promos. Wait, aren't these in English? Let me check. Yeah, these are just in English. Maybe I'm just ignorant, but isn't Swedish like a language? Do they all speak English over there or what? Okay. I feel like these Taco Bell promos should have been a little bit cooler. Like, imagine going to Taco Bell to get these, and then, like, your friend walks out with War Greymon, and you walk out with Kunemon. And that would be very sad. I would probably have to throw hands with somebody if they came out with something as cool as this, and I didn't. Alright, toy promos. These toy promos look way cooler than the toy promos we got over here in the States. Nice, nice, nice. He has the vaccine power. Bad. Miracle 4. What, you just... They seriously just made a card that has, like, multiple Digimon on it? That feels like cheating. Okay, but again, gonna cover all of these soon. So, we can just move on. Don't need to spend too much time on it. Dino Hunt. What is this? Okay, well, that was enlightening. Apparently it's nothing. Next, Dinosaur King. This could be more interesting. Wasn't this a cartoon show? Am I making that up? I feel like there was something Dinosaur King that I should know about. It's either a TV show or a video game. There's definitely one of those. Take a look, though. There's a lot of series. Oh, man, this looks horrible. I kind of love it a little bit. Oh, yeah, there's definitely a TV show. Look at these. These have to come from a TV show. Oh, but this game, it's got to be in English too, right? Yeah, English and French. Okay, for sure. So there's English versions too. Take a look at the last series that came. Oh, they don't have any of those. That's depressing. Looks so cheesy. I kind of love it, but I don't know anything about it. That's kind of sad. It's like it looks like the most generic possible TV show that was on at the time, though. Holy cow. Manga Horizon. I wonder. So I'm wondering if set 7 here was made by fans, if it's like a fan set. Interesting. A Dinosaur King. It's kind of funny in concept, but I don't know how much material I could get out of it. I don't know why. I'm getting this sense that I should put it in the maybe folder. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put it under maybe. And we might just take a look at this. I don't know why I'm so drawn to it. Maybe it's how cheesy and weird it looks. But I might just very well end up covering this. Disney Princess, the TCG. Okay, let's jump right in. No reason to waste time. What is this? I mean, the artwork's pretty decent. I'm kind of into it. But there's no words on it. It's just numbers. Okay, this has to be like cards, right? Like, I'm guessing these are suits. And then these numbers are just the... Okay. So this isn't like... This isn't a TCG. This is like literally a card game, is what I'm getting from this, right? Unless... Okay, so let's test my theory. Ariel here is a 9 of hearts. So let's see if there's another 9 of hearts. Because if there is, then there is another 9 of hearts. Okay. So maybe this is a trading card game. I am so confused right now. So this can't be a deck of playing cards because there's multiple 9s of hearts. But there's no words on it. So it has to be some kind of numbers game. How do you even play then if... Okay. You've got me by the balls. Oh, don't tell me you don't have any cards for the newer set. That probably would have solved everything. Okay, I am far too fascinated in this to not cover it. We're putting this under memes. Disney Princess. Dixie. What is this? It's in English. What? What is this? This looks like a card game for dads. You know what I mean, though? Like, it's it's like for dads. Is it like the boy band game? I don't think so. I don't think the Disney TCG is like that because the characters actually, they have numbers. They have numbers on them, so I think they are supposed to be used in some kind of game. I just don't know what kind of game. But this game here, I don't think anybody is going to be interested in a game like this. Like, I'm kind of intrigued by it, but I don't think I could turn this into an entertaining video. I might do some research on this on my own. But I'm not making a video on this. I don't think it's interesting enough. Okay. What about the other sets, though? Oh, gotta look up Gettysburg. And they don't have any cards. CCG Trader, you are killing me right now. I keep getting curious and you keep letting that curiosity die. Doctor Who. Another Doctor Who game. Alien Armies TCG. Let's take a look. This really isn't much of an improvement on the last game, if I'm being totally honest. Although we do have Robot Santa. vibes, especially if only a numbered game or supplemental like poker. Yeah. If I were... Wait a second. Is this just like another version of Alien Attacks? Because the numbers look fairly similar. I don't know. It doesn't look that interesting. I think I'm going to file this one down under Alien Attacks. It's just not that interesting. I'm going to go ahead and leave that one on the shelf too, I think. Hey, Doctor Who Battles in Time. More Doctor Who goodness. Let's take a look. This looks familiar. Okay, so wait a second. What was the other Battles in Time thing that we saw? Because we've seen this game before. Let me take a look. What was the other one? Darn it, I can't remember. I can't remember what it was. There was definitely another game that goes alongside this one, though. I'm so upset at myself. When I rewatch this video, I'm gonna kick myself for not remembering. But there's another game that looks exactly like this that it probably fits with. Yeah, it's fine too. I'm not that interested in it. And I really don't think Doctor Who is big enough anymore for me to get much viewership out of it either. Oh, that's neat. And you had some characters with secret abilities, but you needed this special psychic paper to read their abilities. That's interesting, but it also means it'd be really hard to cover, because I would need to go and look up what all the effects are. Okay. Neat in theory. If there are any real, like, huge Doctor Who fans out there who just would love to hear me talk about the Doctor Who card games, feel free to voice your opinions in the comment section below, but I think I'm good on it for right now. Let's take a look at the next set. Alright. Another Doctor Who game. Let's see if this one's better. Oh, see, this one looks like an actual card game. It doesn't look good, but it does look like a card game. That is a huge improvement. Looks like it's got some pretty classic stuff in it. If I remember correctly, this is one of the first 3 Doctors. I don't know why I try to sound like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Doctor Who. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. Okay, so a markable improvement on the other Doctor Who games from what I could tell. What is all of this going on, though? What is this? Is this from the show? That can't be from the show, right? This can't be real. Okay. So again, markable improvement. Well, we're gonna leave this one behind too. Doomtown. That's a very edgy name. And the sets are called episodes. Is this a TV show? Okay. Got a poker aesthetic. See what we're working with here. The Ghost Rock cost of this card is double the target's influence. Target 1 dude in play. I love it. I love the verbiage of them actually saying dude. Target 1 dude in play who becomes wanted. That dude's controller may as a noon action boot a law dog he controls to pull. If the pull is a red card, the dude is no longer wanted, and that player can choose one of your dudes who becomes wanted instead. Who become wanted instead. Typos. Ugh. Not really into the old Western aesthetic, personally. And I really don't think my fans are either. I don't think I have very many people who would be upset if I just skipped over this one. Let's take a look at some of the other cards, though. Promos. No, I don't think anybody's going to be that upset if we just skip over this one. So, no Doomtown. What do we got next? Doom Trooper. Not a huge fan of the artwork. Take a look at what these cards actually do. Invoke Frenzy. Gift of Algarath. As one action, this warrior may invoke Frenzy on one of your wounded Dark Legion warriors. It is healed. Put a marker on the affected warrior. For each marker, the warrior's attack, I'm guessing, is -1. Doesn't look like the worst game in the world, but not really feeling like a draw. Let's look at a character. What's like a rare character we can look at? Look at this guy. Stat-based. Melody hero. Considered a mortificator. Well, I kind of assumed because his name was Mortificator, but thank you. May conjure all aspects of the arts. Whilst in play, any warriors wounded by mortificators are automatically killed. Ooh. That sounds nice. A little bit of Zabuza. Yeah, I think I'm good on this one too. Dragoborne. This game certainly sounds familiar. Wonder if I should talk about Dragoborne. To be fair, I have thought about this one a lot. I think there's a part of me that does kind of want to go back and cover Dragoborne, but I'm a little bit worried that some of my fan base is not going to like me going back and talking about it, especially after it died. So for anybody who doesn't know the story, I'll just fill in anybody who maybe wasn't around at the time. When this game came out, I covered it, and my thing against it was, okay, I made a video that said, the mechanics are somewhat interesting. However, I think the game is far too generic to survive, and will probably only last 3 to 4 sets before it completely dies. Don't expect this game to stay around for any more than like 2 years. And it was released in 2017. And it died at the end of 2018. It was one of those, I hate to say I told you so, but let's be real, guys. The writing was on the wall. It was not that difficult to figure out that this game was going to die. And it was made by Bushiroad, and if you don't recognize the name, it's Vanguard and Weiss Schwartz. Those people made this game. And they made the most generic fantasy game you could possibly think of with like one fairly unique mechanic. And that was it. So let's take a look at it. Let's go down memory lane here. Yep. This certainly was a game. Got yourself green elves. And blue is based on like merfolk and sea creatures for the most part. Red is like mountains with dragons and goblins and orcs. Looks like black has some anime characters in it. That's cool. Know what else it's got? Vampires. I swear on all that is holy that this character is literally a rip of a character from Magic the Gathering. It looks exactly the same. Exactly the same. I refuse to believe that people thought this game would unironically go on to be one of the big games. It still upsets me that so many people were willing to defend this game, even though my criticism against it wasn't even that bad. All I said was, hey, it has a fairly unique mechanic in it, but it's far too generic to rival any of the big games out there. Completely innocuous statement. People were coping so hard with this game. And I have thought about going back and covering it in a video. The only problem is, I don't know if my fan base would be upset if I did, because, you know, I ragged on it really hard, and I'm sure it would upset some people if I went back and then, you know, made content on how it died, because it would seem like I was super happy about it dying or whatever. I'm going to put it on maybe, because I do think that for the sake of, you know, the channel's history, it would be interesting to go back and talk about it, but I just don't want to make people too upset. Didn't even last 2 years. I know. It's so, like, sad it didn't make it that long. I was right, though. It was just too generic to live. Okay. The Dragon Ball GT CCG 2004. So I'm very interested in this because I know a lot about this game, and I know a little bit about this game for reasons that will become apparent. This game, I don't know much about. This was, if I remember correctly, this was sort of a revival project to try and bring back the original TCG. So let's take a look. The cards should look relatively the same. Yup. The cards look almost exactly the same. With the exception of this. This is different. I wonder how that factors in. So for anybody who doesn't know about the original Dragon Ball Z TCG, in fact, you know what, here, let's just talk about this one first, because this will contextualize everything. This was a long-running card game for DBZ. This is one of the few anime-themed card games out there to rival Naruto in staying power. And there were a ton of releases. There was a ton of promos. Like, every single DVD and movie came out with a promo. There were promos that you could send in for. There were Burger King promos. This game was huge. Huge back when it came out. And want to know the most interesting thing about it? I think this game was really bad, actually. I think that this game was carried completely by the IP. I think if they released any other anime with this exact game's mechanics, I think that game would have flopped. So I guess we can go over it a little bit here. Let me try and find some of, like, the OG cards. Oh, man, this takes me back. Good times, man. So, here's how this game worked for the uninitiated. The way this game worked is you had a character, and the character had different levels. And this is another really sneaky tactic that they used to get you to buy up as many booster packs as possible. If you wanted to play a character, you couldn't just get a copy of that character. you had to get a copy of that character and then every level of that character in order for them to be viable. So if you got like a Goku level 2, you couldn't use it. You had to get Goku's level 1 and 3, and then you could use this as your main character. So your deck had about 80 cards in it. And the game lasted over a number of rounds. And every round, you and your opponent drew 3 cards from your deck to play with. And then the next round did not happen until you and your opponent were done playing with the 3 cards in your hand. And then if you didn't like the cards in your hand, you were allowed to pass and then eventually get rid of them to draw a new set of cards. So let me put it into perspective for you. A round in this game would last around 3 to 5 minutes. We'll be nice and say 3 minutes. Okay? You had an 80 cards deck, and you were drawing 3 cards per round. So if you do a little bit of math here, that meant that the game went on for about 23 rounds. And if each round was about 3 minutes, and again, that's on the lower end, that meant that games lasted on minimum, about an hour. It was one of the most slow-paced, hard-to-follow games that I've ever covered. Or, sorry, not covered, that I've ever played, because I played it in my youth. It was totally bullcrap. I hated this game to death, but this game did amazingly well. So many sets came out, so many promos came out. This was a well-loved game back in the day. Everybody liked this game. And want to know my favorite thing about it? You want to talk about power creep? This game had the worst power creep of any game that I've ever seen. So let's say, for example, okay, you got Goku. He can go up to level 4, okay? There's a level 4 Goku down here somewhere. So let's just take the strongest possible Goku that we have, okay? This level 4 Goku. Over here on the side are his stats. So the highest power level that this Goku can possibly have is 32,000. Okay, 32,000. Keep that number in mind. So then, when we get into, say, the Frieza Saga, the next one after, let's go ahead and take a look at some Gokus here. Come on, Goku. Can't be that far down. Okay, this will be fine. We'll open up this. So, here, in this set, we have a 32,000 power level 4 Goku, right? Okay, that's fine. The very next set, our Goku, level 4, goes up to 900,000 power. Oh, what? This is how they power crept their cards. Numbers didn't just go up a little bit. Between sets, numbers would go up hundreds of thousands to keep you from using any of the old cards. Because if you tried to use cards from set 1 against cards in set 2, you would get crushed. It wouldn't even be a match. Even at his absolute lowest power level, 450,000, you're not going to deal any damage to him. And damage in this game is based on comparing your power level to your opponent's power level. So this game was probably one of the most awkwardly made, most cash-grabby games that I've ever seen, but it did numbers. This is one of the longest-running anime games in history, with at least 2 different reboots to try and keep the game alive. And I'm sure there are probably some fan sets out there too, because of how much love there was for this game. Now, I will say, if you're interested in trying this game out, they made a Game Boy Advance game for this game that you can, hypothetically find air quotes, find online somewhere to try out for yourself. And it's pretty much an exact recreation of the entire game. So if you want to take that route, I can't tell you to go do it. But if you were hypothetically somebody who wanted to try the game out, you could go into Google and find a way to do it. Let's take a look at the very last set here, because I think the numbers got into like the 100 millions, if I'm not mistaken. I want to see for myself, though. Alright, where are you, Goku? I have to keep it Goku. It's got to be as consistent as possible to make my points. What? Okay, this will be fine. Okay, Goku young again. Level 1 personality. Let's see. Okay. So, that's a little innocuous. I wonder what this comma and these numbers here are for. Well, you see, this Goku's power level is 1,900,000 at level 1. So, yeah, even this, level 4, you couldn't get to this stage until you were super late into the game. Highest you could possibly get is 900,000. This one starts at 1,450,000 at its absolute weakest. This game was bullcrap. This is one of the worst scaled games in human history, but it's also fascinating because of it. So this is going under absolutely. We're definitely covering this game at some point. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, let's take a look at how it was revived. We have this, and again, what fascinates me about this is you have characters with their power. It looks very similar to the way that powers looked in the original game. But then you also have these cards here that have a different power indicator on the side here. I'm very interested in this because I don't know anything about it right now. I'm going to have to do a little bit of research, but we're probably going to cover this one along with the DBZ TCG. Okay, and then the Super card game, of course. Let's take a look at it. In my personal opinion, this is probably one of the finest card games that have come out over the last few years. It's so good. I wish I had taken it a little bit more seriously when it first came out, because I think I would have made a lot of, let's see, I think I would have made a lot of content on this game had I found it a little bit earlier, but I got into it a couple of sets too late, and, you know, nowadays the game has been kind of power crept a little bit, and it's not quite as interesting as some of the older stuff. Wait a second. Isn't this like Seth the Programmer? Am I crazy? Like, I know we're not supposed to talk about Seth the Programmer anymore, but this looks exactly like Seth the Programmer's avatar. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, but anyways, if you don't know anything about this game, go look into it. This is legitimately one of the best well-made card games that I have seen over the last few years. I love this game. I would love to go back and talk about it, but I think it's still going on, question mark? Yeah. It's still a little bit too new. I can't really cover it right now, but at some point I'm going to go back and talk about this game some more, because I do love it. It's a really, really good game. Alright. Then the last one we have here is Dragon Booster. Let's see it. Oh. What sweet hell is this? Is this a TV show? This looks horrible. People really get on Ruby's case all the time for their awful character animations. This looks... Okay. Alright, let's just... Oh, man. Oh, jeez. These have got to be some of the ugliest card artworks that I've ever seen. What is this? What is Sprats? Why? Oh, no. Why is it so awkwardly, like, cut off here? Like, I get that he's, like, bending his body to the side because he's running. But that does not look good. That looks terrible. This game looks horrible. But it looks just horrible enough that I might be able to cover it as a meme. So we're going to put it under memes. Dragon Booster. Dragon Booster. Wait, that was on plastic entirely? Seriously? That sounds kind of cool. I'm gonna have to see some of these cards in real life then. Okay, that's neat. Let me check out the promo cards. Maybe the promos look better. Nope. Okay. Well, that was a fun little waste of time. Alright, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I'm gonna grab another drink, and I will see you guys in just a moment. Okay, and we're back. Whew. Man, part of me kind of wanted to record a new video tomorrow, but I don't think that's going to happen. I do not have the voice of the young 20-year-old man I used to be. And we are still in the letter D. So we have quite a ways to go. Probably at least 4 more hours, I'm thinking. Okay, so here we are. Dragon Quest TCG. I'm very excited about this because Onyx is one of the publishers, or Enix, however they intended it to be called. It's Japanese, but it does have a few sets here. Could be interesting. So let's go ahead and take a look at a starter deck. Dragon Quest X starter deck. That sounds cool. And the promo cards. Yeah, shush. My assistant Bean is making a bunch of noise over there, so I apologize for him. He should stop in just a second. Okay, I'm not wildly impressed with the cards, but they look okay. They actually look... They actually look remarkably similar to the Fire Emblem card game, if anybody remembers that. Interesting. Gonna have to see if they're connected somehow. Okay, so I don't hate it. It looks pretty interesting. I'll have to find some translate. Oh, that's cute. I like that. So for these events here, I'm thinking they're events. They actually have little screenshots of the original game. That's adorable. I like that a lot. Otherwise, pretty basic. Very nice looking. Little generic, but it's nice looking generic. It's something that I can get behind. Yeah, shush. I think my cat's just bored, probably looking for somebody to play with, but busy right now, cat. We shall play later. Let's take a look at some of the other Dragon Quest stuff. So this is Dragon Quest X. If I remember correctly, this is the online... No, this is the starter deck. My bad, my bad. Okay. Again, more screenshots. I'm digging it. Dragon Quest X. Okay. Curious about this one. This is the MMO that we never got here in the West. Although it's coming to Switch, if I remember correctly. Looks like they ditched the whole in-game screenshot thing. A little disappointing, but whatever. And this is the promo cards. These don't look too bad either. Okay. I kind of like it. I don't know if I'm in love with it, but I'll put it under maybe for right now. I think it's kind of cool. We just pull this back up here. Okay, next up, Dragon Storm. This... Okay. I don't recognize this. Let's see what's going on. Okay, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Got Dungeons and Dragons stats. A little bit RPG-ish. I dig it. Wish there were more cards up here, though. Like a ton of cards are missing. And I don't mind the idea of doing a game like this, like a Dungeons and Dragons game. I don't think this is the one, though. There's too much missing. And it doesn't look like it has anything that unique. Like, I do like the whole D&D thing going on over here, but I'm not sure. Used to watch your MLP CCG videos. I missed the game, not gonna lie. Me too. Don't worry though, we're gonna be talking about MLP here soon. Probably not for like 2 more hours, but if you want to just leave and come back in like 2 hours, we're gonna talk about MLP again too. But as far as this game goes, it looks like it has potential, and I'm right there on the edge of putting it on the maybe pile, but I think overall, I'm going to go ahead and pass on this one. It's close, but if anybody knows anything about this game, maybe they can sway me and convince me to put it on the maybe pile, but right now, I'm going to keep it off. Red Knots. Japanese game. Oh, it's got a web archive. That means it's dead, huh? Gosh, cat. Stop being lonely. Go ahead and check out a starter deck. Wait a second. Game lasted kind of a while. Almost 3 years. It started sometime in 2015 and ended in 2017. So, it's a little bit too much credit. It lasted less than 2 years, I'm thinking. Yeah. So, May 2015, then February 2016, and then February 2017. So, yeah, less than 2 years. Never mind. Not that impressive. But let's take a look at the promos and stuff anyway. Maybe this is a hidden gem. Oh, okay. I was not expecting that by the name Dreadnought. Oh, it's made by Katakawa. I should have seen that one coming. That's an anime studio. I should have known. Okay. Well, I could use some anime in my life. Let's take a look at some of these cards up close. See if we can figure it out. No, I'm not getting anything. What about the promos? Okay. Well, little bit of waifu bait, but not too much. Find Double Dragons meme section. Is there a Double Dragons game? I'll have to take a look. If there is, we'll run into it. Eh. Like, obviously, since I'm a big fan of, like, the anime aesthetic, like, I like the artwork. But does it look like that interesting of a game? Man, this is tough. I think this is another one that I'm on the fence about, but ultimately I'm going to say no to. Like, maybe if I did some research on it, I would find out that, oh my gosh, this game is actually really cool, and I can get a lot of value talking about it, but I'm just not seeing anything that's grabbing me too much. So we're going to say no to it right now. But again, if anybody knows anything about Dreadnought, if there's some interesting behind-the-scenes things, let me know about it. I'm going to keep it off the list for right now, though. Dread. The two sets are limited and promo. Nice. Let's take a look. Is this the movie? No, this is the comics. That's cool. I'm into it. What's this? Let's see. Severe. Gain any number of personality dements from to remove an equal number of team dements. Fair is discard one equipment resource issued to a judge in your team to gain 1 prestige. Lenient. Take all violence. Violence motivated perps from all. Man, it's so hard to read with that color. Recycle and shuffle them into their owner's decks. Okay. That's interesting. So I'm actually kind of into this idea of cards doing different things based on some kind of mechanic, right? Maybe it does something different based on how much damage you've taken or how many points you've got. Overall, I really like that idea of the card changing its ability based on when you play it. I think that's a really cool mechanic. It doesn't get explored often enough. Doesn't seem like any of the other cards do that, though. Dang, I don't know. Is that one mechanic interesting enough to cover the entire game? Good question, me. Maybe it would depend on the power in play. Yeah, maybe. It's got to depend on something. I'm really interested in it. But again, this might be another one of those times where it's like, it's not something that would make an interesting video, but I personally am just really interested in it. So I could just do research on it myself and not really worry about it. Man, I'm torn. I'm torn on this one. I'm gonna put it on maybe for right now, but I might kick it off later. This is where the rulebook can help. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. For right now, it's going in maybe. Duel Masters. My childhood. So I'm going to take this moment to just say, if any of you out there have not seen the Duel Masters anime, like the English dub of it, you are missing out. The Duel Masters dub is one of the best English dubs that I have ever heard. Not necessarily in quality, you know. I'm one of those people who am completely fine with English dubs. I think that Japanese dubs with English subs are a little bit overhyped. I think if a lot of people went and took the time to learn Japanese, they would learn that a lot of the things that sounds really cool in Japanese is just it's kind of corny and cheesy and a little bit not as good when you actually know what the characters are saying. And when you can just drown it out as white noise because you don't know the language, it's a lot easier to just convince yourself that it's really good. But I digress. The Duel Masters English dub does not take itself seriously at all, and it is one of the funniest anime that I have ever seen. It is hysterical. It's a great comedy show. It's kind of like it's not in the excuse me, it's not in the same league as Ghost Stories, but it's kind of in that same vein where with the English dub, they probably knew it wasn't going to do that well. So they just went bonkers with the script and just put in a lot of really stupid stuff. And it's great. It makes fun of a lot of anime tropes that were going on at the time. And it was just a lot of fun to watch. So if you've never seen it before, do yourself a favor and check it out. It's really good. As far as the game goes, I loved this game. I really liked Duel Masters growing up. I liked Duel Masters more than I liked Magic the Gathering. Let me put it that way. But then again, at the time, the idea of the shield mechanic, where each player has a certain amount of shields protecting them, and your goal is just to break the shields, is it was really unique at the time. But nowadays, it's not that unique. The idea of breaking shields to deal damage to a player to win the game is pretty overdone nowadays. So I don't know if I have the same amount of love for the concept that I did when I was a kid, back when it was still fresh and new. I remember there were a lot of video games for this game as well, and the Duel Masters video games were really good. I remember the PS2 one is a game that I ended up beating multiple times. I ended up going through that game 3 or 4 times, and as somebody who almost never completes a game even one time, me going through a game like 4 times is almost unheard of. So yeah, we're gonna cover this game at some point, definitely. We're also gonna cover Kaijudou. So one second, let me put this down. This is going under absolute, because we're definitely talking about this. Duel / Kaijudou. Overhyped card game, but fun anime. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I kind of agree with you a little bit that it was a bit overhyped, but then again, like, in order to compete with Pokemon and Digimon, if you're gonna come out with something like this, it's gonna be in that same sort of system, you kind of have to overhype it just a little bit. I think this game was a lot of fun. Also, now that I think about it, this game comes with another patented Kudo-kun story. So when my friends and I were kids, we had this deal where because there were exactly 5 of us that were into this game at the time, we each picked an element, and then we made a deal with each other that if we bought cards for this game and we got cards of a certain color, we would give all of those cards of that color away to other players. So my color was blue at the time. I didn't really want blue. In reality, I wanted yellow. But we had a friend that already took yellow, so he took yellow, and then my second choice was black, and then we had another friend that took black. Then my next choice was red, and then a different player took red because they were a huge fan of the anime, and this one had the Bull Shack Dragon, one of the coolest boss monsters in like any game ever. And then I was left with choosing either green or blue, and I liked blue more than I liked green, so I ended up going with blue. And then the first time we all went out to get booster packs and start trading these cards, it went really well until our resident red player just so happened to get this card in his booster pack. Now, if you don't know anything about Duel Masters, let me just explain to you really quick that this card, being 9,500 power and breaking 2 shields when it attacks, makes it an extremely good card. Not only is it a really good card in the game, but it also looks really cool. It's a legendary. It's a really, really nice card to have in your hands. And when you have it in your hands, maybe sticking to a deal where you're supposed to give this card away to a different player might not sound like such a good idea anymore. So that fell through almost immediately. We didn't do that for very long. Good times, man. I remember I ended up buying booster packs for myself and getting both of these cards here. Death Liger, which is one of my favorite cards in the set, and then Roaring Greathorn, which I really don't care about, but has really good stats, so that's cool. Good times, man. I miss I miss childhood. I miss getting really excited for card games like this. And you know, I don't get me wrong, I love modern technology where I can download something like Tabletop Simulator and just play any game I want with any cards that I want. But there is something to being a kid and buying booster packs, man. And I kind of miss it. Actually, while we're here, I'll say when the new Disney card game comes out, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. It's something. It's the new Disney card game. I'm actually really excited to get into, and I'm thinking that I'm probably going to collect that game physically. Not only because, you know, I'm kind of hankering to get another card game collection going on, but also because I think those cards are going to be pretty valuable. I think people are really going to get into it. Lorcana, that's the name of it. Yeah, good. Thank you. Yeah, Yin's got it. Lorcana is the name of the game. I'm really excited for that game. I mean, it's already to a point where it's nearly impossible to get a complete collection because they came out with a card that people are selling for $15,000. So I'm never going to get that one, but when it comes to the actual booster pack sets, I'm actually really interested in getting into that game. The interesting thing about Disney is when Disney themselves do something, it's normally just it's a little bit too safe and it's not that good. But when Disney outsource and make something that isn't in the sort of Disney realm, then they end up with really cool stuff. Like, one second here. For anybody who doesn't know about a little game called Mirrorverse, I got into this game for a pretty long time, and I actually still really like it, but I don't play it anymore. Got a little bit repetitive, but when it comes to the way the game looks, this is like high fantasy versions of all of these characters here. So these are like versions of the characters made for like fighting monsters. And it's kind of cool. I'm really into it. Like, look at Buzz Lightyear back here, man. Like, his wings are more functional. He's got like battle armor on over his regular armor. He's got like an actual like arm cannon. Like, when Disney's allowed to just do stuff like this, I think it's really cool. And I think Lorcana is going to be the same way. I think it's going to be extremely beautiful artwork on those cards. And I think the mechanics are going to be serviceable enough that it'll be a fun game to play as well. But that's about I feel like this whole talking about Duel Masters thing sort of didn't go very far. But let's take a look at some of the promos. Not going to be able to look at every single one of them, I don't think, but I want to look at a few of them. So, comic promos, these are just the cards. They're probably holographic, but other than that, not special. Yeah, these ones are pretty much the same too. Interesting. Burger King promos. Yeah, these cards kind of suck. Man. The promos got kind of screwed. These cards are not good, like, at all. Let me see if... Okay, let's see if McDonald's did any better. The tournament promos, those are probably really cool. JDL and event promos. Okay, we are going to look at under the promos after all. Alright, these are cool. I'm kind of into it. Mighty Shouter, here's a different color. That's interesting. Okay, so the cards are roughly the same, but there are some artistic differences between them. That's cool. Even if it's another Duel Masters clone, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind getting into it, even if it's a little generic. These are cool. I like this. Okay, just special versions of some of the more popular cards. Fine. Okay. Oh. Well, Gash Dragon. What have we got going on here? Whoa. Power attacker 8,000, so he comes to 12,000 when he attacks, and he's a triple breaker. Dang. That's cool. Okay. I think it's about enough Duel Masters for right now. Dune, the CCG. Let's see. Interesting. So, first set came out in 1997. Go ahead and take a look at it. Yeah, that's very 90s. Dune's an interesting one. Dune is like one of those things that it feels like everybody knows a little bit about, but nobody's like a giant Dune fan. I've never met a single like Dune fanatic in my life. Somebody who's into Dune to the same level that they're into like Game of Thrones or Harry Potter or Star Wars. Like it feels like Dune carries that same level of weight, but it really doesn't, does it? It's nobody's like as big a fan of Dune as they say that they are. Normally, they're much bigger fans of other franchises. So I don't think something like this would do that well on my channel. From what I'm seeing, not really seeing anything that's really pulling me in and telling me that I've got to cover this. Let me take a look at some of the older, sorry, some of the newer sets. Look at the Gen Con starters. Okay. So these are the same cards we looked at before, but they're promo versions. These ones kind of do. We got. Oh. Not even any images for these ones here. Okay. That's awkward. This one has Twilight in the name, so let's take a look at these. Okay, so we've got Twilight cards here, and then alternate artwork cards. Always a fan of that. Yeah, bleh. It's probably a fine game. If anybody's that excited to see it, I guess let me know in the comments, and we'll take another look at it some other time. But right now, I'm not feeling it. I think we're going to keep it off the list. Eve. That's fascinating. Let's take a look. Eve is one of those games that, in theory, I think I would have become like a huge Eve fanatic, but I just never took the time to actually get into it. Like, on its surface, it sounds hella boring, especially as a kid. You know, it's like you're going through and you're like trading stocks and building businesses, and you're like building these little like companies of like other ships, and you're going out and you're scavenging resources. It sounds like it would be really boring, but honestly, I could get really into gameplay like that. I think the main thing that kept me away from it is just the fact that I'm not that big a fan of sci-fi. I'm more into fantasy. Give me swords, give me magic, and I'm happy. Let's see. Okay, it's looking a little bit like a 4X game. So, let's see. From what I'm getting here, looks like you get resources, you use the resources to build ships, and then you probably have a win condition that isn't just battle. Even though it looks like we have battle stats here. Guessing the blue shield is defense, and the red square is attack. Usually, when the attack is in a square like this, it represents dice. So maybe it's like a dice game. But I'm completely pulling that out of my butt here. I don't know. It looks fine. It just looks fine. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's another one that I think looks okay, but I don't think I could really turn into an interesting video, so I think I'm going to keep this one off the list too, unless somebody tells me it's amazing and I got to go back and check it out. Eagles CCG. I don't know what that is. Columbia Games, English. Waterloo. Isn't that a war? Oh, it's like the exact same one. It's just an expansion to the dad game that I talked about before. That's it. Yeah, the numbers here are exactly the same. Card layout is the same. This is an expansion to the other dad game. Okay. Well, we already know that that's not happening, so go ahead and just get out of that one. We're in the E's, though. We're 5 letters in, everybody. Echelons of Fire and Echelons of Fury. Interesting. 1995, 1995. So what's going on with this, I wonder? Hello, Chris. Nice of you to join us for a second. How are you doing? You're a little bit late. We already talked about the Belisara TCG. We went back over the story of how Princess Kudo and Jolly Jellybean the Horse happens. We talked about the care compacts that you made. Okay, so this looks like maybe like a military game. It looks a little bit more interesting than the dad game, though. I'm kind of into that. I don't know, man. This one might make it onto the list, specifically because I'm really interested in the fact that there are 2 different games going on like this, and I'm wondering how they connect to each other. Because they came out at the same time, so it's not like one of them came out and the other one is like a revival. They have to be like the same game, right? That's the only thing that makes sense to me. So, I'm a little bit curious about this game. I think I'm going to put it on the list just so I can do more research on it. I don't know if I'm actually going to follow through and make an interesting video on it, but it can go in maybe for right now, just because I really want to know what's going on behind the scenes here. Let's see. It was Fire and what was this one called again? Fury. Fire and Fury. Not bad. Working on a panel about all the ponycons on the Eurasia side of the world. Nice. That's cool. Glad to see you're still on the grinds. El Mundo de Aguila Roja. Man, my favorite thing is butchering other languages. El Mundo de Aguila Roja. Oh, man. Makes me feel like one of those weird people who goes to a Mexican restaurant and tries to order their food in Spanish. Well, this game's in Spanish. I probably won't be able to cover it. A little bit too difficult. I mean, I like the artwork, but it's also not like so ridiculously good that I feel like I have to cover this game. So I think I'm okay putting this one on the wayside. Yep. Sorry, Mundo. Epic Battles TCG. Oh, this one has... This is a crossover game. Fascinating. This is a really early crossover game. How is it in the mid-2000s there was a fighting game crossover game going on like this and I didn't know about it? Interesting. Working hard and still having a Pony Grand's time. Well, I'm really happy to hear that, Chris. I'm glad you're keeping the pony culture alive. As far as I know, the whole pony fandom is kind of dead right now, so it's good that there are some people out there still enjoying it. So I'm going to go ahead and look at all of these because I'm really fascinated in the fact that this even exists. Ooh, I'm kind of into the artwork too. This looks nice. Very punchy, very brutal for the time. Don't remember Street Fighter being quite this brutal, but I'm glad to see it. I suppose if you're going to be pairing up with Mortal Kombat, it gotta be a little brutal. Yeah, this is really interesting. Okay, okay. You have my attention so far. Let's see Tekken. Do you know if there's been any updates on the MLP CCG? That's an interesting question. As far as I know, no, the MLP CCG is currently discontinued, but I can't say that for sure. We're going to be looking up the MLP CCG here in probably about 2 hours or so. So if you did want to come back and check out the MLP CCG, I'll see you in a couple of hours because it's probably going to be a little while. $11 PonyCons in the USA and 12 in Euro-Asia, and that's only the IRL cons. Cool. I'm really glad to hear it. I think the thing that threw me off was the new season of MLP. I don't think I heard anything about that. What is it? Gen 6, is it? I really don't remember the brony terminology, so I don't remember what set it was, but I remember that there was like a new show coming out with like 3D models, and I can't remember if that actually came out or not. But anyways, this Epic Battles game looks pretty good. I'm gonna have to add this to my list here. I'm gonna cover this one for sure. Yeah, G5 has not been good so far. Wow, that's a shame. I'm surprised it even came out because from what I heard, I didn't even know that like there was like any new G5 stuff. I thought Generation 5 got canceled. Like that's how little I've heard about it so far, is I thought it just straight up got canceled. All right, on to the next one. Epic, the TCG. Completely different from Epic War. This looks like another 3D CG thing. Oh no, it does not look good. This actually reminds me of, there's a show coming out. So I don't know if anybody has followed the Vic. I never know how to say his name. Vic Mignogna? Something like that. the voice actor of Edward Elric. I know he got into trouble for some stuff. And I don't want to dig that up or start getting into that stuff. But what I will say is, after getting fired for most of his roles, he got into making his own show. And there have been previews for that show coming out. If you don't know about it already, I recommend looking into it. It is the worst looking show that I have ever seen. I'm going to follow it because of how bad it looks, but poor Vic, man. Imagine going from being Edward Elric to being in the news show. I don't even want to talk about it too much, man. It's depressing. This game does not look good. I don't think I'm that interested in talking about it. I mean, it doesn't even look like it's got anything that unique. Pretty sure we're keeping this one off the list. Got one chance to turn it around, though. Let's take a look at the prize cards, see if anything interesting was going on here. Oh, man. Not the Black Dragon. Yeah, that's pathetic. Okay, we're not going to talk about this one. Exodus. Is this another Bible game? Let's take a look. Oh, I was thinking Bible game, but I'm almost positive that there were no angels in the Bible that had giant death rays on their shoulders. At least not in the parts of the Bible that I know about. Also pretty sure dragons were not a thing in the Bible, but, and again, I haven't read the whole thing. Maybe it's in the chapters that I missed. Some of this artwork is really nice, though. This looks really good. I'm curious and fascinated, but I also don't know if this would make a very good video series. Oh, it lasted a long time, too. 6 sets? It started in 2014, and it made it to 2019. That's almost 5 years. That's not bad. May have to start taking this game a little bit more seriously. Check out these promos here. Some of these are a little lazy. Like, come on, guys. That's basically like a tool in Photoshop. You're not fooling anybody on that one. Oh, these are super nice. That's so cool. I'm really into this now. Ah, this one might just have to go in the maybe pile. Going to bed later, Chris. Thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello. It was a pleasure to have you again. Let's see. It's a limited run. It's got weird gameplay, no power, no HP levels, and art was the big thing. I can imagine. That's crazy. I think I'm just curious enough to put it in the maybe pile. Okay. What else have we got? Fantasy Adventures. That's probably the most generic game that I have heard so far. And there's no picture. Apparently, it wasn't that important because they didn't even bother putting the base set cards up here. Got some promos, though. Let's take a look at one of these promos. I'm pretty sure we're okay. I'm pretty sure we're okay without that in our lives. Let's go ahead and move on to another one. Fast Break. What's a one-on-one baseball card game? It's only one set. We can make it through this. This also means we're into the letter F. The D's went quick. Alright, Chris Pitzer. You're like the only card that's available, so let's take a look. Jesus, all of these stats. This game looks kind of complicated for just a pretty simple basketball game. Okay. Okay, no promos either. Nice. Let me take one more quick look through here. Maybe there are some more cards here that'll give me an idea of how the game actually played. Nope, Chris Pitzer was literally the only card that somebody bothered to upload to the website. Okay. That's gonna be a hard no from me, Fast Break. I'm gonna break away from that. Go ahead and take a look at our next row here. Man, we've got some heavy hitters in this one. This row's gonna be a long one. I can feel it. Wait until we see the football games. I don't want to look at football games. It's gonna be an automatic no on the football games. This game didn't even last a full year. That is depressing. Last set was in January 2010. First set was in February 2009. It's based on Fight Club. That's interesting. Another fun Kudo pack for you all. I've never actually seen Fight Club. I've never watched it. I only know about it because of everybody talking about it. This isn't even Fight Club. This is... Wait a second. So, hold on. This is a crossover card game with Rambo, Army of Darkness, Hannibal? Oh, you have my attention. Friday the 13th, the Saw movies. Okay. I am officially intrigued. Tell me more. We're gonna look at every single set. Okay, what else do we have here? Chuck Norris in something. I don't remember what movie that is. What else have we got? I should know what that is, and I don't. We move on before I embarrass myself any further. Tank Gal, okay. I recognize that one. Don't recognize that one. Not sure what that's all about. Nope. Wait a second. Mr. Pink. Is this 007? Is that what that is? I don't remember. Not sure what that is. Wait a second. No, I recognize this. What was this? Oh no, what was this? This is gonna drive me nuts. It was that one where the guy... Was it Split? No, not Split. I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. It's the one where like the guy like has a baby with like a clone and then bad stuff happens. I remember it. I cannot remember the name of it for the life of me. Okay. All right. Interesting. What else have you got for me? RoboCop. Predator. Terminator, classic. Um, that's Halloween. No, wait, no, it's not Halloween. That's I'm so stupid. That's not Halloween. That's the one with the TV show. Oh man, I suck at this. I know what it is. I remember it. It's the one. There's a TV show, and I watched the first season of the TV show, and it was really good. Oh man, I feel so bad. I'm gonna remember that, and it's gonna just hit me out of like nowhere. It's the one where like the guy who played Watson in the Sherlock Holmes BBC show was the main character, and then like the devil was in it. I don't remember, but it was a good show. I'll remember the name of it at some point. More Terminator stuff. Okay, nice. What else have you got for me? This is fun. I like this. I like this game a lot. Okay. What is this? Cipher this. I am intrigued. I'm intrigued, but I can do nothing about it at the moment. More Terminator stuff. Okay. I have become entranced. We are putting Fight Club on the list. And it's going in the absolute folder because I have to talk about this. Funnily enough, game's called Fight Club. No Fight Club in it, from what I can see. Alright. Final Fantasy Opus. So, I personally, I really like this game. I'll just let you guys know right off the bat. This is another one of my favorite games that have come out over the last decade or so. But I think this game is still going on. I mean, it says that the last set came out in 2021, but I don't think that's true, is it? I'm pretty sure this game is still going. It's still in print, at least. I really like this game. And there's a lot of information out on it, so I think I could do something pretty decent with it, but I need to know that it's dead first. If I find out that this game has passed away, I think I'm gonna cover this. So I'll put it in the absolute pile for sure for right now, but we're not gonna cover it quite yet. We're gonna wait for the body to decompose a little bit. Actually, funny thing about this game. If you look back in my old live streams, there are live streams of me playing this game with some viewers. So if you're really curious about it, or if you really want to hear my thoughts on it, you can actually watch me play this game. Very early streams on the channel. But it's going to be talked about at some point, for sure. Let's see, what else we got? Fire Emblem Cipher. Complicated history with this game. So personally, all right, I'm just going to come out here and say this. This is yet another one of my favorite games that have come out in the past decade or so. Like JRPG anime-based games are nuts. In this game, if you have never seen it before, this game has hands down the best artwork of any of the games that I've covered on the channel. And I'll just go out here on record saying it. This is the best artwork that I've ever seen in a video game-based card game. The best. The absolute best. Hands down. Nothing that I've seen has ever compared to the artwork in this game. Absolutely love it. The game itself is pretty fun, too. It's a really unique game that actually plays around the classes of sorry, I almost said of Final Fantasy, of Fire Emblem, and it's really, really cool. However, I have a little bit of a history with this game. And I guess like I'll just be as open as possible with it. So at the time, there was a lot of Final Fantasy talk going around. I said Final Fantasy again. Gosh darn it, I can't keep my thoughts straight. There was a lot of Fire Emblem talk going around. And I think it came out in like a live stream or something that when I played Awakening, I ended up marrying Noe, the dragon chick. And if you don't know anything about the Final Fantasy universe, I said it again. I can't. Okay. A second to catch my thoughts. If you don't know anything about the Fire Emblem universe, pretty much all the dragon people look like this. they're all like kids essentially, which is awful. I get it. Okay, this is basically where the whole like 600-year-old dragon lolly thing comes from. Is basically this, where the characters are they're like supposed to be hundreds of years old, but they look like kids, but they are still like dateable options, and you can take them as partners for in a lot of the Fire Emblem games. At some point, time will pass and you can have kids. So your kid will be dependent on which character you choose to date. And personally, the dragon race is my favorite because they can turn into dragons and that's cool. So that's basically who I ended up picking as my partner in Fire Emblem Awakening. And I got a ton of crap for it. So as my pushback to this, when I made my review of the Fire Emblem TCG, I ended up including a part where like I got really overly excited about seeing Noe cards, and looking back, it's tasteless, and I regret putting it in the video because I think it was extremely divisive. Like I think it was actually this card right here. I basically pulled this card up and like I acted like super excited about seeing it. And it was super cringe. I feel really, really bad about putting it in my video now, but it's also one of those things that, like, I'm not going to go back and take that video down. I don't really believe in that. If I had made that video later in life, though, I would not have joked around like that. I think I totally understand people getting, like, really uncomfortable over the subject matter, and I think me sort of playing around with that as a joke was just... It was very unnecessarily divisive for the channel. A lot of people ended up disowning me after that because, you know, there's a little bit of it's a little bit yikes. It's a little bit yikes that I would do that. But I digress. Like I said before, I don't really take any of this stuff seriously. I totally understand if you do. I understand that there are real life ramifications for not taking this kind of thing seriously, but again, I'm also just not going to take it back. She was my favorite character in the game, and I was happy with my decision. Does not say anything about me or my tastes in real life, and we'll just leave it at that. The one interesting thing about being called an awful word like pedophile is if you're not actually that thing, it doesn't hurt you. Like, I don't take it seriously because it's not true. But anyways, getting back to the actual thing itself, now that we have all of that out of the way, I love this game. I think it's great. It kind of hurts a little bit that the game is entirely in Japanese, so I would have to find a way to translate the cards, not necessarily to talk about it, but to actually have the video, to actually have the cards up on screen in the videos. But it might be worth it for this game. Like, the artwork alone is enough to make me absolutely have to talk about this game. Look at some of these shots, man. Hand-drawn art is just... This is the way to go. If you're gonna make a card game, and the selling point is going to be the artwork, this is the level that you have to hit to truly impress me. Sadly, I don't think this game is... continued, though. I think this game might actually be dead. Yep, it's dead. That's kind of a shame. I think that the Fire Emblem, the new one, Engage, I think Engage would have fit in really well here. And there's also, if I remember correctly, they even pulled in, what was it called? It was Fire Emblem Effie. Yeah, it was the Fire Emblem Shin Megami Tensei crossover. They actually have cards from that set, if I'm not mistaken. God dang, man. I'm sorry, but I could do this all day. Like, not even necessarily talking about the cards. I could sit here and just talk about the artwork on these cards all day. I think if I ever get enough money to go through and complete a card game collection again, this card game is the one that I'm going to complete. Okay. Regardless, it doesn't matter. We don't need to spend any more time on this game. We are all very well aware that it is the nicest looking card game that has ever been released by human mortals. One more. Just give me one more. Okay. This is going on the list for sure. Fire Emblem. Cipher. We'll see if we can do it a little bit of justice this time. No more jokes. No more jokes about the lolly dragons. We'll keep all of that out of the next video. And we'll take a look at the next Fire Emblem TCG. This one is much older. 2001. Let's take a look at it. I don't know anything about this one. Is this another grid-based game? Interesting. Show me one of these cards. Okay. Yeah, so from what I'm seeing, it actually is a grid-based game that plays a little bit like Fire Emblem does. Crazy that, huh? Fire Emblem games playing like Fire Emblem games. Wow. It's quite the world we live in. Okay, this might actually be a really interesting companion piece for Cipher. So I'm going to put Fire Emblem Cipher and the Fire Emblem TCG on the same line. And if I get around to talking about one, I'll just do a special where I cover this one as well. Dang, for such an old game, this artwork's not looking too bad either. Honestly, I kind of dig having the stats over here on this part of the card and then having like a giant character portrait, and you even have like the cape going into the stat box here. That's really cool. Man, Fire Emblem hits when it goes into card games. Grid-based games are a rare game. Yeah, there's not enough grid-based games. Grid-based games are great. Then again, I'm a filthy Ameritrash like miniatures board gamer, so it's pretty obvious that I would say something like that. I'm a huge fanatic of board games with nice miniatures. I have the Bloodborne board game. I have the Dark Souls board game. I've got the Monster Hunter board game that just came out. I'll be getting Primal when that comes in. The Witcher board game. Any board game that has nice miniatures, I'm interested in. Firestorm. Kind of a generic name. Let's check out the cards. It's like a sci-fi thing. Why are there so many sci-fi card games? I didn't even know that sci-fi card game was such like a big thing, but apparently it is a very big thing. I'm kind of bored of it. I got to the bottom of the list and I was bored. I don't think this is making it. Yeah, Andrew Masters isn't saving this one. Goodbye, Firestorm. I don't think anybody's going to fight for you, but if they do, I'll be very interested in seeing it. Lights of Fantasy. This is a really old game, too. 1994. That card didn't have any stats on it. That card doesn't have any stats on it. Okay. It says CCG right here. You cannot call your game a CCG if there are no stats on your cards to actually play a game with. Stop doing this, card gamers. I shouldn't even say card gamers. Card game companies don't do that. Does it say anything? One sec. Lights of Fantasy is a fantasy trading card art set. Oh, you got me with that one. Don't put the G here then. Just call them collectible cards. Final Fantasy CC. That's it. Alright. Fullmetal Alchemist TCG. I have some very complicated opinions about the Fullmetal Alchemist TCG. Let me say this first. People often ask me what my favorite anime are. The top 3 anime, in my opinion, will never change. It's number 1, Rurouni Kenshin, and Samurai X. I like Samurai X more than I like Rurouni Kenshin, but they're the same thing. Second, Fullmetal Alchemist, the original. I didn't really get into Brotherhood. I'm going to give Brotherhood another chance at some point, but I just haven't done it yet. And then Case Closed / Detective Conan. When people ask me my favorite anime, those are always the top 3 ones that I give them. And then the other 2 in my top 5 kind of change around a little bit. I think right now it's No Game, No Life and World God Only Knows as number 4 and 5. But Fullmetal Alchemist is my second favorite IP of all time in the anime space. So believe me when I say I was very excited for the Fullmetal Alchemist TCG to come out. And because I didn't have access to the physical cards, I ended up playing it on the DS. And I will give it this. I hated it, but that could also be the video game's fault. So if I go based on my experience with the Fullmetal Alchemist TCG, I actually think it's one of the worst card games that I've ever played. But also, I've never played the game outside of playing the video game version of the card game. So let's go ahead and look at some cards here. I would be interested in going back and relearning this game and giving it another chance. But I'm just gonna say right now, my opinion of it is already a little bit colored because the video game version is really bad. Hope there's no dog card. I bet you there is. We've got half of it right here. All we need is polymerization. Yeah, this game's really weird. It takes place over the course of rounds, and each round's like the goal for the round changes slightly. So it's such a weird game. I don't even remember it that well. I just remember hating it. Like, I remember trying to get into it multiple times, and then every time I tried to get into it, I just liked it less and less. The first time you play it, you're like, oh man, I'm playing a card game based on Fullmetal Alchemist. I'm the happiest little kudo in the world right now. And then you play it again, and you're like, well, I don't know if I would say it's like the best game ever, but I mean, it's still Fullmetal Alchemist. Then you play it again, and you're like, well, the cracks are starting to show a little bit. I could definitely see how somebody could not be a big fan of this. And then you play it again and you're like, you know what? I'm not having that much fun. These promos are pretty cool, though. Nice. So this is another skill-based game. I should probably also say that, too. Where you compare specific traits in specific types of battle. And there you go. Fullmetal Alchemist. We should probably cover this game. I'm going to go ahead and put this in absolute. Because I think I do want to go back and give this game another try. This time, though, we're not going to play the video game version. I'm just going to learn how to play it on Tabletop Simulator and then just try it out there. I think that's the only fair way to do it. All right. Any cool promos? Ooh. That's cool. I like these card backs. Promos are a little bit basic. Not a super big fan outside of these awesome card backs. Yeah, we're gonna go back and check this one out again. For sure. Okay. Buddyfight. I think I may know a thing or two about this game. I think I may think I may remember talking about this at some point in my life. So Buddyfight's another interesting one where I think I would love to go back and talk about it, but for me. Like, I would love to go back and revisit this game since I fell out of it very quickly. I ended up, let's see, I got into it on its release day. I had videos out on this. And then I think around here, I think a year later, I ended up dropping the game. But while it was still alive, I loved this game. In fact, it's tough, but this might have been my favorite on-launch Bushiroad game. Because I really liked Vanguard, like original Vanguard, not the new crap. The original Vanguard was really good, but I didn't really start loving Vanguard until like 4 or 5 sets in, when they started having really like wacky clans coming out. But set 1 Buddyfight was like the most fun like set 1 card game that Bushiroad has ever released. It was so much fun to play. And also, I really hate to be I really hate to be biased here, but there is, in fact, if you've never seen it before, give me 1 second. There is, in fact, a Case Closed / Detective Conan Buddyfight set that you can play with. So, other people are out here fighting with these dragons and monsters and things that look like Digimon, and you can walk up into the scene with Conan Edogawa and solve the crap out of them. And you've got super cheesy stuff like this, where if you don't know anything about what I'm talking about, I apologize, but this is like the geekiest thing ever. His code name, he's like a thief who uses magic to steal stuff. And his code name is 1412. And there's this whole reason behind it. Like, if you spell the words a certain way, it looks like it spells kid. And his name is Kid the Phantom Thief. So they actually made his defense 1412 as a reference to his code name. Totally unnecessarily. I love it. It's so good. Buddyfight is so good. It's so underrated. I wish more people loved it like I do. Now, that being said, I dropped it up here. The game progresses like up to here. And from what I heard, Buddyfight had died. But I also heard somewhere that Buddyfight was either getting a revival set or was continuing on at some point. So I don't know what's going on with it these days. I would like to go back and look at it to see if it got power crept. But again, I don't think covering Buddyfight is going to do a lot for the channel. I don't think a lot of people are interested in Buddyfight. I mean, if you are interested in Buddyfight, I'd love to hear about it, but I think if I do cover Buddyfight, it's going to be a passion project, where it's basically me covering it for my own purposes. I'm going to add it to my maybe list, though. It would be fun to go back and talk about it. I follow and loved it to Buddyfight did end at Ace. Okay. So the game is dead. I could go back and talk about it. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe if he gets a little bit of love, I'll go back and talk about it. Look at our next set here. We're up to the G's. Feels good, man. G.I. Joe, the card game. This is almost an immediate no from me, I think. Unless this looks really cool. Okay, this is an ultra rare. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, it's so small I can't even read it. Okay. I heard G.I. Joe came out with a pretty decent deck building video. Deck building card game. And I saw it in a video, which is why the word video was on my mind. But I don't know. Does this look like something that I absolutely need to cover? I don't think it does. I don't really like G.I. Joe. It's not that interesting to me. I don't like the IP. I don't know anything about the IP. And it doesn't look like the cards have anything super unique about them, so I think I'm okay with a no on that one. But let's check out the promos. Just one. That's not even a cool promo. Okay. Goodbye, G.I. Joe. Galactic Empires. 94 to 96, about 2 years. Okay. What have you got? Wow. That is... Okay. So, we look at RCA Marine here. Looks almost photorealistic. But then we look at the weapons officer. There's a slight change in art style, is the point that I'm trying to make. Yeah, I'm not interested, but I'm also very, very interested at the same time. What is this? Thank God I don't have the face cam on, because I am making so many... I'm making so many faces at what I'm seeing right now. Okay. Once again, you shouldn't get on people's cases for their artwork. It's not a very cool thing to do. But also sometimes it's like how do you not point it out? They had to know, right? I'm not out here picking on like somebody who thought they did a really good job with their art or like anything like that. Like they released this card alongside cards that had artwork like this. They had to know. So I don't feel that bad about making fun of it, but it sticks out so bad. Okay. Let's see what their promos look like. Let's see what the Persona set looks like, because that sounds neat. Okay, because see, like, Alien Love looks really nice. Was resources management done on purpose to troll me? That's the thing I have to worry about. Like, did they know that nearly 30 years later, somebody would be really into card games and be looking at their cards on a website, just like this one? What is this? Okay, we're done with that. Let me see these promos. Well, what have we got here? Any fun looking promos? No, for the most part, these look pretty good. Maybe that one looks a little weird. This dragon one. You poor thing. Okay. You know, I may be missing out on a diamond in the rough here. But I think we're gonna skip this one. I think we're passing. I don't think I need to cover that game. Gate Ruler. Giant mechs and yokai in space. How can you pass up a name like that? I'm into it. Let's check it out. There aren't very many cards in this one. This isn't like a set, is it? Okay, it's a starter deck. That makes more sense. Let's check out one of the actual sets. I mean, you've got me with this artwork. Don't tell me, is this done by the same company that does... No, I don't think so. I think it's just a massive coincidence. This looks very similar to the Fire Emblem card game, though, right? Cipher? Like, this looks like Cipher, right? I'm not making that up. This looks a lot like it. Ooh, hoo, 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 ho, ho, ho. That's cool. You have my attention, Gate Ruler. I am very much into this right now. Okay, show me more. Show me more. What else we got? Show me the last set that came out and the demo deck, I think. Ah, god dang, man. I knew at some point we were going to find a card game that rivaled I almost said it again. That rivaled Fire Emblem Cipher in artwork. I did not think it was going to happen this soon. It's very close. This is on par with, if not, I'll just say on par with, it's not better. This is on par with the Fire Emblem card game in terms of looks. Don't know about the mechanics. Looks like a pretty basic attack defense stat sort of game. I don't think it's that complicated looking. World Master. See. Cards in hand, start a turn, draw 2 cards. Modifiers, treat all cards you play as if you paid the cost for them. You cannot have a hand of cards. Then you've got these here. Ooh, are we link summoning? Is this a link summoning game? You know, I stopped Yu-Gi-Oh! Altogether because of link summoning. Maybe that's a bad sign. Okay, this is going on the list. This is one of those hidden gem games that I have to talk about. Gate Ruler TCG. Yep, I think that's going to go down as a hidden gem. Okay. Genio cards, Marvel. Never heard of this book. Take a look. Marvel could be a fun thing to talk about, though. But what is this? That's no Marvel I've seen. Granted, it looks like it's based on the comics, which is pretty cool. Why are there so many... Wait a second. Genio cards. Does that have something to do with, like, wildlife? I've never heard of Genio before, but I think that's what this is. I'm confused. I'm confused and terrified. What have I stumbled upon? Bro, what is this? It's a game where you have Wolverine, but you also have hippopotamus, giant panda, and Dick Dick. What is this game? I'm so morbidly curious. Oh, okay. Okay, what have we got going on here? Okay, so up here, right, up until this point, we've got all of this wildlife. We've got different birds. We've got different jungle creatures. We've got all this stuff. And then we get down here, and things get a little weird. Okay, we've got cave art and mummies and Greek theater. Okay, those are things like closely related to Egypt and Greek mythology, I guess. Then we get down a little bit further, and it's like we've got all these like gods, and it's like, okay. I mean, I guess that's still in the realm of like wildlife in a weird way. And then we get down a little bit further, and it's like we've got all these different kinds of like people. Like these are just soldiers, different types of soldiers. And then this isn't even like a thing. This is like sports, right? This is just different types of sports. That's okay. And then we have like government jobs, I guess, like police, firefighting, EMTs, and then different people in the military. And then more sports. What is this game? This is so weird. This is cars? Those aren't even real cars. Why is Cyclops the car one? Okay. All right. You got me by the balls, Genio. You've got me, man. I have to check out more of this game. I don't think I can put something like this in my regular tier. So I'm going to put this in meme for right now, unless I find out that it's like amazing. Genio, Marvel, and then if there's any other Genio sets, we'll throw those in here too. Gogo's Crazy Bones. That's a fun name. What is this? It's so awkwardly cute. I'm kind of into it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of into it. Avoids confrontation, always brings goodness and peace. Okay, so part of me almost thinks that this is like a collector game like the other ones, but it looks like these cards have a symbol or like some kind of number up here, which makes me think that this is actually a type of game. Load up another card here. When he sits down to think, he acts like a tribal chief. Okay. Thanks for that one, I guess. Am I wrong? This looks like it has to be some kind of game. Otherwise, why would these numbers be up here? Yeah, he has an attack stat. This is a game. This is a game for sure. Your opponent can only play with 10 cards in their hands. Oh, only 10. Your opponent takes the first 10 cards from their deck and can only use these cards. That sounds kind of strong. Don't try to stare out Nari. You will lose. Okay, Gogo's Crazy Bones. You have my attention. I'm going to add you to the list. I'm not even going to put you in the meme tier, even though that's probably where you should go. I'm going to put you in the maybe tier. Gogo's Crazy Bones. Okay, next game. Gormiti. Gorm needs help. Does he now? Apparently he doesn't need that much help, because I can't see any of your cards. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Looks very Ben 10-y. When recruited, move 3 opponent creatures from defense zone to attack zone. So it's another card game with multiple zones. But only 3 of the cards are actually viewable. Okay. This... I think we're okay passing on this one. I don't see anything about this that needs my full attention. Gridiron Fantasy Football. Thank the Lord it's only 1 set. Let's take a look at it. Jesus Christ. Okay. A little more intense than I was expecting. This game looks... I mean, I guess if I were going to cover a football game, this is the kind of game I'd like to cover. One with just, like, that goes insane and isn't super, like, isn't super, realistic. A game like this might be okay, but also, it's a football game. I'm really, really, really not looking forward to having to cover a football game. Okay. If I were hypothetically going to cover a game like this, it would have to be a meme. This isn't going in any of my regular lists. If I'm going to cover this kind of game, especially a football game, it's going in the meme tier. But even then, I don't think I'm going to put it in. The only thing that would make me want to put it in is this freaking gun that comes up out of nowhere. That's very interesting. No, I think I'm good. I played around with the idea of maybe putting it in the meme tier right now, but I think I'm okay. Let's pass for right now. Guardians. What have you got? Babes, beer, and gold. Okay. Okay. What's this? Oh, that's so unsettling. +2 Vitality and Swamp. I don't think that I hate this, but it is a little bit too, I don't know. Like, where would I even put this, honestly? Like, I can't really put it in maybe, because it doesn't look like the game takes itself seriously enough for me to actually take it seriously as a card game. But also, like, can you really meme a card game that seems to be memeing itself already? I don't know about that one. Let's look at the revised cards. Let's see if they went anywhere with this. No, they all look exactly the same. Okay, so apparently revised means exactly the same. Let's take a look at the promos. Ah, you had me and you lost me. Guardians CCG. Think I'm okay ignoring this one for right now. I don't think we need to be covering this game anytime soon. Next set, we're into the H's. Okay. So, the Gundam TCG. I managed to get a hold of a starter deck for this game here. And I, despite all these years passing, I don't think I ever actually sat down and learned how to play this game. I mean, it's Gundam, so obviously, you know, I probably would have really enjoyed it had I actually taken some time to figure out how to play it, but I think I basically just, like, looked at these Gundam cards, like the robots themselves, and just thought, man, that looks really cool. Then I never actually learned how to play the game or managed to play a match of it. This is shockingly small, though. I can't believe that a Gundam game only made it 3 sets. That's really weird to me. I think I'm gonna have to cover this game just to figure out what happens to it. Because Gundam is still, like, alive and well in Japan. Harry Potter's a life-teching game. You be talking about it? I don't know. We'll see. I'm not there yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and add Gundam because I wanna learn about it. I wanna figure out what happened to it. It's going in maybe though. I'm not jumping to try it. Gundam or TCG. Gundam War CCG. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Does it look much different? Do you think it's going to be like a revival game? No, this is a way different game. Doesn't look bad, though. Maybe I'm biased because I love giant robots, but that's a pretty cool picture. So is this one. Dang, man. Kind of into it. Okay, so I think if I cover the Gundam TCG, I'll have to throw in the CCG as well, just as like a package deal. So TCG and TCG. Yeah, I could get behind this. I think this is interesting enough to talk about. Alright, this is another Polish game. Take a look at it, but we're not going to cover it. Yep, I don't think I'm missing much. It's fine, but I think I'm okay passing over it. Alright, Harry Potter, TCG, released in 2001. Let's learn about it. Wow, it's a Harry Potter TCG released in the early 2000s, and it only made it a year. Okay, well, now you have my attention. What's going on with this? These cards look terrifying. I know these are like holographic cards, and the being scanned into the computer makes them not show up super good. But that's like... that looks like the case of like a low-budget horror movie, for sure. The last Gundam-like thing here in the US was likely Megas XLR. Maybe. I mean, I feel like there's been a couple of Gundam things. The video games have been a huge resurgence in these last few years. The Transfiguration exam. I feel like Harry Potter and trans probably a deadly combination at the moment. If I do talk about it, might want to leave those cards out. Crap, was this what Snape was going to look like before they actually got his live-action actor? That's crazy. What else we got? The artwork is kind of charming. Nice. Wizard crackers. Two students. I'm too much of an adult to be looking at cards like this. Wizard crackers. I think it's the look on their face that's really doing it for me right now. Jesus Christ. Lord, give me the strength. Okay, I have to stop looking at it. So this looks interesting. Is it funny enough that I can put it in memes, though? Or should I take it somewhat seriously and put it in my maybe pile? Okay. I'm gonna put it in maybe for right now. I don't think it's funny enough to be a meme game. I think I have to take it somewhat seriously. Hecatome. What's this all about? Ah. Cards are somewhat off-putting. But are they shaped like this because... like, Okay. Hecatomb shares a number of mechanics with Magic the Gathering, including tapping. The key new game mechanic in Hecatomb is the way abominations are constructed. Abominations are made up from 1 to 5 minion cards, with the minions being stacked on top of each other. Each new minion is rotated as it is played onto an existing abomination. Because of the way the cards are constructed, with 5 sides and 4 transparent edges, the cards underneath can continue to be seen, and hence an abomination is a combination of all of their strengths and powers. That's really cool, actually. I'm kind of really into that idea. So here's my problem. I'm actually really into this idea, and I think this sounds really, really cool. But I also don't know how well this would actually translate to making a video on it. Because if these were transparent, then I could hypothetically still overlap the images. And that would be kind of cool, I guess. Man, this game sounds really cool. I'm gonna put it under maybe for right now. Logistically, I think talking about this game is going to be a nightmare, but I think it might be worth it. Because it's just a really cool idea. I wonder if Tabletop Simulator has any of these cards on it. Because if it does, that might be a pretty interesting way to talk about it. That's what I'm doing for the Zatch Bell card game. Yeah, these are pretty neat. I like these. I like this. Good job, Hecatomb. You've made the list. Hercules, Legendary Journeys. 1 sets. Not very legendary. Oh, it's the Kevin Sorbo show. Okay. I was expecting artwork, and I got Kevin Sorbo. That's fine. I think some of this comes from the movie. I never actually saw the show, but I did see the movie at one point. Do we have any Xena? That'd be cool. Blah. Yeah, it looks kind of bland. It's that awkward mix of, like, it's not funny enough to be a meme, but it's also not interesting looking enough for me to actually... Wait a second. I've seen that symbol before. Is this a tie-in game with a game that we've already seen? One sec. I'll look back here real quick. What would it have tied into? Darn it, I'm gonna have to go back and take another look. That, I've definitely seen those marks before. I think this is a tie-in game with another game that we already saw. Let me take one more look at it. Maybe I'll figure it out. Xena's got her own card game? That's cool. Take a look at that later, too. This symbol right here and this banner right here, I've definitely seen those today, but man, that was 6 hours ago. I'm not going to remember. Okay. You're not going on the list right now, Hercules, but Godspeed to you. Heresy, Kingdom Come. Gotta admit, name Kingdom Come. You're gonna be carried by a fairly decent card game. Sorry, by a fairly decent video game with that namesake. Go and take a look at it. Okay, I was not expecting this. What is this game? Is this Cyberpunk? It's like, it's got demons and angels in it, but also there's a cyberpunk guy holding a gun. What am I looking at? So you look up here, you're like, oh my god, blind faith. This game is holy. But then you look down here at cacophonies. And it's like, how do they even come from the same card game? Okay, I am fascinated. I am quite interested in everything that I'm currently seeing. I may just have to look further into this game at some point. I mean, it's not a very long game. It only has, like, one set. This might be fascinating enough for me to put under memes. I think we're finally adding another game to the meme tier. Here, let's see. Kingdom. Hero attacks. This one's Marvel, so we've seen a hero attacks before. I wonder, is hero attacks and alien attacks, like, interchangeable? Like hero clicks and action clicks, I wonder? This isn't made by Wizards, right? Ops. No, I guess not. No, I think I'm going to say the same thing that I did when we saw alien clicks. Or, sorry, alien attacks. I think this looks kind of boring. I'm a little bit more familiar with the Marvel universe, of course, than I am the Doctor Who universe, but I mean, most of these cards are just numbers. This looks so boring. I don't think I want to cover this. Okay, yeah, this is definitely just for collectors. Like, there's no way that they actually expect me to believe that you can play a balanced game with these cards. That's ridiculous. They're so, like, wildly different numbers, and I don't see any kind of cost or anything associated with these. Whoa, and then real life Guardians of the Galaxy out of nowhere. That's not jarring. Okay. No. This hero attacks thing is just it's so boring. I can't put it in. All right, we're going to load up the next set of cards here, but also I think I need another quick break. So I will see you guys in just a moment. Okay. Water acquired. I think we're ready to jump back into it. 6 hours in. We are currently on the letter H still. Ready to go until midnight if I have to, but we are finishing this bad boy. High stakes drifter. High stakes drifter, even. I'm losing my reading ability because I've been at this for too long. Getting kind of a yikes feeling from this. I mean, I married the lolly dragon in Fire Emblem. I think that's the only amount of yikes that I'm being allowed. I don't think a game about like cowboys and Indians is gonna go over very well. Okay, so I'm not gonna do a video on this, but let me see if I can figure it out a little bit. I like that each of the suits here has like a stat with it. Luck, skills, smarts, and guts. No, cost. Cost, I see. Kind of neat. Okay, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. Let's go ahead and just get out of this one. Highlander. So, ready for even more disappointment? I've never seen Highlander either. Don't know anything about the Highlander franchise. Not an IP I was ever particularly interested in. The only thing I know about Highlander is apparently only one person is allowed to have the special thing, whatever the special thing is. And I only know that because it's a card gaming thing nowadays, where you only have one of each type of thing in your deck. I'm not getting anything special out of this. I think I'm okay skipping this one. Somebody can tell me all about how good the Highlanders card game is. And it lasted a long time, it looks like. It got itself quite a few sets here. But, wait a second. Misprints and oddities? There's a misprints specific section for this? There are so many. Why aren't there any images? I want to see that. I want to see all of the misprints and oddities. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do some research on this. It's not enough to make me actually want to cover the card game, but I am curious what these misprints and oddities are, apparently. Okay. Promos don't have very many cards either. War Games West. I'm good. I'm set on Highlander the card game. Humalaiens, the collectible card game. Let's see it. Ah, I see. So this is somebody's passion project. That's a toughie. See, my problem is I don't really like covering clearly amateur card games like this, right? And when I say amateur, I'm not saying that to put them down. I'm just saying that there wasn't like a huge studio involved in the creation of this game. For most card games, you've got artists, testers, designers, you have like people overseeing the project and making sure everything lines up. You've got like a marketing department, you've got all this different stuff that goes into the game. And for something like this, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that gonna go ahead on a limb here and say that this is probably a passion project made by like maybe 1 to 3 people who just had an idea for a card game and wanted to get it out there. So when it comes to games like that, I feel really bad covering them with the same level of intensity that I normally do, because I usually avoid being that critical of passion projects unless the creator of the game specifically tells me that it's okay to be as, rough as possible. Kudokun, did you skip your Naruto? I don't know what you mean. If you mean talking about it here, no, we haven't hit it yet. We're still in H. We probably won't hit Naruto for another hour or so. Cheese and crackers. What do I do? See, under normal circumstances, I think I am actually kind of curious enough about this that I would put it under meme. But I also don't know if that's too mean. I don't know if I want to be publisher AEG. I mean, that sounds like a company name at the very least. After selecting a frontline team of up to 5 Humalaiens, your team works together to either defeat your opponent's frontline or to metamorphose. Oh man, that's a title drop right there. Into super beings. I don't know what to do. Okay, if I'm thinking this hard about it, I think it goes in maybe. I think that's the natural evolution of this. If I have to think about it this hard, then clearly I at least have a little bit to say about it. I'll just have to do a little bit of research on it, because from what I'm seeing, this looks like an indie card game made by a handful of people. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe this is like a big studio project, and if it is, then I can tear it to shreds without any kind of sympathy. Okay, it looked like you found one of them under another name. Not quite. Not quite yet. Alright, Huntic. Let's see it. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that this one is also based on a cartoon that I have never seen before. Looks charming, I guess. Wouldn't say it's quite as interesting as some of the other card games that we've seen so far. Wow. Having a hard time justifying why I should put it on my list, though, is the problem. Zalia Moon. Take a look at you. While I'm in zone 3, 4, or 5, your opponent can't play action cards. Okay, so action cards probably like events or sorceries. Got zones, so it's probably a grid-based game of some kind. Either that or like rows, maybe? I don't know. Huntic. Wish I had any idea what IP you come from. Is it Neopets? Looks like a Neopet. That is much more terrifying than I thought it was before I clicked it. Okay. I think I'm good, Huntic. I think I'm okay on that one. Hyborian Gates. Maybe this is secretly really cool like that other game we saw. No, this is... What is this? Mentalists of Tunetha is like a regular family, but also barbarians. This has to be a movie that I've never seen or something. There's no way that this is just a card game idea. But once again, this is an IP that I've never heard of before. And spaceships, all of a sudden. It looks fine. Looks okay. But it does not look interesting enough for me to actually make a decent video out of. I think we're going to have to pass on this one too. Yeah, I think we're good. Goodbye, Hyborian Gates. Illuminati New World Order. For a game called Illuminati, it doesn't look like this set lasted very long. Oh, okay. Alright, I see. Is this like a giant political joke? Is that what I'm seeing here? See, the thing is, I see these cards here, and I'm actually quite intrigued. So, Servants of Cthulhu, +4 on any attempt to destroy, even win. So I see, like, these arrows here, and I'm quite curious. Because it looks like different stuff happens based on maybe... No, actually, never mind. So they're all the same. The power is always to the left. The right is always something that you get every time something is completed. And then the bottom is, I guess, like your main goal. Maybe it's not as interesting as I gave it credit for. Yeah, this is some big political thing. Ah, that's kind of gross. I really try not to get super political in my stuff. Because the thing is, I don't really fall on any kind of side. Like, I don't consider myself a part of the right or the part of the left. I just a dude. I stay out of politics because I don't really have the time, energy, or interest to really have an informed opinion on a political thing. But it's not like... See, the thing is, it's not like I'm offended by this kind of thing, but, like, do I really want to inflict, like, a political game on my people? Like, don't get me wrong, like, I see this picture of Al Gore hugging a tree, and it's like, I don't really care about it, per se, but, like, is this something that I would want to inflict on my audience? I don't know. Seems like it would be really unwise to cover a game like this. So, okay, maybe there's a middle ground. I think what I'll do is I'll put this in memes. And then at some point, if I do think it would be fine to cover a weirdly political game like this, I'll take another look at it. Okay, Imagica. 1997. Looking forward to some pretty old artwork here. Was that like a real person? Ooh, there's something kind of unsettling about this. Interesting. Kind of into it. It's like creepy, but in like a haunting kind of way. Oh, and that's just creepy in like an actually legitimately creepy way. But also there's titties, so I have to make sure not to stay on any of these for too long. This might be a little bit too spicy for the YouTubes. Yeah, so I'm scrolling really quickly past some of these because I don't think they're quite appropriate. Uh, and I don't, even though I don't really care about things like monetization per se, I also don't want my stuff getting taken down, so I have to be very careful to toe the line here. But also, I'm a little bit mesmerized by what I'm seeing. Okay, so I think personally, I'm really fascinated by what this card game is, and I'll have to do a little bit of research on it. But I think as far as making a video out of it, I don't think I could make this happen, dude. Like I'm personally fascinated by it, but also uh I don't think I could make a video on this, especially a YouTube safe one, because again, I've passed by some cards very quickly because I've recognized what they are, and yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea to try and cover this game in detail. Really fascinating though. Sorry, Magica. Inazuma 11. This is I've heard of this. This is a set of 3DS games, right? Is it also an anime? I think it might be. But I know that there are definitely 3DS games called Inazuma 11. A friend of mine was into it. Let's take a look. Let's not take a look. It doesn't look like there are any cards up. What about the FF series? Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Then let's just completely ignore it. Sorry, Inazuma 11, you might be a great game, but I don't have any images to work with. This is a Spanish game, probably not going to be able to cover it, but let's take a look at the cards. Well, never mind, let's not take a look at the cards. Okay, what about Insania? Anything here? Okay, this game's not happening either. Sorry, Inferno. Initial D. Another kind of strange idea for a card game, but I'm down for it, I suppose. This looks oddly familiar. Honestly, this is giving me kind of Bleach vibes. Not the art style, obviously, but these stats over here. It is kind of clever that it's red, yellow, and green. I'll give it that. That's pretty cool. And it's only one set, so I could knock this out in one video if I wanted to cover it. These photorealistic cars are kind of weird. Um, this looks kind of unique. I'm not totally opposed to this. So I'm guessing the tracks require different stats in order to complete them. And the cards that you play enhance your car in the ways that it needs to have the stats in order to complete the race. I'm not totally against that, but also, like, is Initial D really gonna be that interesting to talk about? I don't know anything about Initial D. It's a pretty fun game, you say? Take turns playing corners with your opponents. Okay. I'll take your word for it, friendo. I mean, like I said before, it's literally one set. So I could talk about this pretty easily. We're going to put this in the maybe. Intervention. Fine. Oh, man. This one also no images. Okay. About cult movies. That sounds fun. Nope. One promo. Give me one. Okay. Well, apparently intervention's not happening. Inuyasha. So this is interesting. First of all, I probably shouldn't have to say this. I was a pretty big Inuyasha fan, like pretty much everybody who watched Adult Swim was when they were kids. I loved Inuyasha. The card game I never actually played because I never got my hands on any cards aside from, I believe, one booster pack or one set of promos that came with a video game that I bought. I think it was Secret of the No Mask or Curse of the No Mask, one of those two for the PS2. First, I want to say that game slaps. In fact, most Inuyasha games are really good. Inuyasha was trash? Unplayable? Okay. I don't know. I'm pretty good at finding ways to play unplayable games. I think I want to talk about this game at some point, though, at the very least, because I remember having a couple of cards, and I thought it was pretty interesting because of the video game promos, but I never actually played this game or seen any cards outside of the promos. So let's take a look. Okay, looks like a stat-based game like Bleach. Artwork is screenshots, which I guess is fine. Cards look kind of clean. Not too bad. They didn't complete the rules for the TCG. I gotcha. I getcha. So it looks fine. We'll probably talk about this a little bit. Since this is one of those things that, like, I think a lot of people have nostalgia for Inuyasha. It might be worth talking about just to get some new life on the channel. There are a lot of sets though. Holy crap. Look at this and the last one, and we'll see what the Feudal Warfare decks are. Okay, promos. Is my promo going to be in here? Nope. Okay, I actually don't recognize a lot of these, so I guess I didn't have any of the promos. Maybe I actually did just have, like, a legitimate booster pack. Yes, ooh. Cards got a lot cleaner as the game went on. That's kind of neat. I'm a fan of the bigger artwork. Where did we even get to? Is this... Man, it's been so long. I can't remember. I think this is around the time of the Red Tetsaiga, maybe? Hmm. Okay. And what are the warfare decks like? Okay. Basically just a two-player starter set, I think. And Kotsu. So, when I was a kid, my neighbor was like one of my childhood friends, and he was in love with this character. He used Bankotsu as his name for a bunch of stuff. And back when I had my card game, Gamers Challenge, my friends decided that he wanted to basically quote unquote work for me. And so he asked for like a custom like administrator deck with Bankotsu as like the main character. So I made it for him. Good times. Okay. Yeah, it looks neat. I'm gonna put this in cover. I think this is gonna be an interesting thing to talk about at the very least, especially if the rules were incomplete. Because if the rules were incomplete, that'll make for a really juicy story. Decent lifespan? Yeah, honestly, it's not bad. Although keep in mind, like I want to make sure that everybody's clear on this. Each of these isn't like a year of the game. Normally when it comes to card games, like somewhere between 3 and 6 sets will be released within a year. So despite all of these being different sets, this is probably about a year and a half to 2 years worth of content. Maybe if we're really stretching it, a little less than 3 years. So that's pretty decent when it comes to an anime card game, because anime card games are normally known for coming in and lasting maybe like 4 sets, so like not even a full year. And any anime-based card game that can make it past a full year is seen as a successful game. Okay, Jackie Chan Adventures. Like the rest of the world, I was a pretty big fan of this show when I was growing up, but I've never seen the card game before, so let's take a look. What is this? What hell have I unleashed? Okay, it's a game. It has to be. Magnetic boots add 10 to skill. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. These say gallery, so maybe this isn't like a real thing. Let's take a look here. Oh no. Uh what? Don't even have. Okay. So what am I looking at? I feel like every time I click one of these sets, it's a completely different game that I'm looking at. That's okay. Okay, so looks like another skill-based game. You fight in different competitions. You try and make the battles go towards whatever skills your character's good at. Some of these seem really unbalanced though. Like if I'm going to use like Cowboy Jackie, I have 68, 69, 76, 74, 89. But if I'm going to use like whatever this Jackie is, My stats are way bigger. This can't be an actual game, right? Like, maybe this is like that other game that we looked at where it's not like an actual game and it's just like collector cards, maybe. But then why would those other cards say that they add to your skills if this is just a collectible? Um, okay, I feel like I'm very, very much missing something here, right? This has to be a game, but I don't really understand how this game would have worked if it actually played like a game. I mean, I'm getting a huge, like, nostalgia overload. But I'm not feeling very much game here. It says Jackie Chan Adventures TCG, trading card game. So I want to believe with all of my might that there is a game somewhere behind all of this nonsense. Okay, I can't look at it anymore. It's confusing enough that part of me wants to put it in the meme category just to do some research on it and figure out exactly what's going on with it. But the problem is, I feel like once I actually do learn about how this game works and what this game actually was, it's not going to be anywhere near as funny. So it's quite a catch-22. It's funny enough as it stands to do a meme video on, but once I actually do the research for the video, it's not going to be funny anymore. So I think we're just going to have to pass on it, and that sucks, man. Because I think a Jackie Chan TCG video would probably bring the viewership in. I think a ton of people would want to see a video on the Jackie Chan TCG. But I don't even think there really is a Jackie Chan TCG to do a video on. So I think we're going to have to pass on that one for right now, Jackie. But I'll do some research on it in my free time. Maybe it'll be more interesting. Is that another James Bond card game? What's on here? Am I saved by the bell because there are no images? Okay, I'll take it. No James Bond 007 today. Jedi Knights. I feel like I've heard of this game, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Maybe not. Ugh. We're back to these creepy CG faces. Oh no. That's not good. These look like if they were putting these characters in an episode of a reboot. That's what these characters look like. Even the characters you would expect to be perfect because you can't actually see their face, like Darth Vader. This looks off. Like there's something about the colors that just don't look right. Gross. Um, Man, I already don't like Star Wars. Do I really want to cover a game like this? I don't even think I could cover this game as a meme, because I think people would get legitimately upset with me if I didn't take this seriously. There's probably some Star Wars nerd out there that loves the crap out of this game. I don't know. If you are that person, feel free to tell me all about it, but I'm gonna pass. That's not for me. Kaijudou! Duel Masters 2, Electric Boogaloo. So this is going to be a fun one. I actually got into this game competitively and competed in Kaijudou tournaments. Let's see if they actually have my deck cards here. I'm going to take a quick look. So, for those who don't know, of course, this is just Duel Masters again. They decided to re-release the game, but change the name and change how a bunch of the cards worked, but keeping the same artwork. Like, pretty much every card that you see on this page here was taken from the original game. You know, there are some classics. Bronze Arm Tribe was basically the Wood Elf that gave you extra mana. You've got Gatling Sky Terror, which they actually made him weaker in this version. I don't know why they did that. Draglides, they made him weaker too, now that I think about it. Didn't he used to have a pretty decent effect? Huh. But anyways. Yeah, it's just more Duel Masters, and we've already decided that we're going to be covering Duel Masters, so we don't have to look too much at this, because if we're going to cover Duel Masters, then obviously we also have to include episodes on Kaijudou to show sort of where the new metagame hit when it was re-released. So some people might get upset at me for saying this, but I actually think the Kaijudou reboot was done much better than the Vanguard reboot. The Vanguard reboot, I feel like, was a gigantic mess because they tried to make all of the cards exactly as powerful as they were when they were in Vanguard. But with Kaijudou, they actually made some kind of effort to scale the game back and take away some of the power creep that came up in later sets. So, you know, as memey as this is, I actually think Kaijudou handled its reboot pretty well, all things considered, especially when you compare it to the way that Vanguard rebooted itself. Because that was a total train wreck. This was made when the people behind the OG card game decided that they should make another right. It's a shame Duel Masters didn't have the staying power given how big it got in Japan. Yeah, that tends to happen. Things will be really big in Japan, but they'll be a little bit inflated by the fact that, okay, let me put it this way. In Japan, when you get into something, you can almost always find a community for it, because Japan is a small enough place that if there is like a community of people who are into a card game that you really like, it's usually maybe like a 40-minute bus ride at the most to getting to that group so that you can enjoy the thing that you like alongside those people. Whereas in America, if you get into something and there's nobody around you who plays it, right now I'm experiencing that with HeroClix. I love HeroClix, but here in Arizona, there are no HeroClix groups. It does not exist here. It's impossible for me to actually enjoy it without using some kind of online program, I guess. But the downside to this is that then when a game crashes in Japan, it crashes hard. Companies will dedicate a lot of money and time and effort into really boosting something because the sales are very, very good, but then the sales will cut down by like 70, 80% almost overnight, because a group will move on to something brand new, since even though it's easy to get into something, it's also easy to get into a different something if something newer and shinier comes out. And I feel like Kaijudou had that too. That's okay. I still love it. I still think it's great. Next row. Still in the Ks, but it looks like we're going to hit the Ls. Kartazma. Polish. Probably not going to cover this one. First message was in regard to Jedi Knights. Ah, I see. That I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know anything about Star Wars or any of the Star Wars games. What is this? That... Are there just people? Oh no, this isn't Boys Love or whatever it's called, is it? Boy Crazy? Is this Boy Crazy too? I am so morbidly curious about what's going on here. What? What is this? This isn't a real game, right? This is another passion project. It has to be. I'm fascinated. It's a card game with pictures of a different card game in it. Oh no. This might be worth going in the meme tier, even if it's in a different language. See, this is why you always gotta check. This is why you always gotta check. You gotta see if it's worth talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna research this game. This is going on the list. Cartasma, you have become a meme, my friends. Okay, Killer Instinct's the card game. Oh, is this actual screenshots from the game? Based. So it looks kind of bad. There's not very many images. That kind of sucks. What is this abomination? Stall. You cannot be eliminated from the game regardless of how many no-shows you have. Stall remains in play until any player signs a fighter stack. When Stall leaves play, disregard any no-shows accumulated during previous turns. Above all, the Shadow Cores must ensure their champions' cooperation. I mean, it's almost funny enough to go in the meme tier, but there's no images. I don't know about this one. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Killer Instinct and all, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to make this one happen. We're gonna have to leave that one. If there's something in the if there's something y'all know about Killer Instinct that I don't, let me know, but we're leaving that one behind. Kingdom Hearts. Mwah. Kingdom Hearts is my favorite video game franchise. I know it's a little bit cringy to say that. It's one of those things where it's really high quality, but also acknowledging that you like it makes you a mainstream normie. Kingdom Hearts and the Atelier series are tied, like, for my favorite game series. Like, I like Kingdom Hearts the most, but Atelier is also the game that I find the comfiest, the coziest, the one that I like to get into the mostiest. Interestingly enough, though, I owned some of the Kingdom Hearts cards when I was a kid. I remember buying some at GameStop, but I don't think I ever actually learned how to play. This is another one that, like, I bought them because I loved Kingdom Hearts, but I also never learned how to play or have ever played a game of it. Oh, wait, this is made by Fantasy Flight Games too? That's fascinating. Oh, cat. Okay. So, unfortunately, I know it's only been an hour, but my cat is currently bugging me for food, and I think that's fair. So I'm going to take a quick moment to feed my cat. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. I'll see you guys in just a sec. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look. So the artwork is taken directly from the games. I remember having a couple of these cards. For sure. Um, so I get the feeling that this game probably plays a lot like Dot Hack, where you've got good guys, and then you play bad guys to your opponent's side of the board to try and kill them, and they do the same to you. I'll be real though with you guys. I'm not that impressed. Not that impressed with some of the artwork here. Let's see if they turn it around. Oh, Jesus. The Japanese got like almost twice the amount that the English got. That's where all the good stuff is. I bet you anything. Okay, pretty neat little promos, I guess. Some of these choices are kind of odd. Why does Tinkerbell get to be a promo? That's weird. Tigger's a promo. Kyrie, that one makes more sense. Ooh, that's a nice looking card. I'm into it. Dang. So I don't know anything about the game yet, but I know I want this card. It's a location obtaining game. Okay, that makes sense. I did see some places. Card. Aladdin, Power of the Lamp. With a better support value than Donald Duck and a better magic value than Goofy, Aladdin is a great choice for players wanting a good attack value from a friend that can still cast lower level magic spells. Be sure to remember Aladdin's pal Genie. Play Aladdin in your friend area and use his magic to summon the powerful Genie cards. Note, make sure your Aladdin cards have a high enough magic value to play the Genie cards for your deck. Okay. That's kind of cute. I like that they have little, here's here's how you're actually supposed to play the game. Little cards that come in. That's kind of cool. Let's take a look at one more. I find this adorable. That card, Divine Intervention. The Divine Rose is a great common attack card that holds its own against rarer attack cards. In fact, Divine Rose is tied for the highest initial strength with the rare card, Oathkeeper. Remember to use more than one Divine Rose if you need to, since playing 2 at the same time allows you to increase the total attack value to a whopping 12. Okay. Again, that's cute. I like that. Alright, but let's get into the real stuff, okay? Here's what the game turned into. I really like the forums, but I feel like you could have done them a little bit more justice than this, guys. Okay, the artwork got a little bit better. I like that they used some of the original Disney images here. Oh, Final Fantasy. I miss Final Fantasy being in my Kingdom Hearts. Did they recycle that Tinkerbell image? Weird. Maybe it's the same card, though. Oh, man. Of all the card games I expected to resort to screenshots from the game, I did not expect this. Not a big fan of the way that looks. That's pretty ugly, if I'm being honest. Okay. Let's see what Japan was up to. I'm sure they've got some just absolutely bonkers cool promos for us to look at. Take a look at these 3 sets, and that'll be it. Not super impressed. What is the deal with this Tinkerbell? Why are there so many of that Tinkerbell in particular? Like, I can see Sora getting recycled. Okay, that makes sense. I can see Kairi getting recycled. Fine, I totally get it. Main character. But Tinkerbell and Ticker. Weird choices. Oh, god dang. I bet you... Oh, man. I bet this looks so cool in real life. This is right up there with the panty and stocking promo cards that I absolutely would love to have in my collection. Okay, not quite as impressed as I thought I'd be. Maybe my expectations are just a little bit too high. Okay. Why are there 2 of the exact same Tinkerbell cards right here? Let me read their effects and see if they're different. Okay. Okay, so this effect is just when you play this card, heal 1 health. What's this? When you play this card, heal 1 health. That's so weird. Why? I just want to know why. Like, I'm not mad at you, Kingdom Hearts. I'm curious. Is it? No, that's not the same one, right? Okay. This one says common. And these ones say ultra rare. So I can understand that, okay? You've got a common, and then you've got the holographic. But why are both of these the same? Is my question. Okay. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay. All right. This is where we were hiding the real stuff. Dang. Okay. So this is what I'm expecting out of a Kingdom Hearts card game. This artwork is pretty nice. I'm a fan of this. I really, really like this set. That's when you know they're taking it seriously. Even the Kingdom Hearts characters that are Final Fantasy characters, sorry, they actually used the hand-drawn artwork instead of just using the in-game models. That's how you know it's the real set. Dang. Okay. Really like this. Okay. Not bad. I like this. I like this in the final form, I guess. I still think it's really lazy to just use this exact same pose for all of the forms, but whatever. Yeah, the artwork improved. I really like the way these cards look. Yeah, this looks way better than, like, the base set. I really like this. It's still not amazing, but it's a huge improvement. I'm glad they gave it a little bit more love. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely talking about the Kingdom Hearts card game at some point. I'm going to add that to the list. Next up, what else we got? Knights of the Zodiac. I was not a fan of Knights of the Zodiac growing up. I knew a lot about it, but I never actually enjoyed watching it. Without context, though, Cancer Palace sounds like a pretty great insult to throw at somebody. Just call somebody Emperor of Cancer Palace. Ooh. I'm digging the art. That's really cool. Some of these are less cool, but all of them are fine. I think this is pretty decent when it comes to sort of mid-90s anime artwork. That may be this guy. What's wrong with you? You did not get the amount of love that your friends got. This looks unique. What's going on here? When a battle, increase field damage by 4. I don't understand what that means. When your opponent uses the same technique card, increase the knight power of your Aquarius famous knight card by 1400 by paying 13 Cosmo cost. Intriguing. I'm interested in how this system works. That looks unique. Okay, so I'm on the edge. This could go in. I think this is what'll cinch it. Does Knights of the Zodiac still have the staying power to actually be interesting to a YouTube audience? Because I wouldn't mind doing more research on it to figure out how this system works, because I think it's fairly interesting, but I can just do that on my own time. I don't have to make a video out of literally everything that I research, you know? So and I'm really unsure about this. So I don't think people really like Knights of the Zodiac. I think everybody knows what Knights of the Zodiac is, but very few people would call themselves like a Knights of the Zodiac fan, is the thing. I'll put it in maybe for right now, just because I'm interested in that one mechanic. But I wouldn't say this one's very likely. We'll see. Cults. Do I truly want to talk about a card game called Cults? Luckily, it's spelled with a K. So, you know, small blessings. Yeah, this is a little bit wild. This is another one of those that, like, I think it's really interesting, but also I think I'm tempting fate a little bit if I try and make a video out of something like this. I like the creepy aesthetic, although I have to say this isn't quite as impressive as that other game we looked at. I think the other horror game was a little more interesting. And no, it's not just because it had more boobies. It was a little bit more haunting in like a, how do I say this? It was a little more haunting in like a less try-hardy way. Not a whole bunch of just blood and guts and gore and that kind of stuff. It was more like it was just unsettling in the way that they framed it. It was very, very well done. But I think I'm good on that. Legend of the Burning Sand. Shadow of the Tyrant. What have you got? Okay, another old school looking game. This one's more Egyptian slash Persian. Okay. Hmm. Not finding a whole lot of uniqueness. I suppose these bits in the middle here, they're probably something unique. I mean, I go out on a limb here and say that they're probably something really basic. Like the middle one is probably health, and then this is probably some kind of resource for what we would call magic or abilities, and then I don't know what this would be. Probably something along those lines, I'm thinking, though. Um, this is awkward. I don't hate it, but I also not sure I'd be comfortable saying that I like it either. I think I'm good on this. Yeah, I think I'm good on this. It's not, I don't think this is like a necessary thing that I need to be covering. Take a look at the promos. Nah, nothing that special here. Okay. I'm good, Legends of the Burning Sand, but Legends of the Five Rings. Now we're hitting weeb territory, so might be a little more interested in covering this. Funnily enough, though, people assume that I'm like a gigantic weeaboo because I do enjoy anime and video games, and like I did learn Japanese, and I guess that's a pretty big pretty big red flag that I'm into Japanese stuff. But the thing is, I actually like Egyptian mythology more than I like Japanese mythology. Like, there's a lot of stuff in like Egyptian culture and stuff that I really like. I dig. Like, I think as far as like aesthetics go, I think like Persian and Egyptian stuff is probably my favorite, and then of course the Asian stuff second. Yeah, this looks fairly similar. I'm not seeing anything unique enough here that I can talk about. Like I played a Legend of the Five Rings game before. Like I had like a little set of cards, but it didn't really look like this. I'm wondering if there's a second Legend of the Five Rings game that I just not seeing. Yeah, I'm just not that impressed. Although I know that Legends of the Five Rings is pretty well known, so talking about this might actually be really good for the channel. Because I know there are definitely Legend of the Five Rings card game players out there, for sure. Oh yeah, this looks a little bit closer to the game that I played. Yeah. Yep. I definitely, like, the cards that I have are definitely from or around this set. So maybe there was a reboot of the game, I'm guessing, at some point. Yep, definitely. Okay. So we're gonna go and throw this into maybe. I think there's enough fans of the IP out there that this could be an interesting thing to talk about. Legend of the Five Rings. Okay. Bionicle. Let's take a look. Oh man, it's so lazy. I know the meme is that like the Bionicle universe goes deep, but I don't know like anything about it. I do remember collecting Bionicles though. This one here with the white mask, he was my favorite because he had like a sword and a shield. Yeah, in here. Yeah, the Toa of Ice. Opaka. He was my favorite guy. I remember him. And then my friends really liked him. And we would play fight with them sometimes, and it was awesome. Yeah, aesthetically, I really liked Bionicle growing up. I kind of fell out of love with them. They definitely didn't stay with me. I wouldn't say, really call myself like a Bionicle fan, but I enjoyed the original set of Bionicles that I bought. Now, this is another interesting one. Bionicle might actually have enough staying power that talking about it would be good for the channel. And it does look somewhat interesting. It looks like another like skill-based game. But I think there's enough love and nostalgia for Bionicles that covering Bionicle stuff would be good for the channel. So I'm gonna put Bionicles in maybe. I'm really not that interested in talking about it, but I'm sure there are some people out there who would really appreciate a video on the Lego Bionicles game. And that is another row completed. Onward. All right, another Bionicle game. Let's see if it's compatible with the other one. Yep. Okay. So it's basically looks like an upgraded version of it, honestly. What's with these tip cards? Game tip. Game action card number 211 is very powerful. Only use this card if you're going to lose the challenge. Okay. That doesn't have anything to do with this one, though, right? Because this is card 118. So, wait a second. Do these game tips just have random tips that don't even have to do with the cards themselves? If your opponent is blocking a space you want to enter, use card 159 to skip a turn and then enter the space on your turn. Oh, that is not a good look, Lego. That's really not a good look. So from what I'm understanding is you buy a booster pack, right? And then they give you these little tip cards that hype you up for different cards. So you get super happy that you got, you know, the cards that you got, but then it's like you pull this and you're like, but I really need card 159. I gotta get more booster packs, man. I don't even have a 159 in my collection, and I really need one because this card says it's really powerful and I need it. Let me just pull another random one. Let's see what this one says. Okay. Oh, this one's cute. Okay, be a good loser, congratulate your opponent, and ask if he or she wants to play again. Aw. Okay. So they're not all, like, grabbing you for buying more booster packs. Go to our website. Little shady, but not too bad. What about... The foil versions of the Great Mask cards are stronger than the regular versions. But see... That's so shady. You're telling people, essentially, if they've already collected some of the Great Mask cards, you're basically telling them that their version of the cards aren't that good. What you really want are the foil versions. Those are the ones that have the really good stats. So you still have a little bit of collecting to do if you don't have those foil versions. I'm not super happy about that. That's leaving a really, really bad taste in my mouth, actually. I feel like I have to talk about this game just to sort of expose that a little bit, though. So I'm going to go ahead and add it to the list here with the other Bionicle game, but if I do bring it up, I'm going to be very, very harsh about that, because I think that's really shady. Okay, Quest for the Mask. Lego Batman, the TCG. Is this compatible too? Because that would be interesting. No, this looks like a completely different game. Okay, being an attack, defense, speed, and power. Go ahead and read one of these, see what we get. You can move this card at the beginning of each of your turns to a neighboring free field in the arena. Duels may take place. So, from what I'm seeing, it looks like a sort of matching game where you're trying to match up your characters with your opponent's characters, but you're trying to do it in a way that you have a stat that beats their stat. I'm pretty okay with that, actually. I don't hate that. It sounds like it could be kind of neat, because, okay, because of the orientation, if you were to face these two cards, for example, opposite each other, right? Then if you put them opposite, their speed stats are touching, so I could see that being like a speed combat thing. Their red sides would be touching because they'd be flipped around each other. Their green sides could be touching, and their blue sides could be touching. So I'm thinking that's how it probably plays. I don't mind it. Again, this is kind of a weird one. Honestly, that's basically just triple triad, but triple triad doesn't have movement in it. Hum. I'm okay with it, but it's a little bit boring. I think I'm okay skipping past it. That's fine. Okay, Legends of... This one kind of has the same stat thing going on. Okay, but they're not on the sides of the card, so does this play more like a traditional card game? I mean it better, because there are no like event cards or anything like that, so probably really basic. I think I'm okay skipping this one too. Nexo Knights. Okay. So this is basically exactly the same as the Batman one. But I wonder if they're compatible with each other. That'd be interesting. Okay, I'm good. I don't think this one's very interesting either. Okay, Lego Ninjago. I think we're almost done with the Lego games. It's the same game. Okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with games like this coming out where it's like they're basically just expansions for the same game. I just don't think this one looks that good. So I think we'll pass on this one too. Ninjago Spinjitzu. This is kind of unique. I don't know what this is all about. So each of these bars represents 100, I'm guessing. Okay, so the bars are basically just a really easy way to tell what the numbers are going to be. I think I remember watching the Ninjago movie, and I think it was pretty good. I can't remember anything about it, but I think I remember enjoying it. I think, if I remember correctly, the bad guy ends up being the main character's dad, I think, and then like they reconnect or whatever. Okay. I think this is probably the most interesting of the Lego card games that we've seen so far, but I also just don't think it's that interesting. We're gonna pass on this one too, but if I were to cover a Lego game so far, that'd be it. Okay, let's check out Star Wars. And this is another one of the other game. Okay. So no on that one. Light Seekers. I heard of this. Funnily enough, I don't remember if I ever got around to doing it, but somebody asked me, like requested me specifically to talk about Light Seekers, and I'm almost positive I talked about it. I'm going to do a quick search on that, actually. I want to know, did I make a Light Seekers video? Kudo-kun Light Seekers. I did. I totally did. I knew I did. Check it out. Right there. I totally talked about this game 5 years ago. Okay, so the fact that I talked about it makes it much more of a target for me doing a series on. Here's the thing, though. I don't remember anything about this game. So I'm going to have to relearn this entire game in order to do a video on it. Although I think that's a little bit worth it. Just for the fact that I've already done a video on it, I think I have to put this at least in the maybe. Because, I think it'll just be really interesting to go back and maybe rewatch my video and then see or sort of compare and contrast my notes. So we're going to put this in maybe for right now. Okay. Another one down. Okay, Looney Tunes. We have seen this game multiple times. Back when Trade Cards Online was a thing, and we were looking through card games there, we came back and looked at this game repeatedly, because every time I saw it, I still couldn't believe it was real. So this should go as a surprise to nobody. This is going in the meme tier. We are talking about the Looney Tunes TCG at some point. It's too funny not to talk about. It's so classic. Kind of love it. Man. All right. So definitely talking about this one. I guess we'll look over the promos real quick. Literally one, and it's the... Okay, whatever. Lord of the Rings trading card game. This is another one of the ones that I think would do really well on the channel, but I also don't not know that much about. Now, obviously, I'm much more into Lord of the Rings than I am, like, Star Wars, but I'm still not that knowledgeable about it. This actually looks a little familiar. Did I own Lord of the Rings cards when I was a kid? Oh, and they were released in blocks. Interesting. So I wonder if the way the game worked is you played in Fellowship block, and then once Two Towers came out, these cards became illegal, and you had to play with Two Towers. And there are a lot of them, too. Holy crap. Let's check out some of the later set stuff. I mean, the cards look exactly the same, so I guess I don't know what I was expecting. Okay, what about this one? I don't know. Could be neat. Seems like a classic. I'm sure there are lots of people who loved this game back in the day. I think we could probably get this in. I'm gonna put it under maybe for right now. It's not something that, like, I'm just super looking forward to talking about, but I think it's probably one of those classics that some people would get a nostalgia trip for if I went over it. MLB Showdown. Huh. Let's talk about sports game. Is it interesting? There are almost no cards available for it. Okay, let me see how this game at least works. Okay, so there are numbers here that look suspiciously like dice rolling numbers. So maybe the way these cards work is you roll a d20 and you get stuff based on what you roll. I'm taking a complete guess here. I don't actually know. When I see numbers going from 1 to 20, I sort of naturally gravitate towards D20, but it doesn't have to be. This guy's not even capable of hitting a homer. That's kind of sad. I don't know anything about baseball, but I know that if you told me that even at my highest, I wasn't able to actually get the highest tier thing, I'd be upset about it. Oh my gosh, and this guy must really suck. You get a 20 here, it only counts as a single. Okay. I don't know what's going on in this game. I'm not that interested. There's not even like a promo section for me to look at. I'm not looking at MLB Showdown. You guys are gonna have to twist my arm on this one if you really want it on the show. I think everybody's gonna be okay with that though. I don't think anybody's gonna care too much about me not talking about that. Imagination. That's kind of a cool name. Imagination, get it? Because imagination, but also magia as in magic. Take a look. Passion project. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Fetus. Energize 5, starting Epic or Orish. Shooting Star. Effect, Haunt. If Adis is defeated, your opponents each choose and discard 3 cards from each of their hands. That sounds really powerful. I don't know. This is another one that it looks like the kind of game that like I wouldn't be opposed to talking about, but it also looks like a passion project that I don't think I would be that comfortable making fun of or being that harsh on. And like the thing that I'm known for is I will be mercilessly harsh to a game when I talk about it because I think honesty is really important for growth. But I also feel really bad about being overly honest about things that really, like, do you really need me to come in and tell you that this artwork's not that good? Be real with yourself for a second. Did you need me to explain to you that this artwork, in comparison to the artwork on other popular CCGs in the 2000s, would not stand up? Probably not, right? So, like, that on its own makes me think that even if the mechanics for this game are just phenomenal, probably not worth talking about. I like the name, though. Name's cute. Imagination. Hopefully that gets used for something else in the future. Yeah, I think that's about all I need to see. But we're okay skipping this one. Magic the Gathering? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Take a look at some of the sets that have come out recently. I probably shouldn't need to explain this to anybody, but I'm not talking about Magic the Gathering on the channel. That's just not going to happen. But let's see some of these Warhammer 40k cards. I like Warhammer. Nice. Good old Celestine. I'm a Sisters of Battle player. Beginning of your end step, return target character with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. Ooh, that's cool. I'm sure I could never actually build a Warhammer 40k deck for Magic, though. It's probably, like, It's probably obnoxiously expensive to build a Warhammer 40k deck, or really any deck with like the crossover stuff. What's this? The War in Heaven. As this saga enters, let's see, add a lore counter, sacrifice after 3. Okay, so it's basically just like a 3-step card. Gotcha. It just looks really fancy is all. Birth of the Imperium. What's this one do? So first, it creates a 2/2 white Astartes warrior. Why's it gotta be white, huh? The Astartes is not only made up of whites, good sir, with vigilance for each opponent you have. 2. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. 3. Draw 2 cards for each opponent who controls fewer creatures than you. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. Well, this is really neat, but we're also wasting a ton of time because I'm not talking about Magic the Gathering, so no reason to talk about it here. Maple's story. That takes me back. I was a pretty big Maple Story player back in the day. The only reason that I got out of it actually was it was full of bots. It was nearly impossible to play because the best places to grind experience were always full of cheaters. And it didn't feel like the admins and mods would ever actually do anything about it. But I dedicated a ton of time to Maple Story back in the day. Go ahead and take a look at the cards. Go down memory lane here. Ah, yeah. This takes me back. Okay, what kind of game are we looking at here? I'm getting some Pokemon vibes. Not just because of the monsters. I'm feeling like if these are your characters, these are probably like energy costs. So you probably have to have a certain amount of energy attached to do a thing, or a certain amount of energy in play to do a thing. Maple Story's pretty nostalgic. I could probably pull in some people with Maple Story. That's definitely one to consider. I think I'm going to put Maple Story down as a maybe. I think it has just enough pull for me to leverage it a little bit. Maple Story. No promos, huh? That's a little sad. Let me see the last set. Really doesn't look that different. They didn't improve the arts, like, at all. Yeah, not the most unique looking thing in the world, but probably get a few nostalgia clicks for it. So we'll add it to the list. That's fine. Marvel Recharge. Okay, so fun little story time once again with Kudo-kun. So when I was a kid, my family was somewhat poor. We weren't starving, obviously. We weren't worried about missing payments on bills or anything, but my family worked hard to live at very reasonable means. So when I was growing up, I loved card games, and I went through a little bit of a phase. You know, everybody rebels in some kind of way. I never got into drinking. I never got into smoking, doing any kind of drugs. I was never violent or abusive towards anybody. But my vice, my rebellion, was I was upset at the fact that I loved card games, but my family didn't really have enough money for me to get into a lot of card games, or to get into card games really at all. So when I was very young, I'd say like 8 or 9 years old, I did steal some cards from Walmart. Obviously, I don't endorse what I did. I don't look back on it fondly. That was my, that was my me being a kid. That was a me being a kid thing, and I didn't stick with it very long, especially since a lot of the stuff that I stole, Walmart almost immediately stopped carrying because it was getting stolen. So it really hurt me in the long run. But regardless, this is like the card game that I was stealing cards for, though. I don't know why, but I was very into this game. And I think at some point I learned how to play it, but then I didn't like it, so I ended up like making up my own rules and playing by those rules instead. It was either that or I didn't actually play with the real rules ever, and we just guessed as to what the rules were. All I remember is we never actually took the time to read the rules, and we just played the game. And then later, I found out that the way we were playing was completely wrong. So, yeah. This is an interesting one. Because I would like to go back and talk about it, because I have a ton of nostalgia for it, but also I can't guarantee that it's because it's a good game. Tomorrow we will have a small remote Naruto CCG tournament here in Brazil, and you are definitely a great inspiration for us. Aw, thanks. Means a lot to me. And hello, Kai. Thank you for stopping by. You were just in time to hear that Kudo was a filthy thief when he was 9. I mean, to be fair, I still pirate games to this day, so I guess I never really truly left it behind. This game's a maybe for me. Again, I have a lot of nostalgia for it. Partly because of nefarious means, but you know, nostalgia is nostalgia, and somebody else out there might actually be interested in hearing about it too, so we're gonna add it to the maybes. Don't think I ever saw set 2 though, so let's take a look at series 2 real quick. See, and it makes me extra sad that this only made it 2 series, because I always, in the back of my head, think, oh no, was that partly because I was stealing all their cards? Would they have been able to make more sets if it weren't for awful, rotten people like me? But no use thinking about it now. Marvel's doing just fine for itself. Okay. Well, that was a trip. Let's go ahead and move on to something else. Marvel Superhero Squad. All did it with Yuki. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kai. That makes me feel a little bit better. I'm glad to hear that I wasn't the only one with filthy, rotten, 5-finger discounts in his childhood. Okay. What is this? It's so cute. Hey, when did this game come out, actually? That's a very important thing that I need to know. July 12th. Was this after the Marvel acquisition by Disney? Because it would be kind of funny if Marvel gets bought up and then they start throwing in references like this in their stuff immediately after getting bought up. Lady and the Champ. Nice. This is charming. I don't mind it. But I also don't think it's interesting enough to talk about in a video. Yeah, I think this is just a little bit too young for me. Not that interested. If this is an amazing game, somebody will tell me all about it, but I'm going to skip it for right now. Okay, I'm in the M's. Can't be that much more left. Maybe 4 more hours. Marvel Ultimate Battles. More Marvel. Oh, this looks nice. Don't know anything about the game necessarily, but the artwork is cool. I'm guessing this is going to be the, probably the covers of some comics that came out around the time. Here in Brazil, we had an official Marvel TCG that had some inspirations in Naruto CCG called Marvel Battle Scenes. Interesting. I'm going to have to look into that. That sounds neat. They actually, funnily enough, Bandai tried to revive the Naruto CCG, kind of. They remade another version of the Naruto CCG while the Naruto CCG was still going on, but they just reskinned it with Dragon Ball characters. So it's very interesting. I think I'm gonna talk about this in the videos, but I think not Marvel, I'm dumb. I think Bandai probably saw the direction that the Naruto game was going in, and they didn't want the Naruto CCG to die, but they also saw that it was getting power crept a little bit, so they were trying to create a replacement for it, even while the Naruto CCG was still going. I really like this artwork. It's really making me feel like this is a maybe. The stats themselves are not that impressive, but I think I might be just intrigued enough to just barely squeak it in as a maybe. That's what we're going to do. Marvel Ultimate Battles here going on the list. Metabots. Metabots is my childhood, man. I mean, you take robots and you take Pokemon and you fuse them together into just pure bliss. And so much nostalgia for Metabots. This is one of my favorite, like, childhood franchises. But I don't think I've ever seen the card game before, so let's take a look. Oh boy, not great. I'm not getting good first impressions. Okay. Rokusho, my boy. Teach me. Piercing the grappling attack. If the target Metabot is destroyed, you can make an extra attack with plus 20 power points on a Metabot in a space directly behind the destroyed Metabot. Okay, but what do the stats do? See, the most interesting thing about Metabots is you can swap out parts to make your Metabot stronger, but it doesn't look like they did anything with that here. Man. I love Metabots, but it looks like the card game might just be a cash grab. I don't think this is meant to be like an actual game. Okay, so what do? I love Metabots, and I would love to talk about Metabots in a video. Do I put them in maybe? Do I put them in meme? Because it looks like a bad game, and I just like to rag on it. What should I do? For right now, I'm going to put Metabots in maybe. But it's also another one that's pretty low. I wouldn't count on a Metabots video coming out anytime soon, but it's on the list. Megaman NT Warrior. This is another one of my childhood favorites. I love the Battle Network series. And I thought the anime was really good when I was a kid. I'm legitimately afraid to go back and watch it because I think I'm going to find out that the anime sucks and that I was being covered by my love for the games a little bit. But regardless, let's take a look. I had a promo card here. It was a Miss Mari card. I actually still have it somewhere. Yeah, they were giving out a Miss Mari card in one of the games, I think, and I ended up getting it. Cool. I like how some of the cards are made up to look like the battleships. That's a really cute touch. But I've never actually played this game. I got close to playing it because there was a print and play version of this game available on the website. I remember that. But the problem is, I printed them out on like regular paper, and before I got a chance to actually cut them out and turn them into real cards to try out the game, something happens to the paper. I think like maybe I spilled something on it, or like I dropped it on something, and something happened and it ruins the papers that I printed out. And my mums would not let me print out another one because it like took up so much ink. So I ended up never getting a chance to actually try this game out. Yeah, I would love to go back and talk about this. This is going on the list for sure. And I want to see if I can find my promo. What's this all about? I wonder what these are for. That's cool. I'm into it. Okay. We'll look at the last set and the promo cards. So this is the last set that came out. Definitely nostalgic. I like that the Gundam Soul actually made it in. For anybody who is out of the loop on this, the Gundam Soul is a reference to another another game called Boktai, which is a game where the cartridge itself could absorb sunlight if you played outdoors, and then you used that absorbed sunlight as a power-up in the game itself. So these guns here are references to the game, and they shoot sunlight and absorb energy. It's really cool, actually. Did the paper get a virus? No. I don't think it was that. I'm pretty sure it was human error. Promo cards. Yep, this is it. Friendly Miss Mari. I have this card still. I have it to this day. It's the only Megaman NT Warrior card that I own. Heck yeah, man. We're talking about this. This is going on the list right now. Okay, Meta X. Oh, we've got another crossover. Okay, before I even click anything, can we just take a moment to appreciate that the sets are Attack on Titan, Batman, Green Lantern, Justice League. A card game with Attack on Titan and the Justice League. That sounds amazing. I have very high hopes for what's about to happen. And this is pretty recent, too. Alright. Yeah. Cards look a little bit cheap. Not gonna lie. Little disappointed. Okay, I'm not that impressed with the way the cards look. And their names are a little bit weird, too. This can't be their actual names, right? Check out a card. Because according to this is classified as just 6 strength. Alright, you may push a character you control outside of the battle zone to push target character. Okay, that really didn't give me a whole lot of information. Ani-mayhem. Alright, looks like another skill-based game. You can fight in one of these areas, and you're trying to aim to use the one that you're good at and the one that your opponent's weak at. Okay. Not totally against it. Okay. But let's take a look now at Batman and the Justice League. Nice. I'm seeing comic artwork. There's a little bit of love being shown here for Batman Beyond. Always love some Batman Beyond references. Okay. I'm liking this a lot more than the Attack on Titan set. I really enjoy this artwork. What is this? Is this a shot from the TV show? This is at least based on the TV show, I'm thinking. Holy crap. Ruby Rose. Okay. You were losing me a little bit with the Attack on Titan set, but I think the DC stuff is really bringing me back. Okay. Justice League. You've sold me. I'm going to go ahead and put Meta X in the maybes. Middle Earth CCG. It's a little bit older. Probably pre-movies older, if I had to guess. Oh yeah, this is classic. Okay. Looks a little bit basic. Kind of feels like they were biting Magic the Gathering just a little bit. Like you've got the thing here that kind of shows you what the card is and where it comes from. I'm guessing this part up here is like the cost. Like they were cashing in just a little bit on Magic the Gathering. I'm not gonna say it definitively, but Magic would have been pretty popular around this time. This is 95. These location cards are neat. You've got some that are horizontal and some that are vertical. That probably has some really interesting impacts on the game. Maybe. I'm kind of pulling that out of my butt too. Okay. Well, this is another I don't hate it, but also I don't think it's really big enough for me to waste my time on. I think it's probably going to be better if I just leave this one behind. Like, I know that Lord of the Rings is huge, but I don't think it's big enough that my fan base is really going to care about it. Yeah, we'll leave Middle-earth behind. Monster Hunter! I do love me some Monster Hunter. This is old school Monster Hunter, too. This is back when, like, Portable was out. Take a look at it. Something about hand-drawn art, man. I'm loving this. Even the characters look gorgeous in this hand-drawn style. The Black Blade. Nice. Okay, so I don't even know if I have a choice here. I'm pretty sure I have to talk about this game. Monster Hunter's huge. Tons of Monster Hunter fans out there. I'm sure they would love to learn all about this game. It was never released in English, it looks like, so they probably don't even know that there is a Monster Hunter game. And I myself would love to talk about it, so I don't even think we need to do too much more research on this. I'll look at the promos, and then I'll add it immediately. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Because this is 3. Maybe it started in Portable, and then when 3 came out? Oh, that makes perfect sense. I would have just graduated from high school when this set comes out. And I remember I did play Monster Hunter 3 on the Wii. Somewhere around here. Lagiacrus, yep. Okay. A rat. Doesn't change anything. This is pretty amazing. You are going in, absolutely. Monster Rancher. Love me some Monster Rancher. I am such a huge fan of gimmicks. And Monster Rancher had the best gimmick of like any game at the time. So just to get it out there for anybody who does not know like how original Monster Rancher worked. It worked like this. When you played the game, you could remove the game disc and replace it with other discs. So music would work, DVDs would work, and of course other games would work. And based on the disc that you put back into the system, it would summon monsters that you would then raise and then battle with, like a Pokemon game. And it was great. I remember we put in the SpongeBob movie, and the game told us that the monster it would summon would be like far too powerful for us to handle, so it wouldn't give us the monster. And we made so many jokes from that point on about how like the SpongeBob movie secretly had like a god level monster on it. Good times, man. Nowadays, Monster Rancher still kind of exists, but of course the whole CD thing is just completely gone. I've heard that some of them have resorted to like putting in codes, and then like based on the code you get, or like based on the keywords that you put in, you get monsters, but it's just not the same. It's never gonna be the same. I still respect it though. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about this one too. This is another one that's just, there's too much nostalgia for it for me not to talk about it. Monster Rancher. I don't even know anything about the game. I didn't look at the game like at all. Let's take a look at somebody here real quick, see if we can figure the game out. Okay, so different attacks have different ranges, and they need resources. So I'm feeling probably a little bit Pokemon-ish, where you have to attach different types of energy. Oh, wait a second. No, you have stats down here. So you can spend maybe these stats on these skills, but the problem there is, then what do you use the other skills for? Like, I understand you have 4 power, and you can spend the 4 power on these here, but then what do you use intelligence, speed, and defense for, I wonder? Okay, yep. Does not matter. We are going to look at this game later. Okay, Monster Tykes. I have no idea what this is. Not about to tell you this is another childhood game. Oh, it's a passion project. Okay. Be nice, Kudo. Be nice. Don't say anything too mean. Thank the Lord, you guys can't see my face right now. um, okay, less said about that, the better. We're not covering this. Moving on. Let's go ahead and see what the next row has for us. Okay, Monsuno. I feel like this was something big, right? Was this like a TV show? I think it was something. Was it? It was something. It was maybe like a board game or a TV show or something. This looks like a TV show. I'm pretty sure it's a TV show. See, the thing is, I know it by name, but I don't know anything about Monsuno. I don't know anything about it. Not the first thing. It looks very... I mean, I don't even know how to give an example because there are so many things that did this. It looks very Duel Masters slash Bakugan slash Buddyfight. Probably a world of monsters comes to the human world through some kind of card game or something. Right? Am I close? I feel like I'm pretty spot on here. Let's take a look. Uh-huh. Not really seeing a whole lot to change my mind. I mean, this looks pretty generic. Again, I feel like Monsuno is like, it's big. It does have, like, it's connected to something. Whether it's a show, a board game, or whatever. So I would probably get a couple of nostalgia clicks, but I don't think it would necessarily be worth it. If I add it to the list, I'm doing so based on the name alone. Am I comfortable with that? For right now, I'm going to say no. But again, if you're one of those few people who knows about Monsuno and wants to try and talk me into it, feel free. Monty Python, as funny as that sounds, I feel like trying to cover a comedy game like this would be a waste of time. Let's take a look here. What have we got? Not very many cards. What's this all about? If drawn from your deck as a Grail number, count the number, then play Song immediately on opponent. Opponent must stand and sing the following, otherwise his knights may not run away from the next dispute. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I get that we all have our fun, and I get that card games don't have to be that serious all the time, and you can include fun little mechanics like this. But if you are the kind of person who forces your opponent to do like the stuff that it says on the card here, like standing up and singing, I don't think that's very good. I would never play something like this and then force my opponent to do the thing. Although I suppose if you play this game, you probably know what you're getting into, but still, this is so cringe. I kind of hate it when card games throw in little mechanics like this that like demand your opponent say something or sing something or dance or do something like that, because I feel like it sort of opens up people being total dicks to each other and like forcing you to do the thing, or else you really do have to suffer some kind of penalty. In this one particular game, it might be okay because I think everybody goes in expecting that kind of thing, but just in general, I don't like that mechanic. There's not very many cards here. Name recognition might carry this game too. Let me take a look here. I'm at 6 with 6. Will not join the rounds table. I don't know what that means. No, I'm not getting much here. I feel like the name recognition is a little bit too much to ignore, so I'll put it in under meme. But I'm not gonna take it seriously if I do cover it. I'm gonna rip it to shreds. Monty Python. Mortal Kombat. One set. Not promising. Okay. Honestly, this artwork is kind of doing it for me. It's also kind of cute that they have in the friendships and the babalities. That's cool. Not as much gore as I would expect from a Mortal Kombat card game, but I mean, I'm not going to knock it for that, of course. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, we have almost all of the cards here. This would be an okay thing to cover, right? When did this come out? 1995. That's classic. Okay, I'm going to add this to the list. I think that's really cool, actually. I'm into it. Okay, Munchkin. I hope you guys don't rake me over the coals for this one, but I am not that big a fan of Munchkin. I do not like the board game very much. It's fine for what it is, but I would much rather play almost anything else. So, just letting you know, I'm going into this a little bit biased. Oh, gosh. Ah. Ah, jeez. I don't know, man. Let me check out the core set. I clicked the wrong one by accident. Ah, it's even worse. Barbarian the Librarian. You get it, guys. Barbarian and Librarian have some of the same letters. Well, here's where we're at an impasse. I have not changed my mind. I have absolutely no interest in this whatsoever. But I know a lot of people out there do like it. So I wonder if name recognition is enough for me to just swallow my pride and cover this game. See, here's the other problem. If I cover this game and I call it the Munchkin CCG, I wonder if some people will think that I'm actually just talking about Munchkin and not the card game. It's too complicated, man. I don't like it. I don't think I'm gonna get too much out of it. Okay. I think I've made up my mind. I'm gonna pass on it. Um if you are just a huge Munchkin fan, let me know, but for right now, we're passing. How are we doing here? Like we're okay. Fresh? Oh yeah, looks like we're fine. Okay. My Hero Academia CCG, aka Universus. I have heard fairly good things about this, but I have not ever actually checked this out for myself. Um, so regardless of how I feel here, I'm gonna end up having to look at this game. It's too big to ignore. People will like it. For the record, I know I said that in a very almost sad way. I like My Hero Academia too. I think it's good. Bakugo's my boy. Todoroki's my favorite character, but Bakugo's my other favorite character, and I feel like Todoroki. It's like everybody likes Todoroki. Like he's such an easy character to like that just everybody likes him. So it's a little bit milquetoast to say that he's like your favorite character, but I like Bakugo too. He's a little bit harder to like, so I'm a little bit more comfortable calling him my favorite. Yeah, what can you say? The artwork looks pretty good. They have some original hand-drawn stuff for this game, and I think that's really important for a card game like this, based on like recognition. I don't know anything about how the game actually works. Looks pretty easy to figure out, though. So I'm guessing you have character cards. This is probably the type of cards that you can put in your deck. Not sure what these numbers are for, but they probably have something to do with like attack or health. Yeah, again, I don't want to waste too much time on it. I'm gonna have to cover it. You can't just not cover the My Hero Academia card game. That's going straight up there in the absolutely will cover. Okay. MLP. I don't know, guys. Do you guys think I could make decent MLP videos? Man, 2013. 10 years ago, I covered this game on release. To this day, the MLP CCG videos that I have are still the best performing videos on my entire channel. I know some people think that the Naruto videos are like my bread and butter nowadays, but no. The MLP videos still perform extremely well on my channel. You still going? Left like 4 hours ago? Yeah, and we're not even close to done. Not only are we still going, but we probably still have another 4 hours to go after this. And I am stubborn. I am not turning this stream off willingly until we are done with every card game. So yeah, needless to say, I will be going back and doing a Meta-Morphosis on the MLP CCG card game. Luckily, it's still recent enough that finding information on it shouldn't be too hard. There's still plenty of people in the competitive community who have a vague idea of who I am and can help fill me in on things like the ban lists and some of the most popular decks that were being taken to tournaments. So there's literally no good reason for me not to cover the MLP CCG. Although, I don't really remember the latest set. Let's take a look at it. New Dawn and Leaders of Legends. Was there a set called New Dawn? Cat. My cat's probably really lonely right now. It's over there meowing up a storm. Cat. Okay. Yep. Looks like the MLP card game. About what I remember. Now, I will say, something that makes me a little bit less interested in talking about this game did get fairly staple heavy from what I remember. There's a card. I can't remember. It probably comes from one of these sets here. Like, I went back and I tried playing, like, modern day MLP. And there's this card that, like, you have to run or else you kind of just lose. I'm trying to see if I can find it. It's this, like, staff of something. And, like, it's such an important card for your deck. Like, you have to run it. You literally have to run it, or you can't keep up with your opponent. Not going to be able to... Oh, wait, here it is. I found it. Yeah, this one here. Your main character has +3 power. You couldn't not run this in your deck. You had to have it. Or you literally couldn't have a competitive deck if you didn't have it. Yeah. Just give me a second, okay? So yeah, not going to waste too much time on it. MLP's on the list. It's not... Don't worry. If you were worried that I wasn't going to talk about it, lay those worries to rest. I'm definitely going to talk about it. Now, my cat is making a bunch of noise. I'm going to go real quickly see what they need. I will be back with you guys in just a moment. Alrighty, I put Bean outside so he can play. Probably just lonely, but can't do much about it now. So, Mystical Empire CCG, let's take a look. Great. Okay, great look. there anything in Reckoning? Anything that would tell me something about the game? No. Dark Union. Omo. Hey, we found one. Hey, there's literally one whole card on the website. Earth Dragon. Doesn't feel like I'm missing out on much. I think we're okay putting that one away. Mythos. I see Cthulhu. Oh. Huh. A lot to unpack here. Okay, let's take a look at one of these cards here and see what's going on. So it does give you some kind of stat, +8 to something, and then it looks like 2 +2 to like a dice roll. I'm sorry. I think my voice can't handle reading all of this, but it has a lot of flavor, I'm sure. Let's take a look at the actual cards. Needless to say, not a huge fan of the artwork so far. Kind of a mishmash of just random stuff. On the bright side, it's also not a carbon copy of the Fantasy Flight games stuff too, so that's cool. Allies, artifacts. The whole adventure card game thing kind of intrigues me. But it's one of those things that, like, I feel like once I actually do some digging into it and find out exactly how it works, I'm just not going to find it as interesting anymore. Is this real people? But why? Weird. I think there's, like, just barely enough unique stuff here that I could make an interesting video out of it. All right. You sold me, Mythos. I'm going to put you in maybe. I love anime type card games like art-wise, yeah. Who doesn't? Everybody loves the anime card games. Okay. Oh, we're hitting N. Getting real now. All right, Myths and Legends. This is a Spanish game? No, it says English. Okay, so the English sets have the Spanish subtitles here. I see. Oh man, in Spain ate good with this game, man. English sets. There are 2 of them, and then a bunch of promos. Spanish sets. Around 20. Dang. Dang. Well, let's see if it's pretty good, at least. Ooh. Okay. Pantheon from League of Legends. I like it. Honestly, unironically, I'm kind of a fan of the way this game looks. Looks pretty good. Now the problem comes in with how am I going to talk about this game when only about 10% of it is in English? Suppose I could go through and translate all the cards. Also some kind of riskier stuff. I mean, I've never really been shy about putting anime titties in my videos, but again, always want to be very careful to toe the line at least a little bit. Don't want the channel getting taken down over something stupid like anime titties, you know. Take a look at some. Ooh. See, like, this looks really nice. I like this a lot. Wait a second. Didn't I open up the... Okay, let me try a different one. Because that card was completely in English. Are all of these cards in English? Oh, well, guess that one's not going to tell me. This card is also in English. Did you lie to me, CCG trader? Kinda seems like some of these are in English. Oh, you don't have them. Well, that changes everything. Okay. Myths and Legends. I'm going to put this in maybe. Yeah. Seems like my stream is going a little bit crazy over here. Probably my computer not being super happy with how long I've been streaming, but unless something breaks, I am continuing this. We have the NASCAR CCG. There's no words on it. It's all symbols. I feel like I'm almost obligated to make a joke about how NASCAR fans are really stupid, so of course it's nothing but symbols because they can't read. Oh, here we go. I found some. Compression ratio. Add a black and green engine icon for this track space. Whoa. Okay. As memey as it would be to talk about the NASCAR CCG, I don't think there's enough material here for me to actually cover it, and I really don't feel like going and doing enough research to get all of the images that they're missing. Okay, so I want to say for the record, if they had all of the images on the website, or at least most of them, I think I would put this in the meme category, but specifically because they do not seem to have enough material for me to work with, I'm going to go ahead and give this one a hard pass. NBA Showdown. Oh my gosh, we're just in the weeds here, aren't we? Okay, oof, Saved by the Bell. They don't have any NBA cards. NFL 5. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is recent, too. This just came out a couple of years ago. Any cards? Nope. Any promos, at least, so we can get an idea of the game? Nope. Okay. Saved once again. No NFL. Gosh darn it. Okay, NFL Showdown. Let's take a look. I feel like I already looked at this, but that's all right. Three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Do we have 10? There's 8 so far. 9, 10. Hey! 11. 11 cards out of how many are there in the set? Oh, it doesn't give me a number. Normally it has a number here. Okay, let's take a look. Sort your offensive linemen by power for this play. If there's a tie, then use the highest point value. I mean, it sounds like a real game at the very least. Oh, there's literally no cards for this set. Not even placeholders. Okay, well, I feel like I was saved on this one too. we're not covering NFL Showdown. The Naruto CCG. Interesting. I played a match or two of the Naruto CCG back in the day. Wonder if my fan base would enjoy a series of Naruto CCG videos. Maybe I could start a Naruto CCG series and then stretch it out over the course of 5 or 6 years so that it never gets finished. How's that sound? That sound pretty good to everybody. So, one thing that I haven't covered yet are the tournament packs. So let's go over these real quick since we usually look at some of these cards here. Best thing to look at. Tournament packs are amazing. They're like these adorable chibi versions of some of the most well-used and popular cards in the game. I have no idea where I'm going to fit these into the videos, but I have to talk about them at some point. They're just so freaking cute. How do you ignore these? I have to mention them, right? They have to go in somewhere. I just don't know where. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die from how adorable these cards are. It upsets me that I don't own every single one of these cards. Look at this. Tell me that this is not the best Orochimaru artwork on anything. It's not? You're wrong. It is absolutely the best Orochimaru artwork on anything. Okay, well, obviously that's on the list, so let's go ahead and just move on to the next game. NASCAR. Can we go back to Naruto? Okay. Alright. Hit me up. What you got? Nothing? Great. Love it. Neopets. Okay. So, Neopets is one of those things that obviously I have played and I do have to talk about. So, no matter what, this is going on the list, but that doesn't stop us from looking through some of the cards here. Dang. This was somebody's goth girl awakening. This definitely 100% happens for somebody. For some people, it's the singers from the Scooby-Doo movie. For some people, it's Raven from Teen Titans. For somebody out there, it was the Dark Fairy Sisters. Nice. So, again, we've mentioned a game like this many times before, but this is like a skill-based game where you again fight in specific categories, and you want to try and fight in the categories that your character's good at and the ones that your opponents are bad at. Okay. Not even going to spend too long looking at it. We're going to look at this for sure. They have promos. We'll sort through the promos real quick if they do, but they don't. Here, we'll just randomly click on this one and take a look through it. Yep. That's a Neopets. There are a lot of Neopets on my screen right now. Okay. Yep. Again, don't need to spend too much time on it. This is going in the absolutely pile. We're in the O's, and we're starting the P's. I'm quite excited. Okay, we're making some progress. Nerve CCG. Let's take a look. Nothing here. Okay. Well, that was a free space. Netrunner. Pretty big fan of the asymmetrical Android Netrunner game. Never seen this before. Let's take a look. Yeah, the asymmetrical game is amazing. Corporation for life, by the way. Yeah, pretty classic looking artwork. The cards are pretty clean. Oh, looks like it's got some of the programming language from the asymmetrical game. That's cool. Yeah, it might be cool to go back and look at the original game and compare it to Android Netrunner. Yeah, I think I will do that. I'm going to go ahead and add this to my maybe pile. And maybe we'll end up looking at this and the living card game at the same time. Netrunner / Android Netrunner. Okay, on the edge. Yeah. Okay. Not a huge fan so far. I mean, I guess I can respect that it looks kind of weird. Hmm. I'm not feeling it. Probably fine, but I don't think it's good enough to talk about. Hey, Mr. B! Classic. How are you doing, my friend? Alright, One Piece card game. Wow. The One Piece card game made it a whole 2 sets. We're in for good things. Let's take a look. Ooh. Actually, unironically, I like the card layouts. They're pretty nice. This looks good. I'm a fan of this. How does it play? Can't really tell. So if I had to guess, so these are like skills. And these are the characters. So when this character is played as a captain, it gets plus 100. Oh, that's neat. So you can play the characters as different roles of your team. When this character is battling against your opponent's captain, it gets plus 100. If it is played as a captain and is battling against your opponent's captain, it gets plus 200. Yep. Okay. So this looks pretty good. Not seeing any problems here. Let's look at the promos. He hopes to be the world's best. Oh, that's kind of funny. They kept the the L from when they were trying to dodge around the Zoro trademark. Character in play, no action is consumed. When this card attacks, it gets plus 200, plus 1 damage. So it's interesting that the characters have both power and damage, implying that when you attack, you not only get the power of the character, but also the damage. This normally happens in games where characters are meant to stay in play forever once you actually play them. And also in games like Weiss Schwarz, where the win condition isn't actually tied to the characters you have in play. I like it. It looks neat. I'm gonna add it to the list. Now, I will say, as heretical as this may sound, I'm afraid to tell you that I do not like One Piece. I've tried to get into it a few times. It's never worked. Granted, I have always tried to get into the English dub, not the sub. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I'm much more lenient on dubs than other anime fans are. But One Piece does not do it for me. I am not a fan. Regardless, though, I can still get into the card game. Okay, what else? Oh, one lucky challenge. Aren't we done? Aren't we done with sports? Right, what have you got? Uh, uh, hey, show it to me. So it is an actual game. They do have actual stats. Can't really write it off as not being an actual game because it looks like it is a real game. I'm still not going to cover it. I'm still not interested. I'm going to ignore it. This could be the absolute best sports game out there, but unless you guys know about it and want to tell me about it, I'm just going to assume that it's trash. Ophidian CCG. Ophidian 2350. What have we got? Or Cyberpunk? Yep. Another quite classic one. This is given off Magic the Gathering vibes. Probably another game released around the same time to cash in a little bit on Magic the Gathering getting so big. Blah. Bro, I think I'm good. I don't think I want to cover this game. I'm not seeing anything that interesting about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but on a glance, I don't see any mechanics that are that fascinating. So we're just gonna assume that this isn't worth talking about at the moment. Overpower. Okay. Another crossover. Wait a second. Marvel? DC? Is this one of those rare times where Marvel and DC get to appear at the same time in something? This game has to be old. Yeah, 1995. Disney would never let this happen. Okay. I don't hate the artwork, especially considering the time period it came from. Wouldn't call it good. Good is a strong term for what I'm looking at, but I don't hate it. Looks very basic. Yeah, very simplistic. I don't know if I really care about this too much. I mean, to be fair, it does have this in it, and I have no idea what's going on in this picture, but this one card is very strongly holding my interest in the entire game right now. It looks completely fine, but I don't see anything that interesting to talk about. So let's look at the Justice League one. The fact that it's a crossover game might make it worth talking about. So it's probably going to go in the maybe pile, but okay. Yeah, I talked myself into it. We're going to put this in the maybe pile because it's very fascinating that this is a Marvel DC crossover game made back in a time where that kind of thing could still happen, and Disney wasn't a part of it. So we're going to go ahead and put this in Overpower. Okay, the Pez CCG. Please have enough cards for me to put this in the meme category. Oh, man. Now, that's a downright shame. This probably would have been a super funny game to talk about if there were actual cards for it for me to talk about. That's sad. I would have loved to talk about the Pez card game, but apparently that's not going to happen. Okay, before we get into this next row, I'm going to go let my cat back inside really quick. So, hate to leave you guys once again, but unfortunately, I am going to leave you guys once again. Be right back. Back to not being. We'll find something to do. Okay, back on track. We're back on track. So, I wasn't paying that much attention when I clicked this, but that says Pirates of the Caribbean. I didn't even know that Pirates of the Caribbean was a part of Quickstrike. So this is going to be very exciting. One sec. Nice. They went with a comic book art style too. I was a little bit afraid I was going to be seeing actual pictures of Johnny Depp here, but no. They hand drew the cards. And you know what? They look fantastic because of it. Oh, sorry guys. Give me one more second. Okay, back for real, for real. So yeah, I'm already going to talk about Quickstrike. There's really not much for me to add here, but it is cool getting to see a Quickstrike set that I've never even heard of before. That's really sick. Okay, Pirates of the Spanish Main. Feel like this is going to be a little bit less fun than looking at Pirates of the Caribbean stuff. Let's see. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of pictures. Oh, this is one of those games. Okay. I've seen games like this before. I don't think it was called Pirates of the whatever, but I have seen these little things. So if you've never seen these before, these were really cool back in the day. You basically got a plastic card, and it was actually a punch-out card with little pieces that you would punch out of the cards, and then you would use those pieces to build little boats, and then the boats would move across this the board. It was a really cool idea back in the day. I don't think they still do stuff like this, but it's really cool. I really liked it. Don't didn't is there any like stats or anything for me to talk about though? Kind of seems like it's just building boats. Like, I need cards to actually talk about if this is like a game. No, darn it. Okay. Well, that would have been a fun thing to talk about, but apparently there's no actual game here. It's just building little boats. I mean, I'm not nogging it though. Building little boats is fun, but there's nothing to talk about here. Pokemon TCG. Is it Pokemon TCG still like a thing? Is Pokemon still around? Have they made any games recently? You guys know? Yeah, it looks like there have been a set or two of this game. I guess we could take a look at some of the latest Pokemon stuff. Again, this should come as a surprise to nobody, but I'm not going to cover the Pokemon CCG on my channel. It's too big. There are plenty of other people to get your Pokemon CCG fix from. It's just really, really unnecessary to waste my time talking about a game that everybody and their mom is already talking about on YouTube. And I can't really add very much to the discussion. I do like this game. Of the big three, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon is my favorite of those three. So I do enjoy it, and I would like to talk about it more. It's just kind of a waste of time, because again, there's already so many people who talk about it, and nowadays it's like pretty much impossible to build real decks for this game because so many people see Pokemon as a gold mine that any of the really cool or decent cards have been bought up by scalpers already. So I don't know. I do enjoy the game. I wouldn't mind playing it casually, but don't expect to see any Pokemon videos on the channel anytime soon. Our cards. Now that sounds a lot more like one of the cheesy things I'd be into. Let's take a look. Oh no! CCG Trader. You're really letting me down for some of these. Okay, what about Fawn? Okay. Okay, I'm sick. I'm seeing some cards. Vaporizer. Looks we've got, like, pretty basic stats over there. Probably another skill-based game. Yep. Dark broody guy. I wonder who he's referencing. Okay, neat. What about promos? Nice. I like it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind talking about a game like this, but if the base set doesn't have any cards, then how am I supposed to talk about expansions to the base set? Like, the base set's kind of important when you're talking about the power scaling of a game, you know what I mean? So, gotta leave that one behind. Power Rangers, the action card game. Okay. I was into Power Rangers as a kid. These don't look super good. Wonder what the barcodes are for. Bet this barcode did something really cool, but I don't know what it is. I've never heard of this before. I could do some research on it, I suppose. Like a pretty basic game, though. Let me look at a later set, see what we got here. McDonald's promos, gotta look at that too. Okay, so the promos for this game look pretty okay. Kind of into it, I guess. It looks pretty simplistic, but whatever. Oh, these look horrible. Why are these so pixelated? Okay, we're just gonna ignore those for right now, I suppose. Is this hand drawn? No, it's not. Okay. I get it. I think not that interesting though, so we're gonna go ahead and say no. But it's made by Bondi. That's interesting. Bondi is known for making pretty good games. I wonder what happened to this one here, because this one does not look like that fun of a game. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this game is actually really good. I'll have to reach out to some people and see if they played it. The Power Rangers CCG in 2008. So let's see if this one's any better. If I'm being honest, not really. I do like the artwork a lot more. Still looks like a very simplistic game, but I'm not going to hold that against it, I suppose. Dang. Yeah, some of this artwork's really good. I am into this. This is really cool. But is there enough substance to actually make a video out of it? I don't think so. One set and some promos. I could make a video on it. And Power Rangers is pretty nostalgic. I could probably draw some people to the channel. I guess I'll put it under maybe for right now. Okay. Quest for the Grail. Okay. Classic King Arthur's thing. What is with this? That's quite the artwork they've chosen for you, Merlin. Cancellation. Nice. I don't know, looking kind of basic. Not really seeing anything that's catching my attention. Yeah, I think I'm good. Could be amazing, but I'm not seeing it. Kind of cool that these two cards are a puzzle, though. That's awesome. I like that. But, nah, I'm set. Rage Apocalypse. Wow. Wow. Okay, this game is huge. Hmm. Oh, that's fancy. So a lot of these cards are double-sided. I'm guessing that it's different based on how angry your protagonist is, thus the name. Okay. I'm actually kind of digging that. That's interesting. I'll have to do a little bit more research on that mechanic. Because that mechanic sounds like it would make a really interesting video to talk about. Not very often you see the whole double-sided card thing. Okay. I'm liking it. Let's go ahead and throw this into maybe. And it has a lot of sets, so obviously it did pretty well. It must have been a somewhat decent game. Show me some promos. Okay. looks kind of basic, but that's all right. Oh, there's nothing here. Ah, okay. Whatever. Basic game still looks pretty good. I take a look at that. Next set. We're in the R's. Okay, even more rage stuff, which I find fascinating. Oh, but these are older. Oh, these are hella old. That's neat. That'll give me some more substance for my videos. Comparing the old cards to the newer cards. I mean, some of them look a little silly. That's okay. Okay, I've already decided that this is on the list, so we'll skip past it for right now. But that is interesting that they have an older set too. Red Zone. Empty. Oh. Base set? Nope. Okay. Goodbye, Red Zone. Redakai. Conquer the Kairu. That sounds like Bionicles. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah. I can just feel the 90s emitting from these cards right here. Okay, so another pretty basic... Oh! Oh, no, these aren't basic at all. This is another game where you can stack cards on top of each other to make new cards. Interesting. I am into that mechanic. Okay. You have my attention, Redakai. Show me more stuff. Okay. Show me some actual stuff. Okay. It's a little bland, but these overlay cards here are pretty cool. So I'm into it. Okay. Redakai, you are on the maybe list. Redemption, the CCG. Whoa. This is a Bible game with a ton of sets. So my hopes are high. Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. And it's got the sort of reverse card thing going on here. With these color mixings here, I feel like we're accidentally going to stumble on some pride flags. Gonna hit the trans colors soon. See, interestingly enough, this looks like an actual game that might have some actual substance when I talk about it. What about women? Let me look at the women set and see what we got here. Yep, these certainly are females. Okay. The fact that this is a successful Bible game means that I pretty much have to talk about it. So we're adding this one too. Now the thing is, because it is a Bible game, my instinct is to put it in the meme tier. But also, it looks like a well-made enough game that I might need to take it a little bit more seriously. You know what? Yeah, this game isn't going in the meme tier. I think it's far too well made. We're gonna put this in the maybes. Redemption CCG. Okay, Rifts. You made it one set, Rifts. Impress me. Oh, it's another classic sci-fi game. Here we go. Another game that looks completely fine. I really don't know how much more I have to say about a game like this. It looks totally okay. It doesn't look like a game for me necessarily, but it looks fine. I feel like I have so many cards like this on my list already. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this off of my list, but if this is like a hidden gem, feel free to tell me all about it. Rocket Man. Burning out his fuel up here alone. There's nothing here. Axis of Evil. Also empty. What about the promos, though? Also empty. Okay, easy. Not looking at it. Ruins World. Empty? Yup, okay. Another easy one. Sailor Moon. So, I have some things to say about Sailor Moon. So, the Sailor Moon card game. First of all, let's talk about Sailor Moon for a second. Sailor Moon was my very first anime, and because of that, I have a ton of nostalgia for it. When I was growing up, I got really into Sailor Moon, and it's not one of those things where I was a teenager and I had a crush on the Sailor Moon characters. No. I was younger than a teenager, and I wanted to be a Sailor character. I didn't want to date the Sailor Moons. I wanted to be the Sailor Moons. It was an interesting time in my life. I know I know I'm kind of trans baiting there a little bit. I don't mean I wanted to be a girl. I meant that I was highly influenced by a lot of the powers and things in the Sailor Moon universe. I thought that the idea of transforming and having a secret identity was cool. I thought that the whole fighting evil and being based on a planet thing was cool. I really liked Sailor Moon. I looked up to the Sailor Moon characters, and it's one of those things where when people tell me that we need more race diversity because we need if you don't see characters that don't look like you, you're never going to want to grow up and become anything. This is one of the main things that I'm I mean, is that really true? Because I remember looking up to female characters of pretty much every race, body type. I remember looking up to tons of people who didn't look anything like me or sound anything like me. But before this turns too grandstandy, let's get into the actual game. So I actually know a lot about this card game because after I found out about this and after I started earning a little bit of money at work, I actually went out with the sole purpose of completing the Sailor Moon card game set. And guess what? Ya boy did. 160 cards, I collected every one of them, and I had a full collection of Sailor Moon cards. Now, you may be a little thrown off by the fact that I'm speaking in the past tense right now, and that's because my collections of cards for most of the games that I was into are at my parents' house, and basically, all of the stuff that I owned as a child is out in the garage, and my mom's, when I was gone, turned the garage into basically a cat sanctuary, and she's a little bit too elderly to actually keep it up and keep it clean, so let's just say that I don't think I'll ever be getting any of my original childhood toys and stuff back. It's too disgusting. I absolutely don't want any of that stuff in my apartment. I don't want to go through trying to clean it. Pretty sure all that stuff is lost. But at one point, your boy had a full set of the original Sailor Moon card game cards. I don't think I collected anything else, but that's what I got. Now, if you're curious about the actual game, the game is just Pokemon. That's it. There's nothing special about it. It's literally just Pokemon, but it's simplified a little bit because there's only 3 elements. So yeah, that's basically it. I am going to talk about it at some point. This is going on the list, but just know that it is essentially just a very, very simplistic version of Pokemon. Sailor Moon. on the list. Let's look at some of these other sets, though. I kind of want to see. Oh, all of these are promos. Oh, I guess I had all of them then. If these are all just promos, I definitely didn't have promos, but I mean, oh, there's another set. Okay. Oh, these are fun. Obviously, they probably don't look like this, but it's neat. It's neat to picture these as holographics. I wouldn't mind getting some of these promos. Oh, nice. They have versions of the Sailor Moon cards that don't have the actual effect text, but are just giant advertisements for the games. Nice. Stay classy. Okay. Magazine promos. I'm pretty sure some of these are just regular cards. Okay, interesting. So these are just the regular cards, but what makes them promos is the fact that they have the publication of the magazine that they came in. That's kind of interesting. Chase promos. I'm probably fine. Doesn't look like there's anything really special about these ones. Pre-release promo. Oh, this is another one that it's just a giant advertisement. Guess I'm good on that one then. Magazine promos. Oh, these are new. Oh, I definitely don't have these. Oh, I feel kind of bad that I don't have these now. Oh. Non-sports. Okay. Well, regardless, I have history with this game, so I'm definitely going to cover it at some point. Not really a reason to go on too much further on it. So this is the second set, huh? Oh, and they started doing the mixing thing. Nice. Wait, what? Wait. Why do they have the rock, paper, scissors cards? What are these for, I wonder? Also, why are they mixed up? Ken is supposed to be the fist. Okay, whatever. Okay, I'm getting a little bit too nitpicky. I really don't think this second set's going to change anything. This game kind of sucks, but that's okay. I'm nostalgic for it, and that's all that really matters. Okay. So many S's. Scooby-Doo, the collectible, expandable card game. It looks pretty unique. I'm going to give it to him. It looks like a pretty unique game. The heck is that? Okay. Alright, I see. It's like a flashlight. You don't want to know what I thought that was when I first scrolled past it. Okay. What are these for? This must have just been like card backs or something. There's no stats on them. Okay. I could see myself talking about this, maybe. Take a look at the promos. I really don't think this is a good game. It looks pretty unique, though, is the thing. Maybe I'll put this in under memes. Yeah, Scooby-Doo's going with memes. Okay, Shadow Fist. Classic. Wouldn't say that I hate the art. Not feeling it. I mean, some of the cards look nice. I'll give it that. It looks nice. But I'm not seeing anything that interesting. Let's go ahead and look at these few. Blah. Not feeling it. Okay. We're gonna leave this one off the list. Shadowrun. I think I already talked about this, but I was into the 360 game for a really long time. I really liked that game. Okay. This looks pretty unique. Maybe used once per turn. Roll a d6. You pay the thing. You look at one challenge of your choice. Get the corporate security. Okay. So basically, this plays a little bit like Android Netrunner, I'm thinking. One player is probably the corporation, and the other player is the runner. Game looks pretty neat, and I do know a little bit about Shadowrunner, so I guess we'll go ahead and add this one to the list under maybe. Could be interesting to go back and look up Shadowrun lore again. Shaman King! So once again, we're already covering Quickstrike, and that's what this is. So we're just gonna look through, admire some of the amazing artwork. Shaman King is the best set in Quickstrike, in my personal opinion, by the way. Or rather, I should say, I don't know anything about the Quickstrike meta. It's my favorite. Of the sets that were featured in Quickstrike, Shaman King is my favorite of all of them. I love Shaman King. It's one of my favorite childhood mangas. And show. The show is pretty good too. I know the dub gets a little bit of a little bit of flack. And if you have not checked out the remake on Netflix, highly recommend it. It's really good, actually. I tried to get my girlfriend into the original, and she really wouldn't touch it. But when we watched the remake, she got really into the remake with me. So if the original show is a little bit too old for you to get into, check out the remake. The remake's really good. All right, SimCity. That's interesting. How does SimCity work? Okay, so this is a mainly building game, which makes perfect sense. I'm gonna knock it for that. Interesting. Okay, this is definitely unique. I could turn this into something. It's unique. It has name recognition. Not seeing a whole lot of downsides here. I might just have to cover this. Little lacking in the promos department, but that's okay. Oh, completely lacking in in the other sets department. Still, though, I think this is unique enough to go at least in maybe. Sonic X. Made it one set, the base set. Oh boy, yeah, this looks like a kid's card game. Screenshots from the show, check. Gigantic numbers that make them easy to read, check. It looks like, so from what I'm seeing, it looks like you build a deck around one of the characters, either Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, or Robotnik. And these little pictures right here tell you whose deck that card goes in. That's totally a guess, but I feel like it's a pretty educated guess. It's probably about... I've probably hit the nail on the head there. Something bugs me about these big pictures, though. Like, I understand if this game works the way that I say it works, and these images represent which character's deck you're allowed to put that card in. I can't really say that that's a bad idea. It seems like a pretty good idea, but aesthetically, I don't care for it. I think this looks really bad, actually. I think the color of the card being the same as the color of the character you're going to play is probably fine. I think this is a little overkill. And it's a little shame. It's a bit of a shame that it only made it to base set, because chances are, if they had made other sets, there probably would have been other characters you could play as, but the game's limited by the fact that you can only play as those 4 characters. Again, if the game works the way that I think it works. Okay, Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom. That's a fun name. Oh, this is a Disney thing. Okay. You have my attention. Let's check out one of these cards. Charming Attack for 4. Charming Boost for 1. Charming Shield for 0. So what's going on here? I feel like this is something I need to research a little bit. Dumbo's Pink Hill Parade. Okay, so this top word here, I guess, just represents like what the card is, or like what type the card is. Like, this is a wishful card, and then the other one was charming, and you build a deck around like a different stat. I kind of like this, actually. I think it looks pretty nice. I'm not sure exactly how much depth the game can have, because from what I'm seeing, characters are the only type of card, but honestly, I'm pretty okay with this. Okay. We're gonna put this down under maybe. I want to put it under meme, but I don't know if it'll fit on meme, honestly. I think I'll just put it down as a maybe. Okay, Sorcerers of the Magic Kingdom. Unironically looks pretty decent. SpaceX. What is this? Okay, apparently it's nothing. Well, thank you for saving me the time, I guess. Onward. Gosh, there are a lot of S's. But I'm not going to wimp out. We're going to make it through this. Speed Racer. Now, that's a meme game, if I've ever heard one. Oh, but is it not a game? I'm not seeing any stats. Let me click a character. It says CCG. Why call it CCG if there's no G in the CC? Yeah, this isn't a game. Never mind. Skip right past that. Spellfire. Fun fact, real life locations were used for some arts. That's cool. Um, okay. So this is like really Dungeons and Dragons-y. That's what I'm getting. I don't hate that idea. That sounds like a pretty cool idea. Looks like the kind of thing that I need to do a little more research on, but from what I'm seeing, like these map cards here look pretty neat. Makes me wonder if you actually put them next to each other to build a map or if they just represent like quests or whatever. Let me see. This will give me any hints. Any monster defending Steric gains 5 levels. Okay, so this is probably like My Little Pony then, where these just represent like areas that you can go to win points, essentially. So of all the D&D-ish games that I've seen so far, this is definitely one of the ones that piques my interest the most. Take a look at one of the later editions, 4th edition. Yeah, I'm still not getting a whole lot, and there's a lot of missing images here. There's still something kind of neat about it, though. I think I might have to save this one to look into it more. It's going under maybe. For the time being, I might take it off later. SpongeBob. This is gonna is this even a game? Did you lie to me again? This isn't a game, right? Deep Sea Duel. That sounds like it would be a game, but there are no cards here, so guess we're ignoring that one. Spycraft. Comic based, nice. But is this another skill based game? I used to think that this was a really unique mechanic, but apparently, like 90% of games were skill based games. I'm not getting anything out of this. I don't know, dude. It looks like a pretty basic bare bones game. Not even cartoon titties can save this one. Yeah, it looks boring. I'm bored. I'm gonna move on. Star Quest CCG. Pretty unique design. I hate this. I don't like the way that these pictures are being shown to me right now, but I'll try to look past it. Is there anything I need to see? Don't think so. This is another one that looks completely fine, but I really don't, I'm not seeing anything that interests me personally or that would give me a ton of stuff to talk about. Like a pretty basic stats game. I think I'm okay without Star Quest in my life. Okay, Star Trek the CCG, first edition. High hopes for this. Started in 1994 and lasted at least until the year 2000. Holy cow. There are promos coming out in 2006. That's 12 years. That's impressive. Take a look at it. Screenshots from the show. Kind of a weak start. Man, I haven't seen Star Trek in forever. It has been a while since I have watched anything Star Trek related. I think the last thing I saw actually was the J.J. Abrams movies. And I wasn't the biggest fan of them, but my girlfriend went crazy for them, so what can you do? Tricky, tricky, tricky. Star Trek is a huge name, but I also don't know if people would be that interested in hearing me talk about a Star Trek card game. Star Trek is one of those IPs where, like, if you heard that they had a card game, you might have a little bit of curiosity about it, but also it would be so, like, of course. Like, obviously they have a card game. Like, it's not even that, like, special. Like, of course Star Trek's gonna have a card game. They've got board games and video games, and it's completely aimed at nerd culture. So, of course, they're going to have a card game because nerds like card games. So, I don't know if it's really that interesting. At least interesting enough for me to turn into a video. It's probably an okay game, but I think I'm good on it. Check out some of these promos, though. Don't even look that special. I am disappointed. I don't know what's going on with these little symbols here, but this looks pretty interesting. I think I'm gonna pass on it for right now, but second edition, this might pique my interest. Okay. It's artistically, it's an improvement. Is it more interesting though? Take a look. I'm curious about it, but I don't know if it's gonna be that interesting. Um, I mean, it got 2 sets, and Star Trek is a huge name, so maybe I'm being really dumb by saying that I don't, I can ignore it. We'll put it down under maybe for right now. Maybe maybe it's just literal exhaustion keeping me from thinking logically, but I think I can turn this into something if I'm given some time. Okay. Star Trek the CCG. Okay. All right, hit me with it. Is it exactly the same as the other one, or is this like a different game? Oh, this is... Oh, no. This is a very different game. This is looking a little bit more like meme tier. um... One of the symbols is literally the Spock live long and prosper sign. That's so cheesy, it's pretty awesome. Okay, yep. This is going straight into meme tier. Star Trek the card game base set. That's going right into the memes. Okay, another row down. I feel like that one didn't take very long. We can wrap this up in 2 hours. I have full faith. Star Wars the CCG. Seeing as how I have absolutely no interest in Star Wars, this should be fascinating. Okay, give it to me. What does it look like? Power ability. Does everybody have power ability, or is those stats special to you? Um, take a look at another one of these cards. One forced to utilize. This is Poison Stinger. Target that character and draw Destiny. If Destiny equals ability, target is. Looks like there are some interesting things in here. I'm going to put it under maybe. Because this like Destiny draws and power and abilities thing, I think this might be pretty unique. Star Wars TCG. Okay, another force attacks. I feel like we saw the other force attacks and said that they sucked, so not expecting anything out of this. Bro, it's too late for me to put up with this. This is a no from me, dog. I'm good. Okay, pocket model. Is this another cute little building game? Aw. Very upset. Very upset about that. And looks this doesn't look anywhere near as fascinating as the other one did. I wonder why is it called pocket model? Oh, it does have little ships. Okay. You see, you lost me, and then you got me back. I like the little plastic shipbuilding games. I think they're cute. Okay. You talked me into it. Pocket model can also go under here. Rebel attacks is a good thing. Yes, it is. Nope. Star Wars the TCG goes to the CCG. Um. Eh. Looks fine. I guess you pick a color and you build a deck around that color. So green for the Jedi. Maybe. And I could be off. I could be way off. Ignore me. Doesn't look that interesting. Gonna pass. Pass, pass, pass. Star Wars Destiny. Okay. Alright. Give it to me. Give me more. Give me all the Star Wars. It looks a little bit more interesting than the other ones that we looked at. Take a look at some cards. Sister. Okay, so there's 6 things here. And it says reroll a die, so I'm guessing maybe those have something to do with dice rolls. Wonder how that works though. Is it just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Or maybe backwards? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Activate this character. You may discard a card from your hand to resolve one of its character or upgrade die. Not getting anything. The dice thing is kind of fascinating me a little bit. I'll keep it on the back burners. Star Wars Destiny. All right. Star of the Guardian. It sounds like some Chinese bootleg. Oh, and it looks a little bit like a Chinese bootleg too. What are the odds? Gee, come on. That's not even like a Star Wars thing. That's just a guy. That's literally just a guy and some chick behind him. Rogar of Moria, editor of Galactic Inquisitor vid magazine. That's just a guy, my dude. That's not a Star Wars. That's not a Star Wars. I'm like this close, and you can't see my fingers, but they are very close together. I am this close to just putting this in meme tier, but I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm just delirious from talking so much. I don't think this is actually like a funny thing. I think I'm just going crazy. Okay. Um I personally want to put it in meme tier, but I also think I'll regret it if I do, so I'll just skip it for right now. Stargate. Don't think I ever watched Stargate. I don't know anything about it. It's like another stat game. Man, I seriously cannot believe how many like stat-based contest games there are. Like I never noticed it before, I guess, but I seriously thought this was like a very unique mechanic when I first saw it, and now it turns out that they've been making the sort of stat contest games since like the mid 90s. There's so many of them. Okay, I'm not that into this. I'm gonna skip it for right now, but again, if it's good, let me know about it. Oh, I can smell the end. We're in the teas, boys. We're in the teas. Okay, not quite yet. Super deck. Let's see what this is. No, this is just like a joke game. Yeah, it's like a parody game. Um, I don't really find this that funny. It's the problem. Maybe it's great. Maybe I'm being too harsh on it. Maybe it's actually really good, but I'm not feeling it. I don't like these like jokey parody games. It's not like I don't like jokes and parodies and having a good time, but I find these a little bit grating to play. So I'm gonna skip it for right now, but maybe it's good. Supernova. Was not expecting that. Feel like feel like some of these characters are just jumping straight out at me. It's kind of weird. I don't have anything to say about this really. It looks pretty generic, honestly. I'm not that interested in it. Um, it's so weird. Very uncomfortable for some reason. Yep, I think I'm good on this one too. We're gonna pass. Survivor, the TCG. Alright, bring it on. Oh no! I would have been really interested in this. Oh, there we go. We have some cards. Pauline. Now again, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the him, but it's a lot weirder when you turn like actual just real dudes and chicks into cards for a card game. There's something kind of strange about that. I mean, I guess this is way better than Boy Crazy, where it's like specifically like you're getting stats on these boys and seeing which ones would be like the best ones to date. But it's still like a little bit strange that these are just like everyday people who are probably still out there just living their lives. Um, looks like this game takes itself a little bit too seriously to put in like the meme tier. And it doesn't look interesting enough for me to actually talk about. I think we're going to have to pass on the Survivor TCG for right now, unless I find out more about it. Tank Commander. Hmm. So, Advance Wars, but not cartoony in the slightest. That might make it a little bit less fun. But this is kind of neat. So, there are different stats here, and you get or lose different things based on where you're at. So that's kind of cool. Kind of into that. Okay. Tank Commander's kind of interesting. I'm going to add it to the list. Tank Commander. All right. What next? Teen Titans. I am a fan of the Teen Titans. Um, okay, pretty basic so far. Oh, it's kind of hard to look at pictures of Jinx after seeing what the community has done with their Raven. Kind of the same, I guess. Um, Teen Titans has a lot of nostalgia for people, and especially because of the internet, there's a lot of Teen Titans searching going on. This would probably be pretty good for the name recognition, if nothing else, right? Let me take a look at the promos. Do they look pretty good? There's literally one. Okay. I'm gonna put it down as a maybe for right now. Because again, I think the name recognition and the nostalgia is pretty good. But I'm not that impressed with the game. I'll have to do a little bit more research on it. EMNT. Um, it looks completely average. Did I miss a series? Why is April not wearing her usual getup? It's actually throwing me off really badly. She's in this like purple tank top. Not even like a tank top, it's like a crop top with like these brown shorts. Where's her outfit? It's so weird. It doesn't look that good. I'm gonna pass. I'm just gonna pass. Okay, Turtle Power. You're about to hit me with a bunch of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games. Oh my god. No way is this just... Okay, well, obviously we're not going to cover it. Obviously not. Okay, Tempest of the Gods. Okay, D&D game. You have my attention. That's Scanlan's hand right there. Scanlan's hand. Haunting, edgy artwork. Fine, I guess. I'm really not seeing anything unique. Okay, yeah, we're gonna pass on this one. No Tempest of the Gods today. Oh man, we're about to hit the word the. Okay, so Terror first. Let's see it. It doesn't exist. Nope. What about Raiders? Does it exist? Nope. Okay, well, thank you for making it easy. The Crow. The heck is this? Is this a movie? It's edgy. Let me take a look at this. Okay, intimidated. Play on any soul during combat and spend 5 virtue. Okay. The verbiage is kind of capturing my attention. Let's see this card. Sorry. Play after any special card is played. That special card is discarded and has no effect. Lots less funny. Thicker than water. Give me something funny. Play during combat. Your devil may help any other devil in combat. Add your devil's AR and DR to help devil. Opponent may combat either devil. Okay, the fact that your characters are called devils, kind of doing it for me. This game does not look good at all. I'm going to put it in meme. Could be a pretty funny video, but I don't think it's going to be a great game. The Crow. Well, I shot this. What did I miss? You missed everything. We've gone over a lot of stuff since you've been gone. Oh, the Dragon's Wrath. See what we got here. One card. That does not look special at all. Okay. What about this one? One card. Okay, nice. But also we're gonna pass. The Eye of Judgement. So, once again, ya boy Kudo loves his gimmicks. And if you don't know anything about Eye of Judgement, this is another game that I covered in my top 10 card games. This game was played with the PlayStation Eye, and you basically played on like a cloth mat, and as you played cards, the camera would pick up which cards you were playing and then summon them on the screen. It was pretty good. It worked pretty well, but you had to have a light shining directly on the playmat itself, or else the camera wouldn't work. And I really don't need to waste too much time on this. This is going on the list for sure. Any confirmations on approved games for Meta-Morphosis? Kind of. I'm at some point I'm gonna put up this list that I'm making, and I'll probably also take advantage of YouTube's polling option and let people vote on games that show up in future sets. Okay, so let's go on a little bit of a nostalgia thing here. So the funny thing about this game, actually, is it's not interesting that it died after 3 sets. It's more interesting that it made it to 3 sets. That's actually very impressive. And I'll tell you why. The game itself is fairly well loved. People had a lot of very positive things to say about this game. But the problem that they did not foresee when they created this game is that you can literally just buy a package of cardstock and then print out your own copies of any of the cards you wanted to avoid ever having to buy booster packs. So once people realized that, they didn't pay money anymore. They just downloaded and made proxies of all the cards they wanted to play with, and then that's just what everybody did. Every time a new meta deck came out, all you had to do was go print that deck and then play with it. But still, pretty fun game. Takes place on a 9-square grid, and it's super nostalgic for me. I don't know how the game holds up without the augmented reality aspect. That's something I'm gonna have to go back and check. Because I'm gonna talk about this game for sure. It's not even a question, but I am curious to see if this game holds up if it doesn't have the eye toy gimmick. Ah, good times, man. Let's see. What else we got? The Last Crusade. That also sounds like more Bible entertainment. Let's see what we got. Towns and cities and forests. Oh my god. Nope. This is like an old army game. This game looks boring as heck. I don't think I'll be covering this one, and most of the cards are gone anyway, even if I wanted to, which I don't. Promos, sure, show them to me. Yep. About what I expected. Yeah, that game looks so boring. Nightmare Before Christmas, the TCG. Sure. Let's take a look. Um, I mean, not really seeing too much what the game is here. Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can find out more about this game. Place one character who's at this locale face down beneath this locale to add 6 pumpkin. Nope, that didn't tell me anything. Okay, let's try looking at another card here. Let's search 5. So I'm guessing this will search the top 5 cards of your deck for Lock, Shock, and Barrel. Or, optionally, if they are all at the same locale in Halloween Town, stack this surprise on Lock and force one opponent to discard a random card from his hands. I mean, it looks like a real game. And Nightmare Before Christmas is like that definitely still has a little bit of recognition. We could talk about the Nightmare Before Christmas game. Sure, why not? I'll put it under maybe. I want to see what this tournament kit thing is, though. Usually, like, if you happen to not know, tournament kits are normally, like, prize sets that they give out to tournaments to incentivize people to come and play at the shop. These don't look that special, though, honestly. It's on the list. I'll check it out at some point. The Simpsons TCG. Kind of wild that there's a Simpsons TCG, but apparently it only made it one set. Is this even a game, though? Is this another one of those not games? Bart doesn't count as one of your 2 characters for the turn. Never mind. It is a game. Crazy to me that the Simpsons TV show can last 30 seasons, but the card game can't even make it a full year. What the heck is this game? How do you play it? Okay. Teach me. How do I play this? If this scene is completed... Okay. All right, it's coming together. So basically, I think you're trying to collect characters with these traits onto these. I want to call them locations, but I guess they're scenes. Right. So if you have a kid and a family, I can put them here to complete this scene, and then I get points for doing so. Makes sense to me. Since this doesn't really use numbers, this could be a pretty funny game to talk about. Talking about which characters are technically the best based on their traits. Sure, why not? I'll put this under meme. This could be an interesting meme thing to talk about. Not on CCG Trader, but I would like to throw in the Kid Icarus Uprising card game. Really? You absolutely need a 3DS to play it since you can scan it with the camera. I'll keep that in mind. I do remember Kid Icarus coming with cards, but I didn't remember them being part of a game. The Spoils TCG. Let's see. That's kind of cool. This is the beta set, and it actually has, like, card outlines. Now, I'm going to really quickly preempt myself here. This is significantly less cool if this is how the final game actually looks. But if this is, like, purposefully line art because this is the beta, that's a really cool trick. I like that a lot. Let's see if I'm immediately going to regret saying that. Nope. These are actual cards, therefore, it is still cool. Okay. So 4 strength, 5 life, 3 speed. So stats like this are much more common for actual fighting, not speed, strength tests, or that kind of thing. So when this card enters play, your faction loses 4 influence. And he'll bill you for the blood you got on his suit. Nice. Artwork's fine. Characters look a little basic in the way they work. I don't know. This is another one that, like, it's starting to look just fine. Holy cow, but there are a lot of sets. How long did this game last? 2006 to 2012? This was a 6-year game? Dang. Okay. Let me check out one of these later sets then. What have we got? I mean, looks roughly the same. Okay, nothing is blowing my mind, but I am fascinated by the fact that this game lasted for 6 years. I think there might be something to this game that I'm not seeing immediately. I'm going to put this under maybe. Okay. Few more does. We're so close to the end. I can taste the freedom. But before we get into this, I think I need another quick break. So I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. Alrighty. Break over. Ain't no rest for the wicked. We're gonna power on through this. Terminator. So according to this, it's compatible with the Alien vs. Predator card game, which we did not include on our list. So this probably isn't getting on either, but let's take a look at it. Is it just as ugly? That's the question. It's not as bad, but it's still not good. Just because it's not bad doesn't mean it's good. No. Sorry, I'm just not that interested. I think, yeah, we'll look through a little bit more. Nope. Not capturing my attention this day. We're gonna pass on that. We already passed on the Alien versus Predator one, so no reason to cover the other one. Okay, X-Files. I watched this sporadically when I was a kid. I don't really remember very much about it, but I do remember that I saw some of it. This has got to be the worst picture layout that I've ever seen, though. Like, I get that they're trying to be cute here by having the paper here, but I don't like it. You know what it is? I think it reminds me too much of the Case Closed card game. Like, I see this, and it reminds me of Case Closed, and I get triggered. And I get a shiver down my spine, and it makes me upset. Okay, is this a dice rolling game? Or is this just set decoration? That's the question. No, it's not set decoration. Because there's different numbers on the dice. Okay. So, let's see. These characters have the same colors, but they're different symbols. And it looks like they're named different things too. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Not bad. There's some really fascinating things going on here. I think I'm gonna have to look further into this, so I think this game is making it onto the list. I'm gonna put this under maybe. Okay. Oh, it's another Polish game. Thorgal Kolekcjonerska Gra Karsiana. Let's take a look. Um, doesn't look funny enough to include as a meme game. Doesn't really look unique enough to bother trying to make a serious video out of. I think we're okay without Thorgal. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, next one. Time Stream, The Remnants. Okay, there are no Time Stream cards. Tomb Raider, the CCG. Screenshots from the game. Interesting. There are cards here that indicate that you build a path with them as you're playing. I'm always into that. I always like the idea of sort of building up maps as you're playing the game. Have ourselves a Lara Croft. What other characters would you even play as, though? You've got Spelunker, Lara Croft. Treasure Hunter, Lara Croft. What other characters can there even be? Adventurer, Lara Croft. What, do you just pick which Lara Croft you're playing as? Oh, yeah, apparently so. Nope, there are some other characters here, too. The Acrobats, the Duelist, the Victor. I kind of like these drawings, actually. I like them a lot better than the in-game stuff. See, like, this looks okay. This looks less okay. Okay. being a Tomb Raider game, we have to at least give this a try. And I am a little bit fascinated by the fact that it made it past set 1. So, slippery when wet. Let's see it. It's a beach. Okay, that's clever. I'll give you props for that one, Tomb Raider. Yep. Got the bikini shots. Do you have any more for me? Let's see. I mean, this is all very not beachy. But all right. That's fine, I guess. See, I'm at a loss. Because technically, I like the hand drawing style a little bit more. But also, these do not look that good. A lot of effort was put into them. And, you know, I know it's typical male brain me to say that the in-game screenshots here look a little bit better because they're like sexy shots of Laura, but I mean, I think if you're going to be playing this game, it's a little bit more interesting here than the whatever they had going on here. This feels like filler. This feels like they needed options that weren't Laura. So they threw these in, but I mean, in reality, you're going to pick a Laura that you like and you're going to play it, I think. Okay, so Laura's going on the list. We're gonna cover Tomb Raider. Top of the order. I have no idea what that means. Oh, it's baseball. Oh, like batting order. Okay. Ah, shucks. Well, would you look at that? I would love to cover this baseball game, but sadly there just aren't enough cards for me to make a video out of. Dang. Shucks. Shoot. Darn. Well, guess we'll just have to pass on that one then. What about Torchwood? Oh, this is another one of those games. We've seen this game twice now. And I refuse to believe that I haven't. I can't think of the name of the games because I am slightly dehydrated and delirious at the moment. But I know for a fact we have seen these exact same stat lines in other games that we've seen. Nope, we didn't include the other ones on the list. We're not going to include Torchwood on the list. I don't even know what Torchwood is. Is it a TV show? I don't know, and I'll never find out because we're closing it. Towers in Time. You can torch this. Nice. What's up, Dougal? How you doing, my dude? Pleasure to see ya. This. I wanted to say wildlife, but then I saw the artifacts. And now I'm seeing mythical beasts. And now I'm seeing trees. I have no idea what this game is trying to do. As you look at something like this, and you're like, oh, it's like high fantasy. That's kind of neat. And you look at something like this, you're like, I mean, is it really trying to be high fantasy? Hanging out playing Call of Duty? Fair enough, my dude. I mean, so, this artwork. What is this? How do you show me something like this and then expect me to take it seriously? This has to be a joke. Target creature gains +2 attack and +2 defense. You don't say. This sounds like the most generic possible game that could exist. These symbols here probably have something to do with either generating mana or paying for this cost. Yeah, this looks so generic. This definitely has something to do with Magic the Gathering. It's definitely a Magic the Gathering clothes of some kind. All right. How many more? Not many. Not many. Maybe like 7. We can do that. That's easy. Easy. Not a problem. Transformers, the TCG. Jesus, this one made it. Like 2019. Holy crap. Oh, it started in 2018. That's less impressive. Okay. I'm here for it. Let's see. Wow. Those look cool. Kind of a small set, though. 40 double-sided characters and 81 battle cards. Guess that's kind of big. Oh, they're separated. Okay, so the character cards here, the battle cards here. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. It's like a mix of like classic early morning cartoon show and some more like adult hand-drawn stuff, like comic stuff. That's kind of neat. Let's see. How would a Transformers card game do on the channel? That's the question. Anybody care enough about me talking about Transformers that this would actually matter? That's a toughie. I can't put this in as a meme because I think this game's taking itself too seriously. But is it interesting enough to cover? Let me take a look at just a couple more here. There's cards in Loot Crate. Okay. There's a Chinese New Year special card. Store-only exclusives. Okay. All right. Sure. Transformers can go on the list. I feel like there's a really interesting story behind why there's so much promotional material around it. So it's going on the list. All right. Europe got its own Transformers game. Nice. All right, Europe. Oh no, it's the bad game. We've already seen this game so many times. It is exactly the same. Why? Okay, why for the European game did they use screenshots of the live action actors? I feel like all of this movie's success was based on American audiences, but whatever. Actually, that's not even true. It's based on Chinese audiences. China loved the Transformers movies. We more saw them as like a practical joke. Whatever, we're not covering it. Okay, Ultimate Combat. Oh. Okay. I just need a second to take a deep breath. Why does this man look like he's wearing a giant diaper? Okay. What is that? Oh my gosh, somebody's aunt and grandma wanted to be a part of their card game. Select one technique from your hand, deck, or discard pile and put it directly in play. After each use, put 3 counters on that card. Remove 1 counter during your recovery phase. That technique may only be used when it has no counters. Concentrate on success. Okay, this feels like another passion project. But also, I don't think I can resist. This looks ridiculous. I think Ultimate Combat is hitting the meme pile. Ultimate Combat. Okay. Universal. I know a little bit about this. This is a really cool little crossover card game, but the thing is, I've never actually played it. Wait a second. Is that the Universus logo? Are Universal and Universus the same thing? Let me take a look at this. I'm gonna take a look at cards and see if they look like they match. Well, butter my biscuit. This does look very similar to the My Hero Academia card game. Interesting. So the Universus thing, I thought they were starting like a brand new thing with Universus, but apparently Universus has been around for a while. Let's take a look at one of these a little closer. Yeah, and it has the 3 symbols here showing how you can make your deck. It has pretty much the exact same symbols going on over here. The effects look the same. I don't know what these numbers mean, but they are roughly the same. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay. So we have to cover this no matter what if we're going to cover the My Hero Academia card game, because they're part of the same system. Okay, so the question, I guess, is then, are UFS and Universes the same? Man, there are some really good sets here, too. Let's look at Yu Yu Hakusho. I mean, these are a little bit uglier, but it looks like they might be the same. You have the 3 symbols here. You have the 2 stats here. You've got a number in the top left corner and a number in the bottom right corner. And then you have the effects here. The only thing it's missing is it doesn't have the those symbols that the other ones do. Like the ball with the 3 arrows, it doesn't have that. But I mean, other than that, they look very, very similar. There's probably a way to make them work. Okay. But these ones are definitely the same, for sure. Rim Fairy Tales. What else did we have? World of Endines. Interesting. Is this made by level 99? No. Let me see it. These don't look anything like the War of the Endines characters. I wonder why that is. I mean, they look similar enough. They're just, these are so much more edgy. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I respect it. Once again, it looks like there's a lot of similarities between the cards. You've got the 3 symbols to represent your deck type, I guess. Number in the top left, number in the bottom right, effect text. Could be interesting. So yeah, this is going in no matter what. I really don't need to spend too much more time looking here because I'm going to look at all these when I do the videos anyway. So is there anything else that I need to see? Not really. Guess we could look at Mega Man really quick. Let's see what the Mega Man cards look like. Oh, these are sick. These are cool as heck. I like these. Alright, I'm into it. I'm excited for this. I'm gonna enjoy looking at this. Okay, the Versus system. I remember this slightly. Let's see. I remember not them. Maybe them? I remember this. I don't think I ever ended up buying into it. No, wait a second. That doesn't feel right. I feel like there's a Versus card game that has other characters in it that I bought into. Okay, let's just look at it. Hey, this doesn't look familiar. Maybe I'm wrong. Uh, maybe I'm mistaken. This doesn't look familiar at all. Let's look at a different set. We have Avengers, and we have uh Batman. So let's take a look at both of these. It's always, always, always going to fascinate me when I see times where Marvel and DC were allowed to cross over with one another before Disney got involved and made that impossible. I just wish we had like gotten a video game with Marvel and DC characters before the acquisition happens. Like if DC characters could have shown up in like a Marvel versus Capcom style game. Okay, so we see some Marvel. These looked almost exactly the same. Yeah, any versus game like this, I think I have to add to maybe. So we're gonna go ahead and add this one to the VS. Yes. Okay, Vampire, the Eternal Struggle. The very first set is called Jihad. Feels like I'm walking on eggshells over here. Um, I see. So this is in like the Vampire the Masquerade kind of thing. It's what I'm getting from it. It's look pretty good. I like the artwork. I don't know if I'm interested in it enough to cover it. This looks like it has the potential to be really good, though. I think I'm going to pass on it for right now, but if anybody has tried this game out, let me know how it is, because I could change my mind on this very easily. This could go in the maybe pile. I just don't think that I have enough to say on it right now, but again, if you've played this game before, feel free to change my mind. Alright, Veto. This is a Polish game, so let's not waste too much time on it, but I'll take a look. Yeah, not that funny, and in Polish, so not worth the effort of translating it. And this is also Veto. Is it also in Polish? Yep, that's not English. And this one looks like it's taking itself even more seriously. Okay, well, ignore those then. Oh, it's so close. Let's do it. Let's get through these last 4 rows. Vroom. There's nothing here. Next game. WCW Nitro. I don't know anything about wrestling. I mean, there's more fighting in wrestling than there is in baseball, I suppose, but like, how am I supposed to know what crowd chants Goldberg means as somebody who doesn't know anything about wrestling? Only Goldberg may use this card. Play this card with an attack card. That attack does +1 damage. You may discard 1 Nitro card from your corner. If you do, stop the rest of the damage from this attack. After this attack, the other player takes twice the amount of damage you stopped. I mean, I guess in a pinch, I wouldn't mind covering this as like a meme, but I'm not interested. I'm just not interested in doing it as like an actual video. Pass. Oh boy, more WWE. Okay. Raw deal. Okay, this just looks like a much more boring version of the cards we were just looking at. Okay, yeah, this is going to be another hard pass. Warcry. Okay, pretty basic high fantasy looking card game. Not super impressed so far, but let's look a little bit further down. There's the Master Sword. That's kind of neat, I guess. Nah. Lots of sets, though. Game made it 5 years. That's really not bad. Really not bad at all. Let's see what the latest set looked like. Pretty much exactly the same, with no artistic differences whatsoever. Okay, well, one more chance. Let's take a look at the promos and see if these are pretty exciting. Nope. Still seems like a pretty generic high fantasy game. I think I'll pass. Warhammer 40K. Take a look. Oh, hey, we looked at this kind of game before, I think. Maybe I'm imagining it because I don't remember these 4 numbers here. Okay, looks like a skill game. Oh, big stretch. Ugh. Like a skill-based game. I do like Warhammer 40K, and I do think people would be interested in hearing me talk about the card game. And there are a lot of sets, too. Let me check out the latest stuff they were doing. Yeah, this is all the same. Okay, I'm going to add Warhammer 40K to maybe. I think that'll be good for the channel if I get around to doing it. Okay, Warhammer Age of Sigmar. 2018. So pretty recent. These look completely fine. I don't have a problem with the way these look at all. But this is not interesting. I think I'm okay leaving this one on the kitchen floor. Yep. I think one Warhammer game is going to be good for me. Okay, Warlord Saga of the Storm. Let's see it. Okay, the number system up here has my attention. I'm interested to see what this is all about. Honestly, the layout is kind of interesting. I'm very curious to see how this plays. Like, most of this, I think, is pretty obvious. You've got magic over here, I'm guessing. Sorry, not magic. You've got health over here, probably defense over here. But I am curious as to, like, where the rest of all of these numbers come in. And the artwork's pretty nice, too. It looks a little bit generic fantasy-ish, but, I mean, it looks good for being generic fantasy, so I'm not going to hold it against it. This looks pretty decent. I might add this one as well. Let me take a look at one of the later sets, though, before I make any decisions. 4th edition. Ooh, did this get a reprint? Reprints are always exciting. Oh, none of them are here. Yep, that sucks. Okay, let me just see the latest set then. Looks roughly the same. Okay. Alrighty, I'm slightly interested. I'll add this to maybe. Alright, Warlords. Completely different game. Ooh, it's so rustic. I'm kind of into it. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of dig the way that these cards look. But also, they look a little simple. Eh. I think I'm okay on this one. One Warlords game's probably good enough for right now. If I hear that this game's amazing, I'll come back and take a look at it, but I think I'm okay. I do like that this game has more boobs, though. That is pretty cool. but sadly not enough to push it over the edge this time. All right, I need to go take one quick bathroom break, and then we're just going to power on through these last few sets. So I'll be with you guys in just a moment. Thank you all so much for hanging in there. if you growth them into play. Alright, guys, let's pulverize this list. So, Wars TCG. Please don't like this to be another sci-fi thing. Yes, it is. Looks like it's another stat-based game. Guild checks and that kind of thing. Alright, let's see if anything grabs me about it. I mean, honestly, it just looks like a ton of other games I've already added to the list. I know it's a little bit unfair to judge it like that because, you know, it's not its fault that its name starts with a W and I've already looked at games before this, but if I ever want to come back and look at games like this, I always have the option of coming back and adding it. For right now, though, this isn't really selling me. Let's see what the latest set looks like. Yeah, it just looks okay. I'm sure this game is fine, but I really don't have anything interesting to say about it, so we'll pass on it for right now. Webkins. I know very little about this, but I will do my absolute best. Dang. I mean, is this a game? That's the question. Oh, no, go back. I don't think this is a game. Me. I mean, am I crazy? Okay, challenge. Okay, it has to be a game. Discard a recipe card to succeed. Any opponent may discard a recipe card. If they do, you must also discard another 3 cards to succeed. Reward, draw a card. Well, that doesn't sound very worth it at all. Challenge, discard 3 game cards to succeed. Okay, so this is another, like, matching game where you're trying to build a deck that can meet the keyword requirements of these cards here. This game is going right into the memes. Webkins. Okay, let's take a quick look at the latest set, see what's going on here, and then we'll move on. Looks pretty much identical to the first set. Except, oh, this one has way more freaking glitter. I didn't see any of those in set number 1. Stickers. Okay. Chill. Chill. The mysterious pool. Okay. Yep. We can cover this as a meme, but I think that's the best we're gonna get. Wheel of Time. Didn't they make a show about this? Is this based on the show? No, this is way too old. I feel like somebody made a Wheel of Time show. It uses similar game mechanics to Babylon 5 and Tomb Raider. Okay. So let's check it out. I mean, I'll give it to him. This game, too, looks like it has half-naked ladies, which I am a fan of, which would make it similar to Tomb Raider. Other than that, though, I'm not seeing the similarities. Maybe it's just because I haven't seen enough of the games, but they don't look that similar. Maybe they're just, like, the layout's way different, and that's why I'm not noticing it. Game does not look that interesting, and honestly, I feel like with all of the bad press that there is around the Wheel of Time right now, this might not be a good time to release a Wheel of Time video. Maybe, maybe let that sit back for a couple of more years, and then I'll come back to it. Wildstorms. Ew. Okay, I shouldn't have said ew. It's fine, I guess, but I'm not a huge fan of the layout. I think this looks really ugly. It game's probably completely fine. It looks like another skill test game. Hmm. Okay, sure. It looks okay. I don't think that I like it enough that I'm gonna put it on my list, but I can acknowledge that this is a pretty okay looking game. I can see the appeal. I just don't have that appeal. Check out some of these custom event promos. Never mind, it's empty. Let's not do that. Check out some of these magazine promos. These all look pretty good. Okay, again, it looks fine, but I'm gonna pass. Wing Commander. What is this? Okay, it's spaceships. Isn't that the guy? He looks like the guy who plays Jeff Winger in Community. Just on a really bad day. Honestly, I shouldn't make fun of him too much. This is probably exactly what my face looks like right now. Okay, let's see. Nope, I am pretty bored right now. Don't think I'll be covering this one. Yeah, I think I'm set. Winx. Oh no, are there no Winx cards? Oh man. Oh wait, there's one. Let's check it out. Okay, so you've got characteristics on every side of the card, plus a number. Man, it's really hard to tell what any of that means without seeing more cards, though. Let's see the second set. There's nothing here. That's so sad. This probably would have made an amazing meme game, but I can't see it. So I guess we'll have to pass on it for right now, but I'm not giving up. That could be really fun. Wizard in Training. What is this all about? Okay. Okay. So it's got Tinkerbell in it. That's interesting. These art styles feel like a total mishmash. They had like 3 different artists working on all the different things at the same time. Um, this was kind of interesting for like a second. No, I've completely fallen out of it. Pass. Wizards of Mickey. Okay, more Disney stuff, but unfortunately, there's not enough here to actually cover any of it. Okay, that's a shame. I wouldn't have minded adding another Disney magic game, but there's no cards, there's no cards. The World of Warcraft TCG. I never actually bought into this game, but I heard from people that it was pretty decent. Go ahead and take a look. This may also fight back my cravings a little bit. I've actually been playing around with the idea of getting back into World of Warcraft, and I'm really trying to fight those urges because I need to get some other stuff done. Ooh, this artwork is a lot better than I was expecting it to be. I was expecting straight up screenshots from the games, but this is like actual hand-drawn art. Very nice. Looks pretty good. I mean, Blizzard is in a lot of hot water right now, so I don't know if it's a good idea to cover a Blizzard card game. Maybe actually it would be pretty good because people are already searching for like the Blizzard drama, so maybe putting in like something Blizzard related would help me with the algorithm a little bit. That's something to think about, I guess. Let's take a look at a couple more cards. A Murloc promo. What else do we got? Augur. Worldbreaker holiday promos. That sounds fun. Um, arguably. It was arguably fun. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and add this to the list. I think talking about it will be good for the channel. Wyvern. Oh, it's ugly. Oh no. Okay. This is some like one man, maybe two person job. I really don't want to tear it apart. So I think we're going to have to pass on this. Let me take a look at this card though. It looks really cool. For an ultra rare card. Nice. So yeah, we're not going to cover this. I don't want to be mean. X-Men TCG. Looking a little bit basic. Kind of looks like where everything from Marvel Snap came from, if I'm being honest. Okay. This game's probably fine, but I see absolutely no reason to add it to my list. Come back to it at some point if somebody likes it, but for right now, I'm out of it. Xenophile. Ah, this is another parody game. It's a much edgier parody game. Holy crap. Okay. So even if I am interested in this game, I can't really talk about it on YouTube. There's a little bit too much going on. I can't even scroll fast enough to get past all of the stuff that could get me in trouble on YouTube. Man. Okay, yeah. This might be something interesting to check out in my spare time, but I would never be able to get a video about this card game up on YouTube, so I guess we'll have to work past it. Siko. Madagascar. Costa Rica? Also empty. China. Also empty. Okay, guess this game doesn't matter. Xena the Warrior Princess. Okay. Impress me. I am ready for it. Oh, this is using the system. Oh no, I forgot the name of the card games that use the system. It feeds into the exact same system though. Let's see if this will just tell me. Okay, C23 and Hercules. It uses the exact same system. So I could pair this up with Hercules if I wanted to, and C23. But I don't think I will. I passed on Hercules, and I'm going to pass on Xena, the Warrior Princess, as well. Shaolin Showdown. That sounds like it could make an amazing card game. Man, this is so freaking nostalgic. I think I have to add this to one of my lists just for the nostalgia alone. I think a lot of people are going to see the title and be like, oh my gosh, Shaolin Showdown. I haven't heard about that in ages. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to add this to the maybes for the nostalgia bait. Okay. Young Jedi. More Star Wars. More not knowing anything about any of these cards. Man, I haven't even seen the prequel trilogy since I was like 10. And I don't know anything about Star Wars. These symbols are kind of unique. So that could be interesting, I guess. Let me take a look at one of these cards and see if the symbols make sense. Can't really see it. Okay. I think I'm good on this one. I really don't know anything about Star Wars. It's impressive that the game lasted so many sets, but I don't really understand what the symbols on here are supposed to mean. Maybe, again, if somebody out there really likes the game, teach me about it, and I will change my mind. But let's look at the final row of cards. Yu Yu Hakusho. So I'm going to say right off the bat that I'm talking about this game. This is a really interesting game that I was able to score a ton of cards from because my Walmart ended up selling these booster boxes for like $20. Really interesting time to get into the game. Got myself a couple of really neat looking super rares. I ended up making a deck around what's her face, Lady Genkai, I think her name is. So this game's really interesting. Basically, the way it works is both characters can take 4 damage, and when it's your turn, you have to like choose techniques to play to try and overcome your opponent's defense stat and make them take as much damage as possible in a single shot. There's some really interesting stuff going on. I think I found a pretty broken strategy when it came to this game. The team that you're allowed to make of your characters is dependent on what symbol they have here. So, for example, the Urameshi team has like this eye in the middle. So if you want to make a team of like Team Urameshi, you have to have characters that all have the symbol. You get a bonus if you have a bunch of characters with the symbol, but I think there's a little bit of leeway. This game also takes place over the course of rounds. So you have 4 characters in play and then a 5th slot that stays open. And then you can throw another character into your deck, and then that character is kind of a surprise to your opponent because your opponent can always see the characters that you have in play, but they can't see the character that you have hidden in your deck. So when you do finally pull that character out, then it's a surprise to your opponent. And the other neat thing is, because it takes place over rounds, you only have to win 3 matches in order to win the entire game. So there's a chance always that you won't even get to the very last round to use your last character, as long as you can win 3 of the 4 matches with the characters that are currently in play. This game is a blast. I really liked it. It's a very unique game. I really like the way it works. So we're definitely going to talk about it. I'm going to add this right now. It's going under the absolutely. Okay, let's check out some of those promos. Where are my promos at? Jesus, there are a lot more sets than I thought. I think I stopped collecting the game at like probably at the end of Dark Tournament, so I've never actually seen any of these cards before. It's going to be a trip. Let's check them out. What is this? Scanners with a Z? Wait a second. Does that mean that these were meant to work with the actual scanners thing? I don't know if anybody else knows about this, but there was an old handheld game called Scanners where you scanned barcodes to fight monsters and collect items and stuff. That's really cool. That's awesome. I'm going to have to mention that when I make the videos. But for right now, let's just check out the promos. Promos page is empty. Of course it is. Because why would anything be easy? Oh, this is cool. A little puzzle card action. Nice. I like it. These look really nice. I really like these. So I guess the game got a little bit fancier as it went on. That's cool. Okay, yep. I'm going to talk about this anyway. No reason to dwell on it. Let's move on. Yu-Gi-Oh! What is Yu-Gi-Oh? Looks like there are lots of sets. Huh. Seems like a pretty popular game. It's weird I've never heard of it before. Yep. So, for the same reason that I won't cover Magic the Gathering and Pokemon, I'll probably never cover Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially nowadays. with the introduction of Link summoning, I've completely lost any interest I had in playing this game competitively. I know that there are ways to not play Links, like you can play the mobile game, for example, but I don't know. I'm out of the game. I loved this game at one point, and I've been in and out of it ever since it was released in 1999. But it's just Links were the final straw for me. I don't think I'll be returning to the game unless something happens to the Link mechanic. Which is sad, but, you know, there are lots and lots and lots of Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTubers out there, so you're not missing anything, okay? There are great Yu-Gi tubers out there. Nim Nim in particular. Shoutouts to Nim Nim. If you've never heard of him before and you like Yu-Gi-Oh!, go check him out. Okay, ZG. What have you got for me? Empty. Citizen expansion? Anything? Also empty. Okay. Zatch Bell. So anybody who is like a long-time watcher of the channel knows that I really like the Zatch Bell card game. If you happen to not know the way it works, let me show you something really cool here. So with the Zatch Bell card game, you did not play with a deck of cards traditionally. Instead, when you played the Zatch Bell card game, you did so by filling up a mini book, like a little binder, with the cards that you wanted to play. And then as you played the game, you would flip through pages of the book. It was great because it meant that you could plan out your strategy and it wasn't like a luck-based thing. When you flipped to a new page of your book, you knew exactly what your next strategy was going to be. You knew what order the cards in your book were. And then in between matches with your opponent, you could swap around the order of cards in your book to make certain strategies happen at different times. It is one of the most refreshing, unique, slightly gimmicky takes on a card game that I've ever seen in my entire card gaming career. And I am 150% covering this game at some point, so don't need to waste a bunch of time on it now. We are just going to add it to the list and move on, but I am going to take a quick look at some of the cards. All right, let's see. Crimson Foil Spellbook. Apparently not. What about Dawn of the Ancients? Ah, that's the stuff. Weirdly enough, I never got into the Zatch Bell anime when I was a kid, but I really liked the video games. There were some fighting games from Zatch Bell that were just really cool. I think the thing that I liked about them most was the fact that you played as the Mamoto and the human partner at the same time. And then, of course, the card game is the coolest card game of my childhood. So I really like it for that. One of these days, I am going to have to go back and give Zatch Bell another chance. You know, maybe when I watched it as a kid, I just didn't know. I just wasn't aware of how cool it could be, and I just saw all like the lame stuff and didn't quite appreciate the cool stuff. Okay, Zombie World Order. Take a look. Seeing some interesting stuff here. I like the Japanese artwork. That's cool. Okay, kind of neat. I'm not really seeing anything within the cards that's like super unique, like something I need to talk about unique. But I do like the artwork. I think it looks really nice. Let's try the promos. Maybe this will turn it around. Nope. Nice looking card, but does not look unique enough for me to actually take the time to look at. Last one. We did it. And it's not even midnight yet, so we did it in less than 12 hours. But let's see how long we've been talking about this game first. Oh, this is very anime. Zoo tiles, huh? Yeah, this is about as anime as you could possibly get. Let me take a look at the other starter. Okay, this game looks pretty silly. I'm not gonna take it that seriously. They are shaped like squares, so I'm guessing the game has something to do with putting squares down. One sec. Strategic tile placement game based loosely on the creatures of the Chinese zodiac. Interesting. Okay. All right, you have my attention. Zoo tiles. I will add that. Tile placement games are definitely not a very common thing to see. Okay. That is it. We are finished. My throat hurts quite a lot. I was planning on making a new Naruto video tomorrow. Don't think that's going to happen. Think I'm going to have to spend tomorrow just not speaking at all to rest up my voice. If you're watching this video after the fact, this was quite the trip. If you are expecting me to add timestamps, you are an insane person. If somebody else would like to take on that task, go for it. I'm well aware that this site does not have like every single game, so there's definitely some games that aren't mentioned here that if you would like to pitch to me, you're more than welcome to. But for the time being, I'm pretty happy with the list that I currently have. And I'll be sharing this list somewhere, probably either in the description of this stream or in the Discord. But yeah, I think that's about all I have in me. For all of you who managed to keep me company, like Giga and Yin and Dougal, thank you for stopping by. Chris, thank you for stopping by. To all of you that came and checked me out, thank you so much for stopping by. My head is quite light right now, and I think I need some water, some tea, some food, and a lie down. I will see you guys in the future. Hopefully I get some more Naruto videos out soon so we can start making some videos on some of these other amazing card games. And I bid you